So if everybody could hit got it for me, that would be great. And let's start fresh. So good morning, everybody. I'm Elle Ingalls, creator of the Pressure-Free Method, and this is the Pressure-Free Performance Conference. I've brought some really amazing speakers on. So to set us all up, I'm just going to share some details about today, how it's going to run for you, so you feel really comfortable with that. And also do a little bit of training of what I teach people. And then we'll be launching into our first speaker at about 10:30. So first thing I want you to do is, it's easy to get distracted when you're doing something like this. So if you can, just turn off your phone, turn off distractions, and just settle in so you can really learn. If you think back to the last time you attended a conference, either a virtual or a live one, I want you to think for a moment, do you remember the names of the speakers? How many takeaways did you really get from spending that time? And your time is valuable. I was coaching at a live conference once, and I was a breakout session after the big lunchtime speaker, who was a friend of mine, Chris. And Chris did his deal, and then we went into the breakouts. And even though the whole time he was speaking, he had a slide up with, he had a couple slides, and his name was really big at the bottom of each one of the slides. When we got done and we went into the breakout, I started my coaching with everybody in the room. And then I said, you know, I want to connect back to, and I thought, oh, I'm not going to mention his name. Do they remember his name? Because his name was in huge letters in front of them for 45 minutes. And he said his name a few times, but did they remember it just 20 minutes later? And no one in the room did. Like, no one remembered Chris's name, Chris Mathis. So I thought, wow, you know, I get it, because you go to one of these things and there's several speakers, and you know, unless you take really good notes or are really in and paying attention, we don't remember. And I want you to have really great takeaways today. In anything that you do, your time is so precious. So let's make it really count today. So if you can turn off distractions, when we get to Leela's portion today, she's going to talk about presence, so that you can be in a really great presence to take in information. And if you are a note taker, like, grab your notebook. I have mine, because there are going to be some speakers on here today that I really want to gather some information from them and learn from them today. So if you're a note taker, go ahead and grab your pen and have your notebook ready for anybody. And if you can put yourself in a quiet room, that's great, so that you're not distracted. Because I know, like, when I'm in my house, I see, oh, I've got to go do this, or this gets to be cleaned, or, you know, oh, I have to clean my stairs, or whatever it is. It's easy to get distracted. So let's pull in and let's really be together today. Some of our speakers will be doing some interactive things for sure. And a little bit of what I'm going to do here is just going to get you in a frame where you can really learn well too. So for those of you who don't know me, I created the Pressure-Free Method. My name is Elle, like illegally blonde Elle. Ingalls, like Little House on the Prairie, is how you spell it. So it's just one syllable, Elle. Some people want to make it into 2 syllables. And I want you to remember my name, because maybe a year from now or 2 years from now, you run into somebody who's experiencing a lot of anxiety. Maybe they're really secretly stressed, and they've got things going on either mentally or physically that they're hiding, that they don't want people to know. But if they did, it would come out that they've got some real issues, and they'd love to have it solved. So that is what I do. I help people break the stress cycle in a very simple method I call the Pressure-Free Method. And what I mean by pressure-free is, no matter what pressures come your way, you can stay free of triggering the fight or flight stress response. It's the fight or flight stress response that causes floods of hormones to go into our bloodstream and really take us out of our game, really cause a lot of mess up here. And also, all of our body processes don't function at the level that they could. And so I've got a couple people on here who are my clients, my high-end clients in my certification program, who are actually learning this method in order to teach it to others. And that's Lori, who's a co-host, and Leela, who's a co-host. And to listen to what happens to people when they start to experience this method and use it in their being. I never knew that I would be helping people with so many issues. I thought at first I was just helping people perform at a better level, which was really what I started this whole deal for. But now it's just become so much bigger than I ever dreamed. So I want to give you the 3 steps of the method this morning and give you a chance to actually start to experience. I also want to do a little breakout session so you actually have a time to be with each other and meet someone who's in here. Because if we were in a live conference, whenever we would have a break, you would be meeting each other and you'd be talking with each other. And I want you to have a chance to actually meet another human being. So we'll also be doing that in this little segment that I have. So I'm going to teach you the 3 steps of the pressure-free method. And then on one of them, we'll do a little breakout. So the first step of this method is to really get clear about what you want. Really get clear about your targets. So I call it targets because I like to use a lot of alliteration in my coaching so you can remember it easily. So targets is step 1. What are you aiming for? So it could be something that you're aiming for in terms of performance. Like maybe you want a promotion at work, or you want to earn more money in your business. You want to save more money. Maybe that's an issue for you. Maybe you are an athlete or you do things athletically and you want to perform better there, or you're a performing artist and you want to do something there. Maybe you want to go through life with more ease. That's been something that's been coming up a lot with my clients lately. When I ask them, what do you really want? They go, I just want it to be easier. It seems like life is too hard. So maybe it's more emotional. You want to be happier. You want to feel more confident. You want to feel more in control of your emotions so that life is smoother, life is easier, life is happier, more fulfilling. So it could be emotional, something like that you're aiming for. Sometimes my clients will say to me, they'll have health issues. And so they'll say, well, this is just genetic and I have this and it's just never going to go away. I want you in this moment to open up to possibility. So when you're designing your targets, I want you to be in a space of hope and possibility that something could actually shift and change for you. If you have a chronic disease or a chronic issue that's been going on for years, maybe even decades, the number 1 cause of anything chronic is the release of these stress hormones. I'm going to say that again because I really want it to land for you, because you might have something that's been going on a long time and you're thinking, I'm going to have to live with this the rest of my life. And there might be a possibility that that's not true. Because if we can get a handle on the stress hormones, something could change for you. So I'm going to say it again, like anything that is chronic mentally or chronic physically, going through time for a long time, the chief reason that it keeps happening and keeps existing in your being is the release of these stress hormones. If we can prevent the release of these hormones, something really can shift for you. So what are some of your targets? If you want to put some in the chat, I'm going to have the chat open here. It's really great to share a target. Just share it with a group here, because when you share it, especially if it's one of those that you feel like could never happen. For example, I had eczema all over my hands. I'm going to show them up close because this hand I would never show to anybody. In fact, there's very few pictures of my hands in most of my life, because at age 13, I had my first big violin competition and my hands just blew up with eczema. So I didn't really know what it was at first. I knew my hands were itchy and they hurt. And then they started to crack and bleed. The knuckles started to crack and bleed. Pretty ugly for a violinist to begin with, but very uncomfortable. And anytime my hands were in water, it positively hurt. And so it started at age 13. I had it my entire adult life until 2010, when I created this method and used it on myself. And then in 8 weeks, I could touch the skin on all of these knuckles that I could never get a ring even on this hand at all, because my fingers were so bloated from the eczema. That was a disease I never thought I would live without. ever. I never thought it would go away. If someone would have told me it would, I would just joke because I'd tried every prescription cream, every diet. I had no idea that I was triggering the stress hormones so much. So that is the real culprit. That's the thing that really has issues for us. And it's really what's the deep-seated reason why you feel anything through time. So targets. What are you aiming for? It could be something that's genetic too, like there's diabetes, cancer, and my dad died of a heart attack. So there's heart disease in my genetic lineage. And I actually now believe that I can live a pretty long, healthy life without experiencing those things. And I never could have thought that way before 2010. It was a question of, when is this going to happen to me? Because I saw it happen to my parents and I saw it to happen to my grandmother. You know what I mean? So it's like, okay, what is possible? I want you to think big. I want you to dream big. And again, if you want to, oh, someone else has eczema too. And Leela's inviting teachers into a new move-in school, which is so cool. So yeah, so go ahead and drop it in the chat if you can think of a target right now that you're aiming for. And again, it could be performance, health, and the last is relationships. Is there a relationship that you would like to be more beautiful, more connected, more fulfilling? Is there a relationship that you know could be better than what it is right now? And maybe you think it couldn't. It feels really hard for that to shift. Maybe it's somebody at work. Maybe it's someone in your family. So it could be a relationship thing that you want to improve. I remember I was working with a teenager, and at the end of our sessions together, the mother said, "Thank you for giving me back my teen. We actually communicate now." He'd been very shut down in anxiety and stress for like a year. And when we got rid of that for him, they actually could have beautiful talks together and communication. So what is possible for you there? Those are targets too. So once you've identified targets, we move to step 2, which are triggers. Triggers are figuring out what makes you feel these emotions: angry, anxious, annoyed, ashamed, any kind of arguing, so getting argumentative about something, and anytime you feel a little shaky in your environment. And Christopher says, so I'm in my mid-20s and I'm asking the biggest question for myself. It's been a goal for me to find out what I actually want like in life. Oh, that's great. That's really diving into targets. And, a lot of people come to me not knowing what they want to do in life, because the stress of our lives can actually shut us down from future pacing or even thinking about what might be possible for us. It also shuts down the thoughts that we even have anything of value to give. So that's really great. I'm glad you said that. And Lori said, calm exhilarance during all performance situations. I just watched Lori in a concert last week, so I totally get what she's talking about here, because little things can happen in performance. And how do you stay in that beautiful energy connected to your audience, which is something Lori, is a professional musician and composer, does very well. So I'm going to drop you into breakout groups for a moment here. And because I really want you to meet someone. So let's see, how many people do we have on here? We have 10. Okay, I'm going to assign 5 breakout rooms. Oh, Laurel just came in here. So let's go ahead and do 5 breakout rooms. And I just want to give you a moment to share with someone either one of your targets or what makes you feel one of those A emotions: angry, anxious, annoyed, ashamed. So now I'm going to go ahead and do 6 here. Let's see what happens. And we'll let everybody in. So here we go. So we're in a little bit of a breakout room here. I'm just making sure everybody's in there. And if you're watching the recording, what we're doing is identifying targets and triggers. What's something you want to have happen and what might be stopping you for that, or what makes you feel angry or annoyed, anxious or afraid. Some people are not joining. So yeah, Lori, I see that. Anxious or afraid, annoyed. What are my other A's? Ashamed, argumentative. So what are those things that are happening for you? What causes you to trigger fight or flight? So I had a few people who didn't join in their things. So I'm going to go ahead and close out the rooms and bring everybody back. JB's joined us. Nice to see you here, JB. Mandy, I'm glad you got in. I see your message over here. Few seconds till we come back in. Okay, and everybody's going to be coming back in. There we come. Okay, so some people didn't fall into their breakout rooms. Either they're not on camera right now, or they didn't want you to be seen, see them. So no problem, but I hope it was helpful for you if you didn't have someone drop in, that you actually took a moment to think about what one of your targets and one of your triggers might be. So triggers can be so small, things like something out of place that you want put away and it annoys you that it's still out. It could be something not working in your house, like the toilet running or anything like that. It could be the smallest of things. And then there are the bigger things, the things that really gnaw on you, the things that keep you up at night. In fact, that's another great way to identify a trigger, is what keeps you up at night. So if there's something keeping you up at night, if you have a performance coming up or a big meeting at work or an unexpected thing that you have to do in the next day, and it's just keeping you up at night, that's something to note. Those are triggers. And once you can identify a trigger, then we can move to step 3. So we've got our targets. You've identified some triggers, some things that might be preventing you from moving, even some limiting beliefs in your head that are preventing you from having the health you want, from having the career you want. Those are triggers too, because they keep you locked in fight or flight. So step 3 are tools and the 10-second solution. So from a resting heart rate, you have about 10 seconds before all the mechanisms in your brain tell your heart rate to charge up and tell your adrenal glands to release the first flood of stress hormones called catecholamines. Adrenaline is the big one, so you can think of it as adrenaline, but it is a cocktail. I like to say you're now under the influence. And here's the deal. When this flood of hormones goes out, hours later, a second flood is going to go out to fix the damage the first flood does, because it does a ton of damage to us. Second flood also has a ton of side effects, including keeping you up at night. It's your wake-up drug, and making you feel anxious for no reason. So if you've been locked in a lot of anxiety, or you know someone who is, your biology is actually fueling that anxiety. It's changing your psychology. So when you can get let's see, let's make sure everybody's muted. So when you can get an idea about what is happening, you can really stop those stress hormones from going out. And then half of that anxiety that you feel is actually going to start to go away pretty quickly. So that's what's really impactful about this method that I've created. So in that 10-second window, what can you do to prevent the release of the hormones? I teach people over 40 things in my course. It's because everyone is so unique. But I want to give you just a couple right here. And one is this rather silly thing I have people do. I call it the celebration Ferris wheel. And I call it that on purpose because, first of all, if you notice a trigger, even if it's something that's making you feel angry, I want you to celebrate because you just noticed something that's been impacting you probably for a while. So when you notice one of these triggers, one of these things that cause you to feel tightness, tension, or overexcitement, any of that, what I want you to do is pretend there's a little Ferris wheel in front of your face and just push up like this and get the wheel spinning. I created this from the book Good to Great by Jim Collins, where he says you need to celebrate incremental gains. I'm having you celebrate even if you feel like you're losing. I'm having you celebrate even if you're feeling a ton of tension because someone's just said something to you. I want you to celebrate because every time you push this Ferris wheel, you actually give yourself quality life. And the spinning is a metaphor for the quality life of what's happening in your world. So when you push up like this, it's also very silly. You will smile. When you smile, you keep a chemical, a neurotransmitter called dopamine flowing in your brain. Dopamine is one of your feel-good drugs, but it also is a neurotransmitter that allows your entire cortex and hippocampus to work properly. So when you release this little bit of dopamine, not a huge flood, but just a little with this little smile, you actually keep the lights on in here. So you can choose your response instead of overreacting to the situation. So if there's something out of place that you wish was put away and you overreact to that, and with these stress hormones, that's definitely an overreaction. If you can prevent the release of the hormones, you're going to have a much better way of dealing with that issue, even though it's very small, but even with your bigger issues too. So we push up like this, which is funny. So I hope you'll do it with me. Just push up in the air and now come down with your arms out to the sides. And it's just going to open up this space for you. It also helps your posture get up. If you leave your ribs in the position when you push up, keep your ribs where they are, and you'll notice you're up and over. Your energy is now more up rather than sinking down. It's like you can deal with the problem so much more effectively and efficiently if you can see it. So you're not falling down into the muck. I used to say that to my violin students. Keep up, stay up, because if they make a mistake, they go, oh crap, and their energy dives down. We want to keep your energy in a great space where you can actually choose your response. And that creates a completely different outcome in that very situation because your behavior massively changes. When we go into fight or flight, we can become very bossy. You can even bully people. Or you may go into breakdown and you feel really like, I will have clients say, I feel like my brain is broken, like it's not working right. It's not working right in fight or flight. You're right. You forget things. You forget people you just met. You forget a speaker that you just heard 5 minutes later. And it's not because you're stupid. It's because in fight or flight, we can't remember things very well. When you break the stress cycle, your memory improves so much. It blows my mind how much even this old brain can remember what I used to forget a lot. So that's very, very powerful when you're moving into performance, moving into your workspace and doing work where you can remember people's names and you have a much more productive day because you're not having to look things up or trying to jog your memory about something. So this Ferris wheel, it's very silly, but a gross motor motion is one of the only ways an adult brain can create new neural pathways very quickly. So it's one of the fastest ways you can change a habit. And the thing about most of our triggers, most of the things we trigger over, these are habits of reactions that aren't just built in our lifetime, but they're generations old. We imitated other people. So that's why we have these habits that have locked us in the stress response. If you're a male here today, it's going to take your body up to 9 hours before the cells can get all the stress hormones dissipated out and you're technically back to normal. But for females, it's an up to 24-hour cycle. I call this the stress cycle. That's way too long. It's way too long for us to be messing up ourselves, messing up our ability to think. So when you break the stress cycle with the pressure-free method, you're literally giving yourself quality life and quality abilities. Then you can really future pace. You can think about the future and you can make things happen. I see that our first speaker today is on. So at the end today, I will be dropping a link for my free gift to you. And Alexandra, if you could go ahead and just in the chat here, drop a link to your free gift, your way of connecting to our audience today. And then we're going to bring you out. You can come out on camera and unmute yourself, and we will get going with our first speaker today. I'm so glad everybody's here. And for those of you watching the recording, I'm so glad that you are here with us today to learn from all these great speakers. So our first speaker today is Alexandra. And ask her to unmute.
Yes, I'll be there in a second.
Beautiful. Take your time. So I hope that was helpful. Targets, triggers, tools, just really simple steps to start breaking the stress response. And here she is. So she's dropped her link. Thanks. I'm so glad you're here. And you're coming to us from where today?
I'm currently in Serbia.
Serbia.
Yeah, but I live between Serbia and the Netherlands.
That's wonderful. Well, thank you so much for being here. I want you to introduce yourself to our audience today, and then really just dig in, share with everyone what is really some of your best tips and tools for how people can step into really experiencing a better life on different levels. And you've just got some really wonderful material. So yes. Tell us who you are and what you do and share today.
Thank you, Elle. Thank you for this opportunity, and thank you for organizing actually this conference. I think it's very important topic, and hopefully we can share a lot of tips for our audience to live a better life and perform better. My name is Alexandra Plazinich. I'm an executive communications coach, and I hold a PhD in communications. I help mostly professionals to overcome fear of public speaking, effectively communicate, present themselves, and as well boost their self-confidence. And of course, with this fear of public speaking, there is a lot of anxiety and a lot of, let's say, other stress factors and triggers that comes in. And as well, like to overcome a fear, you have to as well work on advancing your skills and as well to perform better at work or within your audience, whether it's small one or a big one. And I use actually a very holistic approach. I think that is important to focus on different dimensions. So I like to call it mind, emotions, body. And I was popping in once you were explaining a bit about what can we do with our bodies to feel better, to overcome stress. And I think it's a very important factor to reduce our stress and as well to advance our performance. What I love is the power woman pose. So this is my favorite. And now we're sitting, so maybe it's a little bit difficult to show, but you can always do it before any, let's say, major event where you have to feel energetic and self-confident. And it's very simple because it lasts like for 2 minutes. So just take the power pose, power woman pose, where you put your arms on your hips and you have a little bit of legs apart. Yes, we can do it, and just look a little bit up. So maybe like in degree of 20%, looking up. And this is something that triggers actually our self-confidence. We feel better, we feel more self-confident, we feel more energetic. And as well, by looking up, we are bringing our mind into alpha state, which can give us a very very good room actually for our performance, and as well picturing our goals and visualizing. That is as well a relaxed state, but state that is more energetic, that we can actually act from. So not let's say not a passive, passive meditation, but more like a dynamic state where we're more clear, and we can really prepare ourselves for the performance. And of course, what you said, the smile, I always love that. Because this is something very simple that we can always do. Whether we feel like it or not, our brain actually, and our body and our emotions are connected with embodied cognition. So once we smile, we're sending actually signals to our mind that everything is okay, and that we're in a good mood, and then those signals are sent back to the other parts of our body, and actually we're starting to feel better. And so it's not even if we put a fake smile, that is absolutely okay. But what I love about smiling is as well that research say that if you smile, then it's very hard, like if you smile at the other people or at your audience, actually it's very hard for them not to smile back to you. So more than 50% of people will smile back. And actually it's very hard to frown if you see other person smiling. So even if you don't get a response with a smile, at least nobody will frown, and you will definitely lift other people's mood. And so it's very mutual relationship.
I'm thinking of something right now, and this is not just for like our public life, but a lot of times we come home and we have a frown on our face. And so how can you use that in your home too? Some people are so exhausted and tired from work, and they look at their children and they're in this frowny face, and it's like, it's important at home too. Just
exactly. Yeah, I agree. In any group that you're part of, or if you have other people as well to relate to, even if you don't, I mean, we always have the relationship with ourselves, and we're always in some kind of a context. So it's a great tool, and I like very simple, effective tools. This is what we're trying to share today.
Yes.
The other part is as well our mind, what we can do with our mind, what we can say to ourselves. And because our self-talk is really important. We spend most of our times, let's say, in our head talking to ourselves. And I'm sure that everybody heard of the positive affirmations. And this is giving instructions to your brain, actually changing the habit. And I think it's better to be your best friend than your worst enemy, because it's really important how we talk to ourselves. Usually people are not aware of the self-talk because they picked it up somewhere. They picked up the lines they've heard in their childhood, or maybe from their parents, or maybe from their co-workers. And with of course, with the, let's say, negative, not affirmative statements, we have this more density of emotions. So the negative, let's say, emotions have more density. That's why we feel it more, we remember it more than the positive ones. And sometimes people have these lines and these sentences in their head for years, which are not theirs. This is not what they came up. Maybe it's some kind of a critique that came from their teacher in the second grade, and you keep, let's say, saying that to yourself. That is not effective. That will not help you feeling better or boosting your performance. So instead of that, it's really important to be aware of who exactly said those sentences. Where did that come from? And just remember that you're the only one who can actually say things to yourself, and that it's better to be uplifting and more advancing for your life. There are 3 sentences that I want to share before that you can use before any performance, or just to boost your mood and boost your success. The first one is, I'm glad I'm here. The second one is to your audience, I'm glad you are here. And the third one is for everybody that, let's say, doubting their knowledge or their expertise, is reminding yourself and saying, I know that I know. So I know that I know, meaning that I'm aware of my expertise, of my knowledge, of my skills. And those are very short, very effective instructions that we're giving to our mind. That is, of course, very much transmitted in our body and our emotions. And as the effect, we have better performance.
I love
So
it.
I hope that.
Can you say those three one more time? They're powerful.
Yes. So it is, I'm glad I'm here. I'm glad you are here. And I know that I know. I think this is very effective. What I've heard from my clients is to use it, let's say, before a job interview, because it can be a very stressful event where you have to show your skills and your experience. And by giving this sentence to your brain, I'm glad I'm here, that means I chose to be here and I'm glad that I will share my story, my experiences. I'm glad you're here, meaning that you really have, let's say, building a connection with your interviewers or with your audience. And then the last one is that you're sure of your experience and that you're giving, let's say, permission to your mind to supply you with everything that you need for that event.
Beautiful. I love it.
Thank you. Of course, the third, let's say, factor in this whole picture are emotions, and what kind of emotions we produce, and what kind of emotions do we come to a certain situation. Because as well, you talked about flight or fight part, and it would be better if we can come to rest and digest. Of course, it's more relaxed, but at the same time, it's important that we kind of boost our emotions before event, before a situation that we want to. And what I like to think about is actually for everybody, like to ask themselves a question: what kind of emotions I want to project to my audience, or in what emotional state I want to be in that situation. Because what happens, for instance, if you want to project your energy to other people, if you want to make an impact or even persuade, you can only do it from the emotional level, because we're very connected. The more you're connected to other people on the emotional level and having this emotional sync, then this connection is stronger. So it's more emotional than actually mental. And imagine if you want to project and say, oh, I want you to be very peaceful today and stress-free, and you have to project that. I think you're a great example, Al, because you're very, very calm and very in that kind of state today that is important for us to really show us everything that is pressure-free and stress relief techniques. Because imagine if you were stressed out and then you start talking like, oh, okay, now you do this. It's like, it's very, very hard that people will actually benefit from your tips or tricks or anything that you're sharing. So if you want to, let's say, motivate your audience, you have to be in a state of motivation. If you want to inspire your audience, you have to be inspired. So it's a lot of work before let's say we interact to other people. It's a lot of work that we have to do and prepare ourselves so that we can have the performance that we want. I mean, imagine if I say, okay, I really want you to be motivated today. And I come and say, hi, I'm a motivational speaker. I will motivate you, and you will be, yeah. It just it doesn't work, right?
Yeah, yeah, that's
So
great. It's reminding me too that personality plays such a role. One of my sons had a kindergarten teacher that never raised her voice. Her voice was very soft. She was very open and connected, and her students, like it was a magical room. The way
wow.
that she worked in that room was purely magical. And so you can be really strong, and like how you play with that. You're opening this up for me,
Mm.
like how we play. What is it that we want the audience to feel? It's really beautiful. I love it. And so she wanted her students to feel like they could achieve, that
Mm.
they could, that there was, it was so cool. We went in to help a few times, both my husband and me, and we were always came away like, what a teacher, amazing, you know.
That's wonderful,
Hmm.
because she really shared her emotions. I mean, the personality as well. She matched with the whole experience that she wanted for her students, and that is important.
Hmm.
As well, I think it's important how you feel at that point. How do you want others to feel? And when it comes to performance and, let's say, public speaking or interview, is really think about what kind of emotional state and what kind of emotional experience is in that situation. And as well, compare it what kind of emotional experience you want to create, so for yourself and for your audience and for your community or group of people, because this is the atmosphere that everything will happen. So if it's, let's say, atmosphere of trust or calmness, or you want it to be more energetic, or you have to really think about this experience, and first boost yourself to that kind of emotion, and then you will project definitely more to your audience.
I love it. It's beautiful. Beautiful. Do you have any more tips for us, or can we open up for questions and answers too?
Yes, you can ask the questions. That is okay.
Okay,
I
sure.
think I shared the most important ones when it comes to mind, emotions, and body. So this is, let's say, the trio method that I really like.
I love it. And I sure within each one of those, you just go so deeply when you're working with your clients to help them really
Absolutely.
understand that. And so for anyone who's new here, take a look in the chat and you'll see Alexandra's got a link for us here. And then feel free to come out and unmute yourself and ask a question. Put yourself on camera if you like, or drop it in the chat here and I will pass it to her. And to get it started, what are there things that people often ask you? Like, what are some of the hot questions that people ask you, Alexandra?
Well, it's always like, what is the most effective trick? What is, some method that you can use quickly and that works quickly? So this is the main one. And usually what I share is definitely put yourself in the power woman position, or if you can't, just straight up, like, look up, stay there for a couple of minutes, and then you will feel better. You will perform better as well. Smile. That is the very very easy one. And the easiest one that I found that people like is that I shared that they should chew a chewing gum before major events to have this stress relief.
Oh, tell me about that. That's interesting.
Yeah, because usually we're stressed in the jaw area, so we kind of clench our teeth, and it's something maybe that we do we're not aware of it. And what happens if you have to talk, then this area in your mouth is very clenched and you cannot even project the voice. So the easiest way is you pop a gum and you start chewing it. What happens as well, because of this connection that we have with our minds and body, that put us actually in the state of rest and digest. because there our mind is tricked that we're actually eating, or that we're having a meal, and we're not in the stretch situation, or that we have to perform or do something. So this is very, very easy one. And it helps you really project your voice more. It relaxes your muscles around your face. Yeah, you can really try it for really a minute or two before you before any stressful situation that
And
you're
then I
into.
assume you get rid of the gum before you step on the stage, right?
Yes, that would be that would be preferable. Of course, it depends on the context, I believe,
Sure.
maybe if it's a more relaxed atmosphere, and maybe that is acceptable as well to have gum in your mouth.
It's so funny. I grew up with very, very strict violin teachers, so we could never chew gum. We could never have fingernail polish. Like I still today, it's very hard for me to put polish on my nails because that was not allowed.
Wow.
Like these strict things, right?
Right.
Very strict. And so the gum thing that's an interesting trick that I didn't know. I love it. And so it actually makes your brain think that you are
You're eating.
You're eating.
Yeah.
Oh, that is really cool. So questions, anyone? This is our chance to talk with Alexandra. Feel free to come in. Don't be shy. Leela, do you have a question? I'm sure you can think of something here.
I never heard the gum thing. I don't have any gum here, so I just was practicing. And that's really fun. And it totally makes sense. I really love, that you said, it's so cool because I was really feeling into what to present today and what I usually present. I was like, I don't think it's right. And I know why now, based upon what you said. I'm going to segue into that. When you said the emotional is the key.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
I love that. And I think there's a lot of value in that. Yeah, especially, that feeling stuff, we can really do a lot with it. So I appreciate that share.
Thank you. Thank you for feedback.
I'm just letting one of our speakers know where we are. Let's see, any other questions here? Love questions. Go ahead.
If there are no questions, I wanted to share as well, even though a lot of people are asking for, let's say, effective, quick tips and tricks. Those are effective, of course, but sometimes they cannot really replace like the deeper work. And let's say if you're having fear around public speaking because of the, let's say, some past event or trauma, then quick tips can help you to a certain level. And I think a lot of people are kind of misinterpreting that. Of course, we want to have something that is quicker and it's less painful. Okay, just give me, let's say, the gum, and then it will be fine. But then if that doesn't work, then you really have to dig deeper and see what is behind the anxiety, what is behind the fear and stress. So I wanted to share that because I think it's really important.
Yeah, in fact, I was working with public speaking and talking about how, and performance too, it's usually because there's someone in the room. So you might be fine for this particular audience, but then you drop this one person into that room and then something happens to you. Like that's when you start to get nervous. So you're absolutely fine with this group, but now we put this in. Maybe it's someone who has authority over you, or someone you're trying to impress, or you're afraid that if you don't perform well, you might lose your job, or we can build up stories in our mind, right?
Exactly. Yeah. A lot of my clients actually have exactly that kind of situation. Like I can perform in front of 50 people, that is fine. But once my boss is there, it's a different story.
Yeah, I see that a lot. And I've worked with teachers before who are like, they're fine with a group of students, but you put a parent in the room. And
as well.
Can't do it, And the same thing with performance. Like we perform as professional musicians all the time, but sometimes we'll be in a situation and that one person will come in the room. It's like, oh, they're here. So now.
Exactly, yeah. Yeah, it changes the dynamics and
It does.
inside
It
this
change the whole
experience.
energy. It can hold, if a boss comes in, it can change the whole energy of the room.
Absolutely.
Because
I've
not
seen
only,
that,
yeah, you might not be the only one reacting, like other audience members might be reacting too to that. I have seen that happen, you know, and suddenly there's a very big change. So Sharon says, that's me with persons in authority.
Okay.
Sharon's
Yeah, because I think like as well, a lot of things are triggered with that. I've seen in my clients, then their imposter syndrome kind of wakes up. Criticism, perfection, all of it. And this is as well the deeper work that we focus on. Actually, that one first, and then we do a lot of behavioral level methods and how to change it.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Yeah, so thank you for giving us this very simple way to begin here. And to dive deeper with Alexandra, you can go for her free gift here, and Sharon also writes, it's insecurity and perfectionism. Yeah, absolutely.
Exactly.
Absolutely. Yeah, sometimes we just have to do it a little messy. And really, you know, I think we've become more of a perfectionist society in the past 20 years too, in some ways. I think it's been very social media, with the advent of social media. There's a lot of
for sure
that way. So I look back at concerts and situations of really great artists, and it was so much more relaxed and there wasn't this perfectionism like we have today. Really,
there's pressure.
Well,
Exactly.
Thank you so much. I'm so glad we are connected. And
you're welcome.
Yeah,
thank you for inviting me and for this opportunity.
It's great. It's really great. And I just think it's amazing we can have a virtual conference and have someone from Serbia coming in and coaching us. So thank you so much. Our next speaker is in the house already, and that is Leela Veronica. And to introduce her, let's see, let me change my view here so we make sure we get her on here. Gosh, so Leela and I met several years ago, and I don't know, you want to tell the story? You can tell the story today.
Yes, ma'am. I got slides ready for that story, baby. All right. Elle, thank you. I just want everybody in the chat, or if you want to come on live, I always say give sparkle fingers. If you want to come on camera, give sparkle fingers. And if not, just give a high five and say hurrah. If anybody knows what Elle's doing in the world, I believe that she is a key component of massive world peace of self and peace between entities, we'll say, of sorts, organizations, governments, parents, children, marriages, everything. What she teaches, you know, we hear in a lot of communities about living in love or living in fear. This is biology, friends. And if you have not stepped in and learned about the pressure-free method yet, I want to tell you a little bit about my story with it, just real quick. In 2017, I met her. I've been a high performer my entire life. I'm not going to tell you all the things. I've had letters behind my names, certifications, dedications, accreditations, all the things. And what I would say, it doesn't matter if you're not happy. If you don't enjoy it and you're breaking your body down every day, all day because of the stress hormones, none of the high performing actually matters. At some point, you get to this like existential crisis. You're like, what am I doing? It doesn't even feel good. Why am I even here? You know, I left everything. I had an eat, pray, love moment, as my brother said, back in 2013. I started a new life, started a new business, and I was back again at the point of go, stress. I'd find myself crying on the kitchen floor, crying on the bathroom floor, crying in my bed about just all the overwhelming things as I was starting a business. And I met Elle, it will be 5 years this summer. And when I learned from her how to get out of the stress hormones, I was able to go well over 6 figures, and I have every year since. I have been able to maintain my health and actually improve it over time. especially my mental and emotional health. You know, I tapped into my physical health, the financial, but the financial and the physical weren't working as well because my body was continuing to have to recover from stress hormones. And so the way that I grew up, I was probably in stress hormones for the first 38 years of my life, 38 years of my life. And it kind of hurts me to even say that. Oh, I think I need a spotlight this. I just realized.
You're good here.
No spotlight this. So for the first 38 years, I was in a stress hormone cycle. And then when I was out of it, I was like, oh my God, this is like living heaven on earth that people talk about. It's like, whoa. And it's this knowingness within me that I knew something different was possible, but I just was like striving and doing and doing and doing. And what's neat is that I've learned since meeting Elle, working with Elle, and now I'm in her certification program, is that when you don't have these chemicals in your body, we're basically drugging ourselves with stress hormones. When we don't have that in our body, it's so much easier to connect with others. It's so much easier to say yes to more, create more. And it's so much easier to trust in something beyond yourself. You have this willingness to step forward, even when you don't know, because you're not scared. A lot of the world right now is scared, right? Like we all know that, we've all seen that. And I don't like it. This is a solution. So I'm not going to preach more and more and more about it. I could step up on the pulpit for 12 more hours about it. Take care of your body, learn the pressure-free method. There's so many tools and resources for you. And what you'll do is test it out at least and see what happens with your results, your performance. You are your own, best data set. So test it out and see what's possible. My entire life has changed because of the pressure-free method. I'm going to talk today a little bit about how to embody the results you want to offer in the world. A lot of people here are entrepreneurs or high performers because of this conference. And usually I'll talk about presence and posture and some things. And it was so neat to hear the first speaker, speak about the importance of posture, right? And presence and your energy. So what we're going to do today is we're going to dive into how to do that. And I'm going to give you a little experience to do it that's special for you, customized to you. Okay. So let me dive in. I'm going to share some slides here. And before I pull this up, I want to ask you and put it in the chat or think about it. And I want you to think about, what are the results you offer? What is it that it might just be love. I want to show up in love every day. Or I want to show up in, like for me, I want to show up and show you that you can be healthy and wealthy and happy, right? All of that. So it's my job. If I'm not healthy, wealthy, happy, I'm out of alignment. That's my job. So what is it that you need to live more, right? That's what you offer. I'm going to show you how to do it today, but really think about what is it that you want in terms of the way you show up with people and what they get from it, right? Some sort of results. This will be really fun to hear. Okay. So we're going to talk about how to embody the value you offer. Elle and I both study under a gentleman named Dr. John DeMartini. And he talks about the fact that we all have different values. So what I value, what you value, and everybody else today that's here is different. So how do you know what you value? It's what you spend your time on. Time and value are directly related. Super simple. Whatever you spend time on is what you value. If you value something and you don't spend time on it, you really don't value it. Maybe you want to just spend some more time with it, okay? So how to embody what you value. So what do you value? I value serving. I wake up and think, how can I help people? I'm wired that way. I have been most of my life that I can remember, all the life that I can remember. I want to cheer people on and help people. And I want to get smarter along the way because I love learning. I love playing, all of this. So I spend a lot of time helping people. I spend a lot of time learning, and I spend a lot of time playing. And that is the value that I offer. Now, I could go a little bit deeper, and we will here in a moment. Elle said, I want people to experience their full potential with less stress. Yes, if you don't have stress in your body, you will experience your full potential. Beautiful. People deserve that, as Elle says. You deserve a beautiful life. You deserve a beautiful life, Elle Ingalls. And Sharon said, to stop being depleted and defeated and maximize their potential. Look at that. We got 2 potential peeps here. Woo, woo. I love this. Yes, we know that we're capable of more. And we're overdoing and overthinking. So we're going to talk about it today more and more and more about how to not do that and just reach your potential faster with ease. And to recharge and reset their lives. I love that, Sharon. All right, let's keep going. So here, I just want to say I've worked with Elle. I learned from her the pressure-free method. I'm so grateful, still going deeper and deeper, deeper with the methodology and with sharing it. When I met Elle, we met in a mastermind group and we became accountability partners. I asked her first and she said, I already have one. I said, I don't care. I want you every day. And she said, this crazy lady, but I want your posture. It's a deeper story, but that's the short and sweet of it. So we worked together on, actually, we went live. We were daring. We were doing live videos, and this was 2017. And I taught her posture on video in front of people live. She taught me pressure-free on video in front of people live. It's very vulnerable. Put your body on there, to put your emotions on there on the internet, like, hey guys, here's all my stuff, and I'm changing. We did this 4 days a week for 5 months, and it entirely changed our life. It took me 6 months to have my first pressure-free day, but when I did, it feels like heaven on earth versus anxious hamster wheel. And then Elle, this is just what she said. Before working with Leela, my posture was a distraction from my mission. She is a lifelong violinist, so the violin, any instrument people, anything you do repetitive will change your posture. She said, Leela helped me create a body that's meant to do more. And look at her. Now, I'm not taking credit by any means, but I would say that if you were to see this woman in person, if you haven't seen her, she's livelier than a 10-year, than a lot of 10-year-olds I see. She can jump and hop and do all sorts of stuff. And I'm very grateful to have worked with somebody to share what I love, the body piece, with somebody who's willing to do it and said, oh my God, I see the value, and I can see in you what's possible for me. And so she saw in me that I have posture that she was interested in. And I saw in her, she has peace that I'm interested in. And so we've been friends. We've done retreats together. We have done events together. We continue to help people side by side because we believe in the possibility of, like that bottom middle picture is, we both have been cheering people on since the get-go. We believe in humanity, the goodness, the potential, right? The possibility. And we're willing to show up no matter what, and we do it together, over and over and over. And so I just want to say I'm grateful, because when you take care of your body, you take care of your peace and your mind, anything's possible, honest. So let's talk a little bit about embodiment. What does it even mean to embody something? Well, it's really about this whole physical stuff, the feeling state stuff, just like our first speaker, Alexandra, was saying, is that we need to feel things. I'm going to show you how in a little bit. You need to feel what you want to feel, and I need to feel what I want to feel. It's going to be a little different. I'll show you why. The character traits, the person you want to be. Who is it that you want to express? So from the inside, express out. In the physical form, in this flesh suit, this body thing, what is it you want to be? The change in the world. You really want to feel that. Like I want to be trustworthy. I want to be, people feel I'm high integrity. I want to feel that people know that I'm going to be super real and bold, but loving. And so I embody that. I'm very truthful the way I think and say things, but I'm also loving and supportive. And I don't really judge people for what they think or say. And when I do, I will say what I do sometimes. When I do, I catch it. I'm like, oh, I'm being off. And if I don't, Elle will. She'll catch me too. So I got a good friend there. trust, energy, great energy. I always, when I hear people, when I speak, people are like, I love your energy. We can see a lot of things that are down and out right now. So what if we just like shifted that energy to be the person that's not that, opposite of what's going on and we don't like? They're so sweet, they're so kind, they're so powerful, they're so strong, there's all these traits. Well, what you want to think about is you want to embody that which you're offering in the world. So what ideas, what qualities, what feelings do you want to embody? If you want to put it in the chat, go ahead. I would offer Elle embodies love and peace and focus on mission. And I could go on and on and on. But what would be something for you that you would want to say, feel in your body so that people would feel you? Here's a few reasons why I highly, highly, highly recommend doing this. This is the piece that most people are missing. They're doing the thinking, they're doing the mindset, and it's still not working. So if you have been at any point in personal development, growing yourself, reading books, anything you want to improve yourself, and you've been doing mindset and affirmations and things like that, and you're still quite not there, practice this. Try it out, see what happens. I'm gonna tell you right now, there's a lot of power in your feeling state in your body. It's written all over in all the wisdom tradition texts and all the business manifestation books and everything. It's everywhere, and somehow, some way, it's not integrated and implemented as much as we could. Now, how do I know that? I'm one of them. I'm a high intellectual person. I used to be in academia. I love to learn. I love to think. I love to contemplate, create systems, and collect data, and all of the thinking. And it will wear you out. It was worn me out. It will push people away. I've pushed people away. If I can just live that which people want, it's so much easier than having to think about things. The right words come from the heart. The maybe right words come from the head. It's harder to connect from the head than the heart. So that's why I'm saying, please practice this. And it's going to be super fun. We're going to take you through a process in a moment. You're going to love it. So 5 benefits of doing this. Number 1, you can be seen as the go-to person, whether it be the go-to person in your community for the best apple pie in the neighborhood, or, whether it be the go-to person in your career. Like if you know somebody who's stressed, I hope you know to send them to Elle. Right? Like it's so clear. She's like the missing piece if nothing else is working. If they're doing all the things and it's not working, go to her. Attract opportunities instead of chasing them. Right? So I have a great business and I have a lot of people that come to me. I do show up, but I don't chase people. They feel that I'm not at all attached to the outcome. I trust in my body that I'll get exactly what I want. And I say it all the time. I'm like, I get what I want. I get everything I want. Don't I, Elle?
Yes, you do.
Everything I want. And she tells me, she reminds me if I forget to, by the way. You can charge more. Well, whether that mean a number in terms of dollars and cents, or it might be just a higher value, a community of people or connections. You can just feel higher value and really own it. And that will be the way that you can attract higher value people. Now, I call high value not really around the numbers. High value to me is this: people who value what you have to offer, people that are grateful. And they're like, like Elle, she values what I have. I value what she has, right? High value connection here. So it's not about the numbers, it's about the value, but you can charge more if you feel that value. It's beautiful. The work is more impactful. So when you live it, when you're being it, they will transform faster. They can be it and live it. If you're trying to figure it out and tell them, they're like, huh? They don't get it. I have many clients who say things like, you bridge timelines, or I just need to be around you so I can vibrate at your level or something. I'm just feeling a certain way. And they're like, wow. They love being around me. It's sometimes when people are around me, it's like one coaching session is like, 1 hour with me in person is like 10. online sometimes, right? So that energetic transfer, I know it might sound weird, but we all know it. When you're around somebody who's enjoyable or not, you're like, whoa, or, So the ability for you to transform people's lives and give them results is all about how you show up in your body. And I'll help you in a second, the how we're going to experience it together. You feel in alignment with your highest self. When you're thinking and trying to figure out and on the hamster wheel, let's just be honest, it doesn't feel good. It doesn't really feel like you. Like, what is that? So learning how to embody the value you offer and not any of that like diminishing thoughts or just figuring out running thoughts, you'll feel more like you. When you feel more like you're very grounded and approachable and open. And it's easy to flow through life and do your work and get paid for what you'd, do and all of that. It's more, you're just really more in alignment with your true self. And you don't have to figure it out. You can live you and receive the value that you're meant to offer in this world. You're born, you're doing stuff. And if you're trying to figure out your purpose, I love there was a coach that we were both, we're both connected to. And she said, your purpose is what you're good at right now. And I really loved that because if you feel good at something, it's easier to do. If you feel good at something, it's actually easier to pull people in too. They can feel that you feel good and they're like, I have no idea what it is, but I want part of it, right? So that's what I want for everybody today in terms of if you're here for, to elevate your performance, to get bigger results, use the body piece this year, commit to it as the missing piece, and then all the mindset stuff will fall into place. So let's do it. I know I keep saying we're going to do it. Let's do it together. I offer the opportunity, if you're sitting, if you've been sitting a while, kind of stand up and little stretch like an animal, you bend your knees and arms up. Maybe you have a 1985 lighter in your hand and you wave it like you just don't care. Woo-hoo. Soften your belly and relax. And then when you're ready, you sit back down on your hamstrings, your legs, not your butt. Don't tuck your butt under. See if you can sit back a little, down on your hamstrings, your legs, and then, stay open. If you can, close your eyes. If you trust me, and I'll guide you through, I'm going to guide you through a little process. I will have it up on the screen. It's a lot of words. My preference is that you don't look at it so it doesn't, kind of jiggle up the mind. But so close your eyes now if you want to, and just breathe in and breathe out. And I'm going to take you through a little process to really feel your value, to feel the value you're offering. Breathe in, breathe out, relax your belly, and feel your entire body right now. Feel your feet, your legs, your arms, your back, your hips, your belly, your ribs. Relax your armpits even. Your ears are soft and your hair softens away from your scalp. And if you're a man and you don't have hair, the whole scalp just softens. So take a moment and imagine working with somebody. Say it's a client or somebody you're helping. And feel yourself with that person now. And feel yourself breathing with this person that you're helping. Notice how they're breathing and notice how you're breathing with them. You're helping them. Notice how well you're doing, helping them. Now feel the other person, feeling how well you are helping them. Feel them now. Feel the feelings of your future clients. Notice your body and Stay with it for another moment. Breathe in, breathe out. Notice the feelings of your future clients, the future people in your life are going to help. How do they feel in the body? And when you're ready, gently blink your eyes open, put your arms up. Exhale, belly soft. And then we'll come back together. I want you to just remember this. We're going to share. This is really about connecting with the value you have to offer. Put it in the chat. I'll bring some people out in a moment. This is a key energy. This is a key emotion to capture right now for your future success, your results, your performance. You do not have to think or do so much, friends. You can be. I have some stories I can share more and more and more, but basically the more I help my clients align with what they want, feeling like this, faster it comes. This is manifestation or law of attraction, whatever you want to call it. Yes, there's mindset work, but you need to feel the feelings of what you are bringing to the world. And it's not that hard. We just did it together. Cool as that. You could do this all day, anytime. When you find yourself thinking, go down into your body and feel those people. What does that feel like? And they'll start to show up faster. Now you have to trust, you have to practice, have a willingness here, because if you've never done this, it might seem weird. I get it. Test it out. If you need help, I have some, ideas for you. I'll give you some ideas, but test it out. That's what we want to do in business anyways, is test it out. In life, test it out. If it doesn't work, do something different, right? See what happens and notice in your body. And we're gonna, bring some people out and see what you felt. If you want to know more about my body training, I am opening up a movement school later this year, and teaching teachers movement, teaching teachers how to teach movement, teaching teachers how to have six-figure businesses teaching movement. This training will tell you a little bit more about your body, gives you a 10-step system, and you'll get on my email list. I'll keep you posted about all the upcoming events and trainings on body and business. So I love to stay connected to you. I am gonna pause here and see the chat and see what came up. So we had Elsa, powerful to be with my clients, my family members. Be, yeah, powerful. So you showing up in power, right, is important everywhere. Helping me to show up differently. Love the awareness the exercise is creating. That's beautiful. Yeah, so I'm curious, would anybody like to share what you felt in your body? Like, what did that feel like? I'll give you an example. I have a client I worked with yesterday, and she's been struggling with some things. She got a new business and a property, and floods happened, and it's just been hard with the insurance company. So I've been helping her align her energy so she gets what she wants with the insurance company. And it's been working. And we did a session yesterday, and she wants to feel like a puppy. We got to a point, it took a little bit, but the feeling state was like, she wants to feel playful and puppy-like. So I said, well, let's get you being a puppy more often, right? Now, this might sound weird, but she's going to attract what she wants more easily in puppy state than in angry tiger state, right? So versus this, it's going to get her where she wants to go faster. So Chris said, the breathing helps me to connect to myself and feel more connected. You mentioned alignment, and that's what shows up for me. Yeah, beautiful. So bringing your body into more alignment more often of the day, you probably help people with alignment on something. And your job then is really just, can you be in alignment with your body even just a little bit more often? Or, and it'll build over time. And Elle said, love it. Puppy state. Yeah. So cool. Did you notice anything in your body, Elle?
Yeah, I felt more grounded. Like I felt a deeper, when you said, open deeply, And I also, it brought something to mind where I used to start my sessions with my clients, like almost every session, with us breathing together. And I went away from that. I don't know why. So it's like reinstituting that connection through breath, I think is really important. And so thank you for that. It's beautiful.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate you and everybody else here, and may everybody have a pressure-free day.
You know, there's something that Leela and I both have in common that we've been working on. And the thing is, you know, we're all works in progress. And one is that we both, because we're both academics, we both have been doing a lot in our lives. It's really easy to be know-it-alls. So we have noticed, and we help each other stop being know-it-alls and stop being judgmental. And I encourage you, as we're going through this day together, like when each new speaker comes up, just stay open, because they might drop a nugget for you that could be life altering. But if you're in that, I already know this mode, or I've heard this before, but you haven't heard Leela say it, you haven't heard Alexander say it. Next, we're going to hear from Chris, JB. Like, we haven't heard them say it, and they may bring something forward to you in a way that's like, oh, now it makes sense, because we need a lot of repetition for some things to land, right?
Yeah, I would love to add to that, if that'd be okay, because I'll share my, I'd say it's vulnerable, but I'm not, because I share all the time. It's not really, it's like, whatever, this is my thing. Elle knows it well. She's called me in, and thank God I have her. So I have know-it-all syndrome, in particular around world politics. Okay, and the reason I'm going to justify it for a moment, right? I understand it a little bit because I used to teach policy. And so I have all this background. So I've spent thousands and thousands of hours studying and reading and learning and witnessing. And so I think, because I've spent thousands and thousands of hours, I somehow know more than others. It's the one place where I feel the most kind of like know-it-all syndrome, right? It's like that, they show this and this, that. And I mean, she has seen me just about lose my marbles. And I'm okay with it, because it's humbling to recognize that I don't know. It's actually not my work in the world anymore. My work is to get, people's body and wealth in alignment. And so whatever is happening is not actually even my work. So why do I even care about knowing anyways, right? It doesn't matter. And so it's been fascinating. I'll say we all have our places where we're know-it-alls. We can be know-it-alls in general. We can be know-it-alls about like the way we cook our food, or, whatever the thing is. Like mine is politics. And I know with now, maybe other people feel that way too, but I just wanted to share that because it's kind of a modern, the last few years have been kind of, a little bit of a thing globally. And it's got me, I thought I was so pressure free, and then all the stuff happened and I was like, oh, I got to practice more. Thank you.
Yeah. I first really learned that lesson when I was in conducting seminar with a very wonderful conducting teacher. And we had one of the greatest artists in the world in with us from Great Britain. And he had a particular style of conducting that my colleagues and me in seminar, a few of my colleagues really did not like it. They were very judgmental. And when this amazing human left the room, our conducting professor just lit into us. And he said, you need to stay open. You have no idea where that exact technique might not be exactly what you need to get a certain effect. So he just lit into us and really had us, I guess the words, and I hear it from my own mentor all the time, just stay open. Stay open to the teaching, stay open to each person. You don't know what's going to drop and what's going to be very impactful for you. And we all come in different packages, and you might not like the fact that I'm not dyeing my hair these days. You might not like the fact that, like we come in different packages. And I do this because when I started having white hair very young, and I have one son who's 21, so people thought I was his grandmother. And the moms of his peers, they kind of were standoffish toward me I dyed my hair and suddenly they were friendly. It's very weird. So I play psychological little or sociological little experiments with hair color. It's very weird. So you don't know what might turn somebody off to your message, to you. And that's why I always encourage my clients, my students, just stay open, because something may be really impactful and you might learn something very cool. So don't let the messenger and the package be the thing that, prevents you from the deep dive. And I learned that in my 20s, and it served me pretty well. But Leela and I help each other because it's easy to fall back into some old patterns for sure. Leela, this has been phenomenal. Thank you so much. Thank you for all those pictures of us together. That just made me cry.
I love you.
A whirlwind of a relationship today. And now I'm bringing in someone who I have just met, Chris Westfall. Chris, thank you so much for being with us here today. And so I'm going to change my view. So Chris, I'm having each speaker just introduce yourself, share, what you do, how you do it, and then dive in and give us some of your golden gems. And I may come in because I get excited about something you say and want to learn more. So it's very organic here. No particular questions for me, really just your chance to share your expertise with us. And I'd love to know more about your book too. I'm going to drop the link in here when you get started. And so welcome, Chris.
Thank you so much. Can everybody hear me okay? Can you hear me okay, Al? Everything good? Terrific. Well, thank you so much for this opportunity to collaborate and share. And Al, I might start talking about music a little bit later. And when I do, I'm going to need your help. Okay. So I want to just set that expectation right up front. There's a saying, and I'm sure you've heard it before: speak of the devil and he shall appear. Now, I'm not going to conjure the devil in the next 30 minutes. That is not my intention. But sometimes when we speak of a thing into a conversation, we can discover it. We can access it. And so what I'd like to do, if you're open to it, is to speak of a few things that we can cover today in our conversation. And through this coverage, through this intention, you will come to understand, I hope, a little bit about my background, a little bit about my approach and the service that I provide. It may be something that's of service to you. It may not. But nevertheless, there's an opportunity for us today to discover how to make things easier. And if you think about it, everything in life can be made easier. Maybe not easy, right? Like running a multinational corporation. This is not easy. Being in a relationship, that's not easy. But there's a way to show up that makes things easier. And that's that place of peak performance. That's the place that we're speaking of today. And so I wish to speak of ease. I wish to speak in our conversation today of a way to make everything, and I know that's a bold statement, but everything in life easier, because easier, like hope, always exists. Now we say, oh, all hope is lost. No, it's never lost. We just don't know where to find it. We just don't know where to look. So let's look in this direction if you're open to it. And I'm just going to, if I can ask you, El, to give me the ability to share my screen.
Oh, yeah.
I'd love to share some PowerPoint slides that I think might help illustrate a few things here. So, all right, let me see if that will. There we go. I'm the co-host now.
You are.
Terrific. Thank you so much. A few years back, everybody, I was recognized as the U.S. National Elevator Pitch Champion. Now that title, I don't know whether it sounds kooky or impressive. People take it one of two different ways. But what it means is that I developed a way of communicating that has helped my clients to land on television shows like Shark Tank, Dragon's Den in Canada, and even Shark Tank Australia. And from this early recognition, I created a platform for coaching that really focused on leadership communication. But that platform has changed over the last few years. And in fact, with the pandemic, I discovered that what happened in the world of quarantine and all the things that we've been through, you know what they are, I don't need to say them. But I discovered a gift inside of the pandemic. And I'm going to share that gift with you today. I'm going to share my discoveries. And as you hear my words, my hope is that you will listen to discover something that you have not heard before. And as I share these ideas, I want to speak of the physics and engineering of making things easier. Physics, of course, is the way that things work. Engineering is the way that we make things work for you. So for my focus, and I work with a lot of really, really smart people who are a lot smarter than I am. So Elle, it's nice to be here. I feel like I'm home speaking with you. But here's the thing that I know. When we look at the way things work, smart people understand how to make things work for them. And if you're here, if you're listening to these words, you're looking for a way to make things easier. You're looking for a way to show up differently. In fact, you probably know that the way you show up is what's creating the world around you. So as I share today, what look to me to be principles like the law of gravity, right? The law of gravity works regardless of your personality type. You follow me? So what I want you to do is ask yourself a 3-word question as I share these ideas with you. And here are those 3 words. Is that true? I'm not going to point you towards data, numbers, and statistics. I'm going to point you towards your own experience. What is it that you know of peak performance? What is it that you know of that place when you show up at your best? And sometimes the principle that we need to tap into is simplicity. And this first principle, it's a principle of effective communication, but it works in all aspects of our life. And that is that the simplest message is the strongest. Ask yourself, is that true? Is the simplest message the strongest? But then ask yourself maybe another question. Why do our lives look like this all the time? I don't know if you can see this, Elle, but there's a typo right here. I don't know if you can see that, but you know what I'm saying? So many times we focus on the complexity of our lives. And does that make things more difficult or easier? George Eliot, the 19th century British writer, said, "What do we live for if not to make things less difficult for one another?" So let's look in the direction of what might be less difficult. I'm going to shift cameras real quick because I want to show you something right here. And I just want to say right up front, you're welcome for this exquisite drawing that I've done here. This is a self-portrait. It's from my blue period. But I want to share this with you because it makes an important point, and hopefully my microphone's not blocking me too much. But this is a picture of me. Yes, it's a picture of me. And when I have a lot of stuff on my mind, a lot of things on my mind. In fact, I have more and more ideas and thoughts and obligations and issues and concerns. When I have more and more on my mind, you know what it turns me into? A moron. Are you familiar with this? It's you're running around the house with your glasses on your head going, where are my glasses? Where are my glasses? I just can't find them. Have you been there? Do you know what I'm talking about? It's this world of obligations. And well, I'm not magic. I can't make obligations go away, but I can help you to show up differently in the face of your obligations, because easier always exists. There is a way to show up differently. And when we see that we can show up differently, that we are not our thoughts, we are different. The thinker is different than our thoughts. You're with me, Al. I can tell you're picking this up, right? But when we see that, what we can tap into is the lesson of having less on our minds. And the funny thing is, and this is going to sound crazy, so ask yourself, is this true? The funny thing is that the way thought works is that we don't have to manage this. We don't have to manage this. Why? Because thoughts are they're like waves. And a new thought is always on its way. And if that's true, again, ask yourself, is that true? Maybe that means that in this moment right now, there are some possibilities that you and I haven't thought of. Some possibilities that could be expansive, possibilities that could lead to opportunities, possibilities that allow us to see things in a new way, not just from a different camera, but to see things in a new way. And it's that fresh perspective that can take us from feeling like we are trapped with only one direction, one way to go, and we open up the conversation a little bit. And when the conversation opens up, what happens? We see new ways of doing things. And isn't it interesting that that's not a process we have to manage? That's part of the system that's built into our DNA. I'm talking about the way that thought works. It's not something to be managed. It's something to be understood. And when we have a deeper understanding of the way thought works, we can make things work for you in a new way. And it's from this place of understanding that I made an incredible pivot in my business when the pandemic started. And in fact, since well, it was March of 2020, I've written 5 books, 4 of them as a ghostwriter. And so I am a ghostwriter for an executive at a Fortune 100 company. And I wrote 4 books, and the last one was a Wall Street Journal bestseller for her. My 5th book that I wrote, it's called Easier. And that's what we're here talking about today. And I think Elle's going to leave the link in there so that you can find out more about this book. But the subtitle is 60 Ways to Make Your Work Life Work for You. It's a book that is unlike anything I've ever written before, because Easier, it's a fable. It's a business fable. It's written in the tradition of great books like The Go-Giver, The Goal, Who Moved My Cheese. There's a number of different business fables that are out there, all the work of Patrick Lencioni, if you're familiar with him. So inside this story, it is a dialogue, a conversation between a client and a coach. And the client is frustrated. The client has more on his mind. And so the client hires a coach to find out the next step in his career, because he's so frustrated, like millions of people all over the world right now. He's frustrated and he feels like he's not making an impact. And so he sits down with a coach to have a conversation about what's next. And what unfolds are circumstances that are far from easy. In fact, he encounters the most difficult circumstance you can imagine in someone's career. And from this difficulty and from this dialogue, they discover 60 ways to make things easier. And I'll be sharing some of those ways with you today as we speak. But I think that this idea right here on the screen is something that we need to step into. And it's a quote from Mark Twain. And you can see it here on the screen right now. It's not what you don't know that can hurt you. It's what you know for certain that just ain't so. The last speaker was talking about her knowledge and her expertise in politics, which is very impressive. I'm not a political guy at all. I was very impressed by that. But one of the things that I've discovered about knowledge is that it's impossible to do 2 things at once. In other words, what I'm saying is, and I'm going to use a green screen, Ella, I hope that's okay.
Sure.
Here's my green screen, everybody, and I'll speak so that the camera comes back to me. But one of the things that I've learned is that knowing is the opposite of discovery. If we're busy knowing things, right? If we know what key this song is in and we know the time signature, we might not be listening to the music to enjoy it. We're busy knowing things. And so what I would say, and that's what I think this Mark Twain quote is pointing to, you can't do 2 things at once. You can't fish and ride a bicycle. And what I would offer to you is when are you busy knowing things? And when are you discovering things? And no matter how much expertise we have in a particular area, there's always more things to discover. Isn't that true? How many possibilities exist in this moment right now? And I'm going to make this multiple choice. A is 72, B is 3, C is 1, and D is infinite. To me, it looks like the answer is D, infinite. I mean, I can say I could draw on this board again. I could say Justin Bieber. I could say avocados, street sign, anything. And if that's true, look at places in your life where you say possibilities don't exist, because possibilities always exist. We just don't see them. And that's not to diminish you in any way or to say that you are flawed or less than. No, we all have blind spots. Blind spots, it's a scientific fact. right? It's where the optic nerve meets the retina, I think. I'm not a doctor. I might have just reversed the way that my eyeball is made. I'm not sure. But where your optic nerve hits the back of your eye, there's a blind spot. So that's a scientific fact, but it's also a fact that we see in the world. There are things that we don't see right now. There are options and possibilities that we don't see right now. And inside of Easier, it's a story about a client who has things that he doesn't see. And in the course of the conversation, in the course of a new perspective, there's an opportunity to step into a new kind of discovery, a discovery it's kind of like this. Check this out. Let's say you have a drive that you take, and it takes 45 minutes every day. And I come to you and I say, listen, I've got a way for you to cut your commute in half. It's a more scenic route. You avoid the traffic. My question to you is, how long would it be before you try that new path? I think the answer is right away, even if it's just to discover if Chris Westfall is really a human GPS, right? So let's try that new path. So let me ask you a question. And this is a question for the group. And you see right here, what you see is a spinning fan. So imagine that between you and me, instead of there being a screen and a camera and all those kinds of things, imagine that there's a spinning fan, in between us. And I have in front of me, I have cards that I want to share with you. You can imagine that they're playing cards or whatever, but they're cards. And on these cards, there's incredible wisdom. And I want to share these cards with you. So I want you to tell me in the chat, if you'll be so bold, in the chat, what's the best way to get these cards through the spinning fan to you? What would you do? Let's just check the chat real quick. What do you think? How would you get these cards through the spinning fan? Let's see what we've got. Elle, you've got it exactly right. Look at what Elle says. Turn off the fan. Turn off the fan. It's simple. It's obvious. My question for you is, where's that fan you need to turn off right now? What is that fan? What is that spinning fan, that more on your mind, that makes it look like there's only one possibility? There's only one path forward. Imagine, if you will, an athlete playing the sport of your choice. I don't care what sport it is. And this athlete playing this sport comes to the coach and says, Coach, there's only one way to win. What would the coach say? I think the coach would say, sit down. Your job is to find every way to win. Isn't that true? Think about it in a piece of music. How many ways are there to play a piece of music? Now, the music gives us structure. The music gives us direction. The conductor conducts that direction. But how many ways are there to express a song? How many ways are there to write a song? How many ways are there to play the piano? There's only 88 keys, you know. Speak of the devil and he shall appear. I speak of possibility. I speak to you of a way to make things easier. When we see that we can stop making excuses and start making choices, we step into empowerment, and we can choose how we press the keys. We can choose how we express our ideas. And when you think about it, when you really think about it, what is it that separates music from noise? And you could say, well, tone modulation, the instruments involved, the clarinet, the bassoon, the timpani, whatever that might be. But isn't it true that what separates music from noise is the pauses in between the notes?
Lori says rhythm.
Well, and rhythm is the beat, but then it's also the pause.
Mm-hmm.
You see where I'm going with this, Elle? See, and this is the part where I need your help on it, because without pause, it's a cacophony, right? It's just slammed together, and we need the space. And it is that space that is the tempo, whether it's up tempo or it's a slow ballad or whatever the case may be. And what is the tempo that you are going on? And what is the pause that you need to take to see possibilities? I'm a coach to business leaders and aspiring leaders, everyone from the C-suite at international companies to college students. And I help them to see new possibilities, the possibilities that lead to peak performance, the possibilities that allow us to step into the wonderful breathing exercises in the place of value that was spoken of in the last presentation that I found so moving. And inside this context, what I have discovered, and I want to be very candid with you, is that there's something that we all share, and that is that we all get lost in thought. And I'm the first to admit, I'm a recovering perfectionist. So for me, one of the things that I've come to realize is just because a train of thought shows up, it doesn't mean you have to ride that train. So many times when my thinking looks real, I have to step into an understanding that says thoughts are just thoughts. Now that's true, but only 100% of the time. And thoughts are not something for me to manage. They are something for me to understand. And new thoughts are always on their way. I was having a conversation with my coach, and she's helped me on the path that I've been on to be able to write the books and to write for Forbes, which I do on a regular basis, and to do some amazing things, some things that I'm so grateful for in my life. But I was sharing with her that I was very frustrated myself. See, I wrote this book about a coach and a client, and the conversation, this book, Easier. And people read this book and they go, "Hey, Chris, are you the coach or are you the client?" The answer is yes.
Right, right.
You know what I'm saying? So, but I was speaking to her and I was saying to my coach, "Gosh, I'm so stressed out. I got this, that, the other thing. I got all this stuff on my mind and all these obligations and all these puts and takes. And how can I be responsive to this and respond to my calendar?" And in the middle of this, she said to me, and by the way, my coach lives in Southern California. She's a surfer. I'm from the Midwest, so this is fascinating to me, right? So my surfer coach says to me, "There's something that I've learned in surfing," which is an immediate pattern interrupt from all the frustration I'm feeling. I'm like, "What? Surfing? What are you talking about?" She says, "Well, one of the things that surfers always say, and just ask yourself if this is true or not, but they say that the wave always comes to you." I thought about it for a second and I said, "That's true. The wave always comes to you." And I thought about it longer and I said, "So why am I kicking and trying to move the ocean and create all these waves and feel like it's all up to me?" One of the biggest myths that you'll ever hear is that if it's got to be, it's up to me. That doesn't make things easier. The fact is that nothing of any value happens without the input of other people. And we are here, you and I, wearing the clothes that we wear, driving the cars that we drive, living in the places that we live in because of other people. This shirt that I'm wearing, I didn't knit this. My point is that we stand on the shoulders of others every day. And if it looks like you're alone, if it looks like you're isolated, if it looks like there's only one way to win, I'm here to say, look again. Ask yourself this question: what could make this easier? And here's another truth with a capital T. You don't have to go it alone. This conversation today is filled with experts who are here concentrating on one thing and one thing only, and that is service. Service to you, service to help you show up at your best so that you are not lost in thought, so that you can access a place where you show up and answer this question: who are you when you aren't on your mind? What is that identity and what does that feel like? What does that human nature look like to you? Because, and I'm choosing those words very carefully, we are humans in nature. It's easy to see the perfection in a flock of birds or to watch the waves hit the shore and recognize the perfection there, but we miss it in ourselves. We miss an opportunity to connect. We miss an opportunity to be of service to others and to be served at the same time. So speak of the devil and he shall appear. I speak of service. I speak of connection. I speak of the fact, and it's a truth with a capital T, at least that's what it looks like to me, is that you don't have to go it alone. And when you don't go it alone, things can get easier. So Elle, that's what's showing up for me this morning. And that's what I wanted to share. And I'm just curious if anyone has, with the moments that remain, if anyone has any thoughts that they'd like to share, any questions that they want to ask via the chat. I'll take a look at these right now. But please feel free to share your questions in the chat. If you want to know where I shop and where this shirt came from, the answer is I don't know. Okay, if you're stuck on that.
Sharon,
right?
Sharon put a hand raised up in the chat. Sharon, you can come on out on. Sharon is a beautiful.
Come on.
Yeah. If you want to share.
I was just identifying with him about recovering perfectionist. I was just saying I'm identifying with him when I put up my hand.
I got it. Nice. And Sherry just joined us. Sherry, did you have something you wanted to ask or add, or you're just?
No, not at all. I just joined you. I thought you said Sherry, but you said Sharon.
No problem. Leela, who are you when you are not on your mind? Love that. I want to speak. I want to ask about that too, Chris, because sometimes I see that people are so self-absorbed, and it's something that's more new in our culture in the last, I'd say, 30 years than it used to be. And I really think it's an issue for a lot of people, because when we're so self-absorbed, we're not able to, we get caught up in that. We get caught up in the more on.
True. Very true. What self-absorbed is the cousin of self-conscious. It looks like it's self-awareness, but it's not, in my experience. And one of the things that the book talks about at length is this idea of identity, and looking at identity where it's not an ego exercise or a construct where you look at what's on your business card or how big your office is or what your title is, how many clients you serve, however it is that you count success. Which, of course, when you think about it, even the numbers in your bank account are, wait for it, just numbers. So who are you when you aren't on your mind points us towards a bigger opportunity. And I can't say what shows up for you when you explore that question. I hope that you will. I've found it very useful to me. But who I am when I'm not on my mind is someone who is serving others, someone who is looking deeply in the direction of my clients, someone who is listening intently. And when I leave all this stuff behind, what happens is that I find myself at a place where I can truly connect and truly listen, which is vital to my business. I talk for a living, but I also listen to be able to really understand and go from that place of knowing, oh, I know who I am. I know my identity. Your identity is a construct. I hate to say that, but it's true. I mean, psychology today says our personalities can change. It looks like it's fixed.
No.
But it's not. It's a series of preferences that exist in any given moment. And so many of my clients, they come to me with whatever their excuses might be. I'm an introvert. I'm an extrovert. I'm a hairdresser. I'm an engineer. Those identities change in the course of our coaching conversation. And when we discover that when we discover that this statement is false, we see things in a new way. Here's the false statement. That's just the way I am. That's just the way I am, isn't. It's the next door neighbor of the most dangerous 7 words in business. That's the way we've always done things.
Right.
So you see what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
My point is, and Elle, I'm not trying to be motivational here. I am trying to be scientific. I am speaking of principles. We are wired, you, me, all human beings, all 7 billion human beings on this planet are wired to adapt.
Yes.
It's part of our DNA. We say, oh, we don't like change. We resist change. But let me tell you, we're wired for it. We're built for it. That's how we all learn to drive a car. That's how we learn to find a good coffee shop. Everything in life involves change. the good news is that we may identify and say, I don't like change. But when we really get down below our thinking and our thoughts and the story around that, human beings in our DNA are wired to change. And if you'll allow me, just real quick, when the scientists discovered the human genome, the DNA, and I'm sure there's probably people who are I bet there's neuroscientists on this who are going to fix this next comment, because I'm not a neuroscientist, but I've read David Eagleman, who is one, and he says that when they discovered human DNA, the scientists were stunned at how simple it was. They thought it was going to be more complicated. And the reason that our DNA is not more complicated is that we are not hardwired. In other words, think of a lizard or a giraffe. These animals are hardwired. Eat, sleep, reproduce, right? That's their world. If you took a lizard from 30,000 years ago and put it next to a lizard from yesterday, same lizards. But if you took this conversation and put it in front of human beings from 100 years ago, not only would they be blown away by Zoom and computers, but also the things that we talk about, the concepts that we share would be wildly different. We are constantly evolving, adapting, changing, and moving forward, not because it's motivational. It's because it's who we are at a cellular level. That's just the way I am, isn't? And we all have the capacity to change and to see new perspectives. And if that is of interest to you, I want to invite you to check out my website. It's westfallonline.com. You can also find my YouTube channel, Instagram, and Twitter. It's all Westfall Online. And if what I've said resonates or sparks an argument, I'm always interested in that conversation. So please feel free to reach out to me. There's a connect button on my website, westfallonline.com. You can reach out to me, straighten me out, ask me a question, or even set up a time for us to talk if further conversation is warranted. Al, thank you for having me. When you asked me, it was music to my ears, and I am so glad to be able to share in this conversation. It's a real pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chris. And I'm just, wow, we could talk for hours. This is just like the little tiny service, and there's so much here. I'm really grateful, and I can't believe that I started this whole day talking about ease, and then we moved right into easier. So there's so many connections. In fact, even like your colors from what Leela was just having behind her. And she has the same bookshelf you do over in the corner. Like this, it's just really funny how there's just connections of color and thought processes and things going on. And that happens every time I do a conference, but I'm just so honored that you were willing to be with us. And for those of us watching this on the replay, please, all your links are going to be in here so you can connect to every speaker here. So we're going to move on now, but thank you, Chris. This is great. So our next speaker today is Dr. Rosina Lakani. Rosina, if you want to come on out on camera and unmute yourself, hopefully everything is going to work here for you. Beautiful. Yeah.
Hi,
Hi, how are you?
I am happy and grateful and trying to overcome my performance anxiety.
Especially since, so she had a little tech issue this morning. I had a major tech issue this morning. You know, we have to just let go of being messy now and then, especially those of us who suffer from perfectionism, and just do it messy and just come on in. But you've got a great color on. It's fabulous. It's a wake up color. And I'm so grateful that you're here because you're coming in here as a medical doctor, as a psychiatrist. And your story touched me so much when we were talking the other day. And I'm just so excited for our watchers and listeners and those on the replay to experience you. And so thank you so much for being here. I want you to introduce yourself and share your story and share your tips, tools, whatever you'd like to do in this half hour with us. That's just coming straight from your heart. I know, because that's who you are. So thank you for being with us.
Thank you for the privilege. And thank you everybody who's listening. Let me start with the story. In try to stay with me for a little bit. So this is the story when I became professional speaker. So I used to speak before, but this was the first time I was getting paid for speaking. It was a huge endeavor. In here, I am my name is Dr. Rosina Lakani, and I'm a psychiatrist, but I'm also a brown skin Muslim female from Pakistan trying to go and give a talk in North Dakota where I don't know anybody to 400 injury officers gathered in a conference. So you could see the risk of not performing well, and that anxiety that a lot of people face when they are going on stage is kind of pretty high. And especially because I was referred by Stress Institute, I'm also representing Stress Institute, not just me. And then being a doctor, there is this high level of need to be right and not do anything wrong that may hurt anybody. Right. So the reputation was at stake. And so imagine being in my shoe, going to North Dakota, half of the time, like, I had a connecting flight, and my flight got delayed, the first flight. And so here I have like this 10 minutes to go from my one flight to the other. And I am rushing because I want to make it. That's the last flight before the performance. And so my whole body is in this anxious mode. If I'm going to make it, how I'm going to perform. And it just kind of kept on building up. And of course, when I ended up being on stage, there were certain tips that helped me to make that presentation successful. And I would like to share those tips today, but in a minute. Before I go into those tips, let me share why it's important to realize that this performance anxiety is a normal body reaction. Okay, when you don't have any thought about what is performance anxiety, is the anxiety created by thought of performance. But when you would actually think, it's not the thought of performing good, it's the thought of performing not good that creates the anxiety, right? You're afraid that you are going to not perform well, or something bad is going to happen, and that kind of builds up that body's fear and anxiety reaction. And what is performance? Like, you may think, okay, well, I'm not going to be a professional speaker in my life, so I don't have to worry about performance anxiety. But we are performing every day. Yes. Whether it be going to talk to your boss for a job pay raise, or going for a job interview, or an office presentation, or a test, some kind of sports, or some kind of stage, music, singing, speaking, any kind of performance. And it was funny when I was trying to Google about performance anxiety, the first thing that came out was the performance anxiety and sex. So
sure.
That's a
yes.
different area of how you're going to perform in front of a new partner. But
I have to share that once I was in front of a chamber of commerce and I said, I help people de-stress from the boardroom to the bedroom. And it just got hoots of laughter. But it's right. True. It's so true. Yeah.
Right. And so we all need to kind of recognize it and then develop our own tools so we can manage it better. Because when there is no pressure, your performance goes low. And I'm sure, you guys have shared the curve of when there's too low of a pressure, no anxiety, no stress, then there is no performance or very low performance. When there is too high of anxiety and stress and pressure, then again, your performance gets affected. It's the middle zone. It's the optimum zone when there's enough amount of, that awareness that it is an important thing and you want to put full attention on it. But it is not so much that it takes away from your performance. You're not like, sweating and shaking and breaking, and then you are able to perform really well.
Mhm.
And so what happens is when it is very, very severe, that anxiety that gets the whole body involved in anxiety reaction. Now, it's not just your mind anxiety, it is the whole body gets involved. Your body gets tense, your shoulder gets up, your hands are shaking, you are sweating. And many times the biggest problem that happens is a lot of times people feel, oh, if it is, maybe I can back off. Let me not do it. And then you're not able to be the best version of you, or you may back off from something really important. And so I think it is very important for everybody to realize that what it is and how to cope with it so you can be the best version of yourself. And so I'll tell you one of the other stories that happened in my life when that kind of created this backdrop of negative expectation. So when I was 19, I was going through a speaking class, and okay, so we used to get duty in different places to go and give speech for 15 minutes or so. So one time, I also struggle with saying no. So one time I had duty in one place, and then I got a call from another colleague who was sick and she needed coverage. And so she asked me, and the organizer asked me, and I said, yeah, fine, I'll do it. And I didn't realize that I was double booking myself. So I double booked myself on one day. Like, I had an afternoon and then I had an evening. And I said, oh my God, I can't do two. And the organizer said, Rosina, you're good, you'll do okay. Why are you worried? And I just went ahead and said yes. Right. So then I went and did my first presentation. That went fine. Then I rushed to the next location. And here I get up. And, they say sometimes when you're really anxious, look at a friendly face. And so my teacher was sitting in the audience, but he had also brought a couple of guests to show how good the students are. Okay.
Oh, right.
So imagine the pressure. So I stand up and I start, and then I blank out, total blank out. And I'm looking at all the faces, friendly and non-friendly. And I just could not think what I was supposed to say. I had the whole speech ready, but it just blanked out. And so then I said, thank you very much. And I sat down. that 15-minute presentation became 15-second presentation.
Oh my goodness. Wow. That's amazing. That's amazing.
And then that is a 19-year-old, right? So just imagine the impact that left on my head in terms of fear of blanking out.
Right.
So as I was telling you the story, as I'm walking to that North Dakota speaking engagement, my fears were like really high. And I had this backdrop that sometimes that could also happen.
Right.
And so my anxiety was building up. And so to be able to share with you some tips, how do we control it? And I'm going to kind of bring back, I'm not sure if people knew that I ended up writing a book called Stress to Joy. And it's the whole system. There's an online course on stress to joy where I go in the depth in many practical tips and tools, how to transform your stress, any kind of stress, to joy. And that has been learning from my 26 plus years as a psychiatrist and my lifelong, my own journeys of overcoming stress, going through medical school and residency and work and all those stages in my life. So one of the other stories I would like to share when I was writing this book. But before I go into that story, let me just kind of tell you the basic formula of stress to joy. Okay, so there's a 3-step formula. I call it mind CPR. Okay, so you know how somebody, when they're suffering, they have to, or they have a cardiac arrest, you give them the physical CPR, right? Cardiopulmonary resuscitation. So when your mind is getting really, really stressed and overwhelmed, you can give mind CPR to get it rejuvenated again. So C stands for calm, P is for processing, and R is for respond. So first you need to calm down your mind and your body so you can actually think. And then you have to process what kind of thoughts are causing the problem. And then you have to respond by either changing your thoughts, mentally, or changing your body state by, if your body is like really reacting. And then, spiritually, you need to kind of think through what is the purpose. So here, let me tell you another story. So when I was writing this book, it was a big deal for me because and let me kind of share the story of how I ended up becoming an author from being a psychiatrist, or I added being an author as part of me as a whole. So I was, and that's the story I was telling you the other day, that some 16 years back, I was driving from work one day and I got into a car accident. And when I came to my senses, my hand was like a chair on the steering wheel. So it was all broken over here. And it was the most stressful phase in my life when, when you are really right-handed, dominant, your dominant hand breaks. You can't do simple things, simple things like changing your clothes or making a phone call or cleaning yourself, or different simple things become really, really hard. So that was a very, very hard phase of my life. And I often share the story that I went through my own kind of feeling victim and poor me, and I was crying. And so one day I was at my relative's place, and they helped me to go in the shower, and I was upstairs, and someone was supposed to come help me when I was done. After I was done with shower and I was calling, they were downstairs, so they could not hear me. And so I was stuck in the shower. I just could not, because I could not change myself, so I could not get out. And I reached that feeling of peak of helplessness. And you can't do anything. So I was feeling so angry, and I went back in the shower and I turned on the shower and I started banging the wall of shower. And then I had my epiphany. I said, I'm banging the wall of shower with my left hand. What if I would have lost my left hand too? What if I would have lost my eyes, or my mind, or my life? And I had a 5-year-old kid at that time, and he was in the car with me for the whole week before that accident, because he was sick and I was taking him everywhere. That was the first day he went back to the daycare. What if he was in the car with me? So just changing that perspective helped me see what I still had in my life. And then that feeling kind of shifted from what I have lost to what I have had, kind of helped me uplift myself a little bit. And then my friend had given me a journal that was sitting on my side. And so that night when I was not able to sleep, I picked up that journal with my left hand and started writing with my left hand for the first time. And I wrote, I'm grateful for my left hand. I wrote, I am grateful for my left hand. And I was not able to sleep that day because I'm a right-sided sleeper and there were these nails around my hand after the surgery, so I couldn't sleep. So I was sitting, but I was able to see the greenery from the window. So I was not able to write the whole sentence because I was writing this crooked handwriting. So I was just writing one word, but that was the thought. So like I wrote left hand, eyes, and then my husband was sleeping on my side. So my husband and pillow, because I was able to rest my hands on the pillow, and that ability to endure that pain. That was the first day. And today, 16 years later, my day does not start without a gratitude journal.
Oh,
And that positive habit has helped me get through a lot of stressors in my life. So I teach that technique to everybody now. Every patient, when I'm seeing, I'm a prescriber. So when I'm writing the prescriptions at the end of the session, I'm saying, okay, I'm writing your prescription. Tell me 3 things you're most grateful for. And when they're done and I'm still writing, I say, oh, I'm still writing, tell me 3 more. And so I kind of get them to think about the things that are still good in their life. Because when a person is like really hurting, like, if you're hurting in your leg, all your thoughts would go towards your leg.
right.
And then you can't think about the other leg that is working, or you can't think about other things about your body or your mind or your personality or your family or your belongings or your achievements or all the things, the fresh air and the ability to breathe and all those things we forget to appreciate. And so just bringing that thought from what is hurting to what is not hurting really helps people to shift their mode.
Mhm, mhm.
So coming back to the story of how you can utilize these tools that can help you go from stress to joy in overcoming your performance anxiety. So I digress a little bit when I was talking about, I wanted to tell you the story of when I was writing this book, I was getting very, very stressed. And my friend said, okay, well, you're getting these experiences so you can write down why it is so hard to be stress-free. and I could use my own life experiences. So anyways, what was happening, my book was almost complete, but I was just kind of really freaking out. I was really stressed out by many, many different things happening in life, because life happens. It doesn't kind of decide when to happen. It just happens.
Right.
And so I was feeling very overwhelmed and I was ready to give up. It's just too much stress, kind of going through the publication, going through the marketing, going through all those phases. I was just ready to give up. So I was working with the coach at that time. And so I had shown him in past a painting in my hall. And this painting is of a staircase. And then on the top of the staircase is a door, and that it doesn't show what is on the other side of the door. And then there is a big pen on the side of this painting. And so he asked me to go to that painting. And he said, imagine yourself standing on that stairs. You are halfway through. Think about what would happen if you reached that door. And so I was able to visualize that I'm at that door, and I crossed the door, and I told him, if I crossed that door, then I would see all these people standing in front of me saying, thank you that your book made a difference in my life. And that gave me this inspiration that, okay, no matter what, yes, it is stressful, but that end goal, that purpose is bigger than my problem.
Mhm.
And that allowed me to overcome. And so that's what I say, like, whenever you are having any kind of anxiety of any performance, whether it's a day-to-day life or any important event, think about what is the purpose? What kind of benefits you would be able to get once you are done with this task? Whether it is, if you're going for a job interview, that you may be able to get the best job that you could, or you can get the raise, or pass an exam, or feel that inner goodness when you are able to make a difference in somebody's life.
I was going to say, on the other side of your door was the joy of the other people grateful to you. And that connects back to what Chris just shared. Who are you when you are not on your mind? You're through that door were the other people. And that is so powerful. I love that.
Yeah. So like you just wrote, like when your purpose is bigger than the problem, then you're able to overcome it. So going back to, again, kind of clarifying how you can utilize the stress to joy formula is, number one, calm down, calm your mind and body. And how do you do that? You can prepare for whatever you want to do. You can practice mindfulness exercises. You can do relaxation exercises, breathing exercises. I remember after giving so many exams through the medical school, and when I was giving my board exams, I had reached to the point where I learned that calming down before the exam is the most important thing I can do for myself. So you know how kids kind of prepare till the last moment at the night and don't sleep well, and then they're trying to review things in the morning. Well, I learned to, okay, 8 o'clock at night, I'm done. Whatever I can put in my mind, I'm done. Now I'm going to eat properly and go to sleep. And in the morning, when I would go in front of the, in the exam hall, you have thousands of people standing and chatting and, hey, did you read this? Did you read that? And so I started putting a headphone with the relaxing music and sitting on the side. And then when I would go in the exam room, I'll put my pencil here, the watch here, and just kind of enjoy the present moment. And then when the teacher would,
your microphone just did something weird. I'm not quite sure what.
Are you able to hear me now?
It's kind of strange, but you can finish out where it's just a little odd, and I don't know why. Maybe you could.
So I was just kind of telling you that I learned the importance of calming down before the exams instead of thinking about and just kind of constantly preparing. So the first thing you can do for yourself is calm down in whatever works for you. For some people, it could be music. For some people, it could be just art or painting or drawing or something, dancing or walking or running, anything that helps you calm down. And then process, what are you worried about? What are you afraid of? And most of the time, it is the fear of failure. And most of the time, instead of, whenever you go for any important task, there are two possible results, right? Either there will be success or failure. But most of the time when we are worried about failure. And so when people say, okay, well, I'm really afraid of failing, I say, how many times you have failed in past? Because I was working with a nurse at that time, and she said, I've never failed in my life. And I said, how many times you have succeeded in your life? And she said, 100% of the time. And so then why are you worried about failure? And so our mind automatically goes towards the failure or the negative aspect. So just kind of shifting, instead of saying, what if I fail? Ask yourself, what if I pass? Right? That's a 50% chance. And so just kind of shifting that thought. So the R is changing those thoughts. Once you realize that those thoughts are causing you the anxiety, changing those thoughts from, any signs, if you're kind of getting worked up. And let me kind of finish the story that I started with. In North Dakota, that my first big speaking engagement, I was also having that edginess. I was also really worked up. I was having this need to go to the bathroom right before the presentation started. And so one mantra that really helped me to calm down my mind and my body is that I am not as important as my audience. And imagine how many Jerrys will be saved. And the word Jerry I use because that was a patient of mine who got injured and was really stressed and depressed, and then he killed himself from suicide. And so my calling to go to that group of injury officers was to help them learn how to prevent people from going to that stage, how to prevent the injuries, but how to prevent the stress that comes with it so that people don't reach that point. And so I kept on telling myself, if I do a good job, and these injury officers help, other people, just imagine how many Jerrys would be saved. And keeping that purpose in my mind, I got up on that stage, and then I was able to get myself out of the way, and I was able to convey the message I was trying to give to make a bigger and larger impact. So I will end my message with saying, remember, what is your purpose? When your purpose is bigger than the problem, you will be able to overcome your anxiety. And then there are many other tools and tips that I could share. With the shortest of time, I'd just like to share one gift for people who are listening. You can go to drrosina.com/gratitude challenge, and it would give you 7 days of unique ways of developing this positive, appreciative gratitude habit that would allow you to overcome many problems in life. And then there are many other free tools and tips, including my book and course and other things that I share that you may be able to benefit from.
That's so beautiful.
Sure.
Thank you
like
so much, Rosina. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
And can you drop your link in the chat when we move on to our next speaker, and then they can just take it right off of there and actually have that. And for those of you who are watching this recorded version, I've dropped that link for you so that you have the links of all of the speakers in order to just share with their gifts. So if anybody has a question for Rosina, does anyone have a quick question? And we want to keep pretty much on time here, but I see a couple of people came out on camera. Is it Tabil? Sherry, did you have any questions?
Yeah, I'll ask a question. What's your favorite mantra to do for yourself every morning?
Well, as I said, I don't start my day without a gratitude journal. So my first thing is, I am grateful for life opportunity, because every day is a life opportunity, new day. And so that is my mantra that helps me. Sometimes you're not feeling the best you could be. Sometimes you're hurting. Sometimes something is not going right. And so when somebody asks me, how are you feeling? I say, I'm feeling happy and grateful.
It's beautiful.
And that is my affirmation that I want my brain to hear.
Tabil, did you have a quick question? Otherwise, we're going to move on to Chris.
Okay, not really. I don't have a question, and I really enjoy your your taking part to Rosina. Like you were writing a book in the weekly whereby stress to joy, and you encounter anxiety. So it's real, life happens. So yeah, I think sharing that as well, it really shows that we are human beings. We cannot avoid experiencing those anxieties, but using the techniques that you've just given us, it helps you to endure, of which even us, if ever we can use the strategy that you've used, and we can be able to meet all the challenges that we meet daily.
Yeah, thank you. You're welcome. Can I just kind of share fast one response to this? Thank you so much, because it really makes a huge difference. And I want, when I started, so I also am a podcast host, and I do a podcast called Happy and Healthy Mind with Dr. Rosina. And so one of my biggest fear or going on camera was how people are going to perceive. And what if I stumble and I forget the word? And so my coach asked me, like, you are a doctor, how are you treating people? And I said, I have no problem treating people. If I do a mistake, we laugh about it, we move on. So he said, why don't you do that same thing on the camera? And that's how I overcame my fear of camera and started going live. And I've been doing the podcast Happy and Healthy Mind since then. And so one time when I was talking about overcoming grief, and I started talking about losing my father, and I started crying, and it was live broadcast that was happening, so I couldn't change it. And so later on, I was thinking about maybe I should remove that video and stuff, and I left it. I decided to leave it because, people need to know that no matter how perfectionist, how perfect you are a human being. And crying when you lose somebody is a normal human reaction. So it is okay. You can allow yourself and you can still continue to move on.
That's so wonderful. Thank you so much. I'm going to move to our next speaker now. Thank you, Rosina, so much for joining. I'm so glad we're connected. And our next speaker here today is Chris Natsky. And Chris, we both went to Big Ten schools. I almost went to his school. So it was pretty funny when we first met. And I'm just really happy to bring Chris out to share. Chris, I'd love for you to introduce yourself, share your platform, what you do, and just give us some great content today during our time slot here.
Awesome. Well, thanks, Alan. Thanks so much for inviting me. So hi, everyone. My name is Chris Natsky. I'm an 8th degree black belt and former national Taekwondo champion. My business is called Black Belt Leadership Speaking and Coaching. And what I do now is I work as a life leadership coach, keynote speaker, and workshop facilitator, as well as author, to help people break through their limiting beliefs. And in this context, we'll be talking about how you can break through fear in order to maximize your performance and also live the best life you're meant to live.
It's beautiful. Thank you, Chris. I'm so glad you're here.
Great. Well, I thought I'd start with a story. I think that when most people think about martial arts, they think about big, strong, powerful people, whether they're men or women. And I think that within that context, there's a lot of truth to that. But the other thing about that is to know that we're all human beings. And even though I had for years, I've been studying martial arts since the early 70s, I had this persona of being invincible. I went through a period of my life where fear literally overtook me. I had been working in the corporate arena for 10 years out of college for the top consumer products company here in the United States. And then I had made a choice about 10 years in to leave that position and follow my boyhood dream, which was to open up a martial arts school professionally. And when I speak to entrepreneurs, both in groups and individually, I say, you'll probably understand that when you move on from a position of security and safety, it's not only the most exciting time of your life, it's also can be the most petrifying time in your life. And that's exactly what it was for me. And when the months and weeks leading up to me moving on to open up my school, I started experiencing panic attacks. Now, I had never experienced a panic attack in my life. It's not to say that I didn't have performance anxiety, and I played football in college at that Big Ten university, Northwestern. And so there were times in my life, particularly in martial arts, that I've experienced performance anxiety, but I was always able to get through it. But now, in making this big leap in my life and moving on from the security into this unknown, and not only having to worry about myself, but having 2 young sons, ages 10 and 6, that I was in charge of caring for, along with my wife at the time, the burden just overcame me. And in these panic attacks, it became debilitating. And in one particular instance, what happened was I was still working with my company, and we went out to lunch, and I got a full-blown panic attack. So much so that I excused myself from the meeting and told my boss I needed to leave. And up until that time, I had taken 1 sick day in 10 years. So he's like, wow, there must really be something wrong. Get out of here. And I'm dating myself when I tell this story, but I knew I needed help. So I drove up to a phone booth. You know how they used to have at the gas stations, they have the phone booth you can drive up to? Because there were no cell phones then. So I drive up and I call my church and I ask for my minister because I needed to talk to someone. And he wasn't in, but one of the associate ministers were in, Dr. Marjorie. So to this day, I still don't know how I made that 30-minute drive to Lakewood, Colorado. But I ended up in Reverend Marjorie's office. And I remember sitting on on a chair, telling what was going on with me. And the next thing I did is I said, would you mind if I lay down? Because I was so distraught. So she allowed me to lay down in her office. And the next thing I found myself was in the fetal position. And I distinctly remember, even though I was in all my stuff, her calmly standing up and going to the phone on her desk, calling my wife at the time and saying, hi, honey, this is Dr. Marjorie. Yes, he's here with me. No, he's not doing too well. And somehow, some way, she got me up, cleaned up. I made it back home. Now, interestingly enough, that evening, I had a rank martial art testing for my students. They were testing for new belts. I showed up at that testing as if nothing was wrong in my life. I was on point. I was focused. I was engaging. No one would have understood there was anything wrong. But as soon as that ended, I crashed again. And that's when my wife took me to Swedish Hospital here in Denver, and they admitted me into the emergency room and actually sedated me. And I spent the evening in the emergency room. Now, when I woke up in the morning, the attending physician came up to me and he said, Chris, if you wouldn't have been such a well-conditioned athlete, you most likely would have gone into cardiac arrest. I had a situation. So I needed to learn how to deal with fear. I needed to learn how to deal with that anxiety. I needed to kind of lean into it. And because so much of martial arts is being able to control ourselves so we can protect ourselves and protect others. And here at this quintessential time in my life, I was out of control. So throughout the years, I've kind of developed some strategies on how to deal with that anxiety and deal with that fear. And it's not to say that those moments of anxiousness never arrive anymore. They certainly do. But what it did for me, I think for all of us, is when we have an experience. When I was listening, I came in a little bit late because I was teaching a martial art class, but I heard Dr. Rosina talk about something about her hand, right? When we are experiencing things in our life that are traumatic to us, we have a choice. We can allow it to continue to victimize us, or we can become victors over it and then even become visionaries after that so we can help others. So hopefully that's what I'll be able to do in these 4 steps I'm going to share with you. So the first step that I call ways of breaking through fear is number 1 is surrender to it, let go, and actually feel it. You know, interestingly enough, in my world as a martial arts instructor, I teach a lot of self-defense classes where I literally teach students how to use the adrenal response to their benefit. Most of us, when we get adrenalized in a stressful situation, we either go into fight, flight, or freeze. And it's because that adrenal response that happens inside of us, we don't know how to deal with it. But what I've been able to teach through my courses and then also learn myself is that response that we have was there to help us survive, to help us thrive. I mean, we came through the millennium as a human species being able to overcome challenges out in the wild. If we didn't have an intuitive sense of danger and being able to deal with it, we wouldn't have survived. But the problem is in the past, many times our ancestors would deal with that saber-toothed tiger, but then they'd be done and they'd be complete with it. The challenge that we have, though, I think, is we maybe don't have the saber-toothed tiger in the flesh. We have a lot of saber-toothed tigers that are all over that we never let go of. So step number 1 is to be able to actually feel it and just let it be there. I think that most of our difficulties with fear that then turn into anxiety is our resistance of the fear. It's not allowing ourselves to feel it and redirect the energy. One of my favorite authors is Byron Katie, and she has this saying. She says, when I resist what is, or when I resist reality, I lose, but only 100% of the time, right? So when we're in this place of resistance, and I'm not, it's simple to do, but it's not easy. When we're in that place where we're feeling the heart palpitations, when we're feeling the anxiety, and generally speaking, what it is, it's because we're not allowing ourselves to be present in what's going on. We're projecting something happening in the future. So it's allowing ourselves to actually feel it. And it doesn't mean giving up, or it doesn't mean giving in, excuse me. It doesn't mean giving into the fear. It just means giving up our resistance to it. So number one is when we're feeling that anxiety come up, when we're feeling that fear, is surrender to it and allow ourselves to just feel it. That's step number one. Step number two, when we were, I don't know, I'll speak for myself. When I was growing up and they were teaching in grade school fire safety, we had something called stop, drop, and roll. Elle, did you ever hear that?
Yes.
Stop, drop, and roll? Right, exactly. So I have my own take on it for dealing with anxiety, and it's stop, drop, and breathe. Stop, drop, and breathe. Now, what does stop mean? Stop means is allowing yourself to get present with what is, and tell yourself, allow yourself to realize what is really happening. What is really happening? We get a bill in the mail that we weren't expecting, and it's for a couple of $1,000s, and we begin to freak out with it. We don't have enough money, and what it's going to do, we won't be able to pay our rent, or we won't pay our mortgage, and we start projecting, and we get caught in that story where what really happened is we received a bill in the mail, right? So being able to stop and say what it is. What is really happening? This could happen in getting a surprise bill, as I mentioned. It could be in a confrontation with someone where you had a little bit of conflict. Whatever that is be able to take ourselves back for just a moment. Feel it first, but then after you felt it, just say, okay, what's really happening here? Because when we do it now, we're able to kind of look at where the possibilities are for dealing with it. And that is the next step of that. So stop, ask yourself what's really happening, and then drop into your heart. Drop into your heart. You know, one of the things that I learned, particularly when I was having all my panic attacks, is that all those things that were happening were basically happening in my head. It's like, I think it's Mark Twain, I'm going to paraphrase this, but he said, I've had a lot of terrible things happen in my life, some of which actually happened, right? He experienced a lot of bad things, but because most of them were experienced in the mind. But our heart, I've heard different studies, but say that the heart has an energy that's as much as 7 times greater than our brain energy, right? There's this electrical field there, and that's really where our deep wisdom is. And so when we can stop, ask yourself what's really happening, drop into the heart and allow ourselves to access the wisdom that's already there. I mean, think about the last time you were in a situation and you were projecting all the worry and everything out there, and then you got through it, and then you asked yourself, what was I worried about? You know, I love there's a study that was done years ago. It was called The Worry Cure, the Dr. Robert Leahy. And he brought all these subjects together. And he said, what I want you to do is I want you to name all the things you're worried about happening in the next 30 days. Problems with your health, problems at work, problems with finances, problems with relationships. In greatest detail, write them all down. And they wrote them all down, they submitted them, and he said, okay, here's what I need you to do next. Over the next 30 days, you wrote down all your problems. Now go live your life for the next 30 days. Don't make any major changes. Just go live your life and come back in about 32 days, 33 days, and we'll see what happened. And here's what they found out. They found out that 85% of the things that they put on the list never happened. Right? But now I know what most people are thinking out there, Al. They're thinking, well, 15% did, right? Well, but here's the deal. 79% of that 15%, subjects said it either A, happened and it wasn't as bad as they thought it would be, or B, it happened and they were glad it did because they learned from it. So that means that 97% of the things we worry about either never happen or they aren't as bad as we think they are. So the question is, how would you live your life if you knew that to be true? And then the final point of that, stop, drop, and breathe. Now, I'm sure many of your guests today are going to be talking about the power of breath. And certainly within the martial arts, we use it all the time. It's a deep breath through the nose. And one little tip and little tool, I'll leave two of them for the audience today, is make sure that breath goes deep into the belly. In the martial arts, in the Korean martial arts, which I teach, we call it the tanjan. It's about 2 inches below the belly button. The dantian is what they call it in Chinese, for those of you that have done Tai Chi. And it's about centering the breath there, and also thinking about that when you breathe into the lungs, you allow them to expand sideways, front, and up and down. So you're getting a full inhalation. And then when you exhale, is to purse your lips as if you're breathing through a straw. And this has the ability, a deep inhale, fully oxygenating yourself, and then pushing through the air like it's through a straw will allow you to slow down your thoughts, slow down your heart rate, and get present in the moment. Mm-hmm. So that's stop, drop, and breathe. Now, the number 3 part of that, which I think is super important, and this is where I really learned a lesson in this, is that I have a tendency to try to work out everything in my mind before I take action. But number 3 is to simply take action, right? It's to do something. Yeah. Is to do something. And I think it's who is here? It's David Schwartz. He says that action cures fear. Action cures fear.
Yeah, my son says
yeah,
action
right?
cures all anxiety. He says
exactly, right? Indecision, postponement, and fuels fear. It fuels fear. And so that might be even just getting up and moving around your office, or going out and taking a walk. Or it could even mean actually taking some steps to deal with the issue that's in front of you. Mm-hmm. I watched an interview, this is several years ago already, with Oprah Winfrey. I have to admit, I don't know if I'm turning in my man card when I say this, but I love Oprah. Okay, I love Oprah. And she was being interviewed by a student at Stanford University, and she was talking about her career. And she said, oftentimes you get to that point where you just don't know what to do. And she said, just make the next right move. You don't have to have a plan, just make the next right move. And then after that, take the next right step. And then after that, and what happens is we get ourselves moving, opportunities begin to present themselves to us. Mm-hmm. One of my teachers told me years ago, he said, Chris, you always have to remember that God, spirit, the universe, whatever name you want to use for that, meets us at the point of action. Meets us at the point of action. So we can attempt to create a plan. We can, try to have everything mapped out, but the anxiety will probably not release until we start doing some movement against it, start taking some action, whatever that is. And what I'd also encourage people, if they are dealing with anxiety and they've dealt with it in the past, is have a plan for when that anxiety comes beforehand. So if you know that movement is something that helps you, have that plan. Oh, I'm starting to feel anxious. It's time to go take a walk. It's already planned, because when we're in that adrenalized state and all that blood flows from our brain into our outer extremities so we can run away, we're generally not making the best decisions, right? And so have that plan made out. So then what you can do is when you're feeling it, it's already done, and then you can take action.
Beautiful.
And then the final point that I wanted to make is one that I found the most difficult. And I'm going to make a generalized statement here because I would do a lot of work with men. I think that as men, women tend to be better at what I'm going to recommend to do than men are. And that is to ask for help. To ask for help. Many men, and I work with a lot of men in my work, is, they're going to be the tough guy. They're going to gut it through themselves. They're not going to tell anyone about it. They're just going to get quiet, and they're just going to keep pushing through and pushing through and pushing through. And the challenge with that is that when we're not allowing that anxiety, that fear to release in a healthy way, then it starts to get released in a very unhealthy way. It's a projection of anger of the people that we love the most. It turns into physical dis-ease, and or it turns into self-harm. Dr. Rosina talked about her patient, I believe his name was Jerry, who had suicided. That's why I believe suicide rates are higher among men than they are versus women, because what happens is we as men don't learn the coping mechanism to ask for help when we need it. And one of my teachers, again, told me a long time ago, he said, Chris, you need to understand something. You need to understand that asking for help is not a sign of weakness. It's a sign of strength.
And resourcefulness.
Say that again, please.
And resourcefulness.
And resourcefulness,
I
exactly.
use that word, especially with my male clients, because they want to be resourceful.
That's right.
That's
a great, I love that distinction. I'm going to use that. Can I use that?
Yeah.
Well, I think that's a great distinction, because asking for help, there might be this macho thing about it, but you're right, resourcefulness. And, the thing I've really believe is when we start to take those steps, we as human beings love challenge. When I'm working with my clients and I ask them about their past successes, very rarely will they say, well, hey, it was that one time where I made this decision to do something and everything rolled out like, there was no problem, there was no adversity at all. And it happened, in half the time I thought it was, and I made all this money. That's not what they say. They say the things in their life that they're proudest of is when they set an intention on making something happen and they dealt with challenge and they overcame the challenge. So those challenges that can bring up that anxiety, when we reframe them, can actually be gifts. But we have to be able to have the tools so that we can step back, center ourselves, and then be able to take the action steps necessary to make them happen. So that's basically my little mini message that I wanted to share with you and your audience, Al, and love to see if anyone in our remaining, 5 minutes here have any questions or anything else that you'd like to dialogue about.
Yeah, absolutely. Anyone who has a question, just come out on camera or raise your hand or pop it in the chat. And Tabil, did you want to say something? Let's see. Does anybody have a question for Chris? You can come right out. Someone's got a hand raised. Let's see. Where is it here?
It's Dr. Rosina, I think, has got a hand raised. There she is. She's muted though.
So when you're having panic attacks, did you have to use the medication to calm down your panic attacks in addition to utilizing breathing techniques and other coping techniques?
Yes, I did. After that episode happened, I did go see a psychiatrist after that, and I did go on medication, but only for a short period of time. And maybe that was just my own willfulness. I tend to take a more holistic approach in my own health and wellness. And that's not to discount any of Western medicine. That's not at all what I mean, but that's my own personal choice. And so I did that for a short period of time. I didn't experience the experience that I wanted to have from that. And so I eventually, slowly went off of those and then just began to work my own strategies. And the strategies didn't happen overnight. I mean, it's there, this is my consensus of what I've basically come up with, but I've experimented with a lot of other things down the road. These are just the 4 that work best for me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and the reason I brought this up is that many people are really scared of taking medication or thinking that if they take it, they would be committed to it for life.
Right.
And I just want to bring this point is that sometimes when things are really bad and you need a little bit help, it's okay to control the symptom, but it's very, very important to look at the root cause and develop your capacity and resilience to cope with the situation, so then you don't need to continue to take the medication.
Yes,
so,
absolutely agree with you. And in fact, I love the statement you made, which is kind of take the edge off, because that's how I looked at it, and that did work for me. But you know what I realized too is that, and I don't know if it was something intuitive or something I read or studied, that if I wasn't dealing with the root problem, that was going to be something I was going to have to deal with the rest of my life, and I didn't want to. It's one of my favorite authors is Louise Hay, for those of you that are familiar with her work. And she talked about contracting cancer early in her life. and they had wanted to do an operation where they cut it out. And she pushed back on that, and she said, I need to heal Louise, because if I don't deal with what caused this inside of myself, you're going to keep cutting Louise until there's nothing left, right? So I agree. Sometimes getting over that edge is important, but we have to look at the root cause. And what that experience did for me, Rosina, is it actually acted as a catalyst for some really deep introspection. You know, it ended up being a gift for me. It ended up being a gift. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I agree. That those experiences end up being our gifts. It really is incredible.
Yeah.
Chris, this was really, really great. And, you know, I love what you said about, you know, taking the action. And then I have a coach I'm working with right now, Shanta Sumter, and a phrase she keeps using is stay in the step you're in, meaning a lot of times we're trying to create, move, and we haven't completed this step yet. So these are almost impossible to take. And I think of that even as a violinist. I will have my students come down to just a few notes. We will craft not even a whole phrase, just a part of a phrase. I spent an entire 45-minute lesson once on one phrase of Mozart with one of my students. One sentence in music. That's it. And the 45-minute lesson was over, and he goes, it's time to go now? Like, he couldn't even believe it was time to go. Right. Because we had dug in so much on crafting every note. And so there's that taking the action and then completing to move to the next, or at least staying long enough to gain traction. Sometimes I think we're so creative in our brains, we think, oh, we got to do this, we've got to do this, and then we pile on. It was kind of like Chris Westfall when he put all the more, we couldn't go far. It's all connecting here today, which is why I love bringing you all here together.
Yeah, I so appreciate what you're saying, Alan. You know, I'll make that analogous to martial arts. You know, martial arts, when we're learning specific movements, you know, there's a saying that Bruce Lee said, right? Got to talk about martial arts, got to talk about Bruce Lee, right? He said, before I started martial arts, a kick was just a kick and a punch was just a punch. Then I began learning martial arts, and a kick wasn't a kick anymore and a punch wasn't a punch. Then I mastered martial arts, and a kick was just a kick and a punch was just a punch. If we skip, right? If we skip that state that you're talking about, we lose the essence of mastery because we never allow ourselves to go there.
Wow. Thank you so much, Chris. This has been fabulous. I see that Sharon put in a little thing here. This is just some housekeeping that Rosina, your link wasn't live. So I wonder if you have a little, maybe there's something missing in the link. And if you could check that out, that would be great. Oh, she's got it already. Thank you. I love it when people are on the ball and they check the chat and they know what's going on. Chris, I'm so grateful that you came and shared with us today. So many connections, so many great things that people can take away right away and start using in their lives. And I got a message from our next speaker that she isn't feeling well. So I see that JB is here, and I don't know if you're willing to come early, JB, but if you're willing.
Oh my God, you're actually going to let him speak? No, I'm
going to let him speak.
JB is my business partner in a project that we're working on right now. So he's my brother from another mother. We tout ourselves as Ebony and Ivory. So I'll give JB the floor because I'm sure he's going to wow you with what he's going to say. Well,
are you good to go, JB? Can we rock with you? You're adjusting your camera. Take your time. I think it would be great. And I think of you two as the way I think of me with Leela. It's like we've got a lot of similarities between how we work together and how we just dig in and do great stuff together. So I love it when people partner up and collaborate. And that is a thing, like anybody's here as a participant. Like I've been on Sharon, I've been on her summit before, feel free to connect to anybody who you see in this list of people today. There's so much that can happen when we come together and we move together. So, and yeah, Leela's chiming in here. Awesome job, Chris. Smooth, JB. So here we go.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you great. Thank you.
This is what happened when you're a trained speaker and you're trained to show up early.
That's right.
Giving you snaps for that.
Let me
Or as
do a
Lou
couple
would
of things.
say,
Say that again. Yeah, Leila, I love that. I love that. Let me do a couple of things. One is
Okay.
which turn my phone off, and
Okay,
then
good.
I'll be right back. Okay,
Yeah,
we're gonna jump
perfect,
right into
perfect.
it.
So yeah, and by the way, anybody, if you need to just get something to eat, we're at the 1 o'clock Eastern time zone right now. If you need a little something to eat, if you need to go away for a moment, come back in, you're all off camera, so that's easy to do. Yeah.
And I put the link to my website in the chat box as well. And I also saw that someone had put in the gift there that I have, which are 10 breakthrough ideas to have success in your life. So if anybody wants to download that, would love to have them do that as well.
Thank you. Thank you for your generosity. Thanks to all the speakers for their generous gifts in here for everybody. I don't think people may know this, but all of these speakers have granted me the opportunity to be with them gratis. And that is such an honor for me. I do the same when I'm helping out my colleagues and my friends and joining them on their summits and their conferences. And just a great way for a lot of different people to connect and for us to get our messages out to people who might not know us yet. So thank you so much, Chris. I appreciate you. And JB, let's rock.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, this is fun. I love this, Chris. I appreciate that. It's very interesting because I was scheduled to go at 1 o'clock today, 1 o'clock my time. It's a couple of hours from now. And Chris talked about a lot of things that I'm going to share with you, and we're just going to take that thing a step further for you, for those of you who are tuned in right now. So I'm glad to hear that. As Elle said, I'm JB. I'm a inspirational speaker coach. I've been speaking for over 20 years. I've spoken all across the country. I love speaking. It's my forte. It's my passion. It's my superpower, as well as speaker coaching. When it comes to speaker coaching out there, there's a lot of people that coach speakers, but I specifically, one of the things that I help people do is I work with entrepreneurs, showing them how to use speaking to grow their business. Okay. Because when I first started using speaking to grow my coaching business, I would get out there and I would inspire people. And it was great. I was trained to do that, but I wasn't converting. But when I worked with my coach and he showed me, he said, hey, here's how if you want to use this as a marketing tool to get people to go to the next level, then you need to craft a presentation in the right way, specific way. So I help people do that. However, I'm not going to talk a lot about speaking today. We're talking about creating success. And so I'm going to share some things with you to create success in your life. So let me get into it. I want to share my screen.
Let me make you co-host.
Okay, appreciate that.
Find you here. Here you are. Boom.
All right, excellent. And we're going to set this up and get started. But there's a little bit about me, but as I say, what I want to get into today is really stop the madness of self-sabotage, okay? And this is kind of build on what Chris just talked about. We all experience these things that keep us from creating success in our lives. We're talking about the fears and anxiety. We're going to get into some of these things, okay? More importantly, I want to help you find your fire, okay? So that every single day you can let that thing burn bright, okay? That's what I want to help you to do today. And I'll explain how we're going to get into that. But these three things I'm going to talk about, three things that keeps us from creating that success: fear, limiting beliefs, and self-sabotage. I call them the three deadly assassins. You guys familiar with an assassin? If you're familiar with an assassin, then you know an assassin, they're skilled at two things, okay? They're skilled, first of all, at killing, right? And so these things they're skilled at killing our dreams and our hopes and our successes, just like a deadly assassin. Something else that an assassin is skilled at. They're skilled at going undetected. Well, guess what? These three things, they're the same. We have fears, we have limiting beliefs and self-sabotage that we're not aware of. And they're showing up in our lives that we're not aware of. So let's kind of talk through these things, right? And there's different types of fear of failure, fear of criticism, fear of judgment, fear of the unknown. And we can go on and on, fear of success, all these different things. But let me share a quick story with our audience, Al.
Okay.
There was this time where this thief was going about his business, stealing about town, and he got caught. Well, go figure, a thief getting caught, right? Well, they took him to the king to be punished. And as he's standing there before the king looks at him and says, hey, you have two options for your punishment. You can choose what's behind this big steel door, or you can choose to be hanged. And so the thief immediately said, I choose the rope, to be hanged. And so as they're putting this rope around this thief's neck, he looks over at the king. He said, by the way, what's behind that big steel door? And the king just kind of smiles and giggles at it. And the thief goes, no, seriously. What's behind the big steel door? It's not like I'm going to be around to tell anyone. So the king looks at him. He said, you know, everyone that comes before me, I give them these same two options, the steel door or the rope. He said, you want to know what's behind this steel door? I'll tell you. It's freedom. He said, it amazes me how many people are so afraid of the unknown that they almost always choose the rope. Here's what I want you to understand. Our fear from the time we were little kids has a purpose. That purpose is to warn us of danger. But here's what I also want you to understand. Our fear doesn't understand the difference between danger and change. So we have to educate our fear. And we're going to talk a little bit more about how you educate your fear in a little bit. But I want you to just look at some of the things that how fear affects us. Okay? It paralyzes us. Okay? It paralyzes us and keep us from taking action. For some of us, it creates overwhelm, which leads into stress. And we know what stress can do for us, not just emotionally, but physically, right? It also brings about worry and doubt and all these different things. So for us is to become self-aware, first of all. So if you're out there right now, what I'd love for you to do is just think about a fear that's been plaguing you, that's been keeping you from creating success. And I want you to write that fear down right now. Okay? Just shine a spotlight on it. Because that's the thing that we don't do. We're afraid to shine a spotlight on it. But write it down. Write it down. It's not, by writing it down, you're not admitting it. Okay, you're not saying, okay, well, you have control of me. No, you're shining a spotlight on it so that you can now understand what you're dealing with and move past it. Okay, so I want you to write that down because it's all about the self-awareness. And then the next time that fear creeps up, I want you to start educating your fear. Remember, I said it doesn't understand the difference between success, between danger and change. So I want you to educate your fear. Okay. If you're a drinker, I like a glass of wine, pour yourself a glass of wine and just have a little discussion with your fear. Listen, fear, what are you trying to protect me from? And just kind of listen. Most of the time, what you'll hear is just a story you've been telling yourself in your head. And then ask yourself, what's the worst that can happen if I do this, if I move forward, if I take this action? What's the worst that can happen? And if you do a list of what's the worst that can happen and then what's the best that can happen, that list of what's the best that can happen is probably going to be longer than the other one. So write down 10 good things. Here's what I love about doing this exercise. It puts you into action mode. It moves you from that paralysis of not doing anything. When you start to write down 10 good things that can happen if I take this action, if I move forward, if I do this anyway. And I want you to think about that because now you're in action mode. Now you're opening up and saying, hey, I want this. I can do this. Give me the options. Give me the ideas. So write down 10 good things that could happen. And then I want to encourage you to always do something to grow your perspective, your mind, your heart every single day. One of my favorite books around fear of failure is Failing Forward by John Maxwell. One of the best audible books that I've heard recently is by Mel Robbins, Take Control of Your Life. So those are two good resources you can tap into to help you start to work on that fear. Because here's my motto when it comes to fear. Because you have to have a good self-talk when it comes to fear, right? And so one of the things that my motto, and is a quote by Steve Sebo, he said, I cannot fail. I can only learn and grow. I cannot fail. I can only learn and grow. Think about that, because it's about changing your perspective around fear, whether it's fear, failure, unknown, success, whatever, because some of us are afraid of succeeding. We may not want to admit it, but some of us are afraid of succeeding. So I want to get into the next one. That's limiting beliefs, okay? And limiting beliefs, it's those thoughts, those beliefs that was ingrained in us from childhood. And for most of us, they're unconscious. We don't even know they're there. And I'll give you a prime example of what I'm talking about, how a limiting belief can show up in our life and sabotage us, and we don't even know it. A few years ago, I was working with one of my clients, and he's a financial planner, and he's doing very well, okay? And he had hit a certain point in his business. He had plateaued to where he couldn't go any further. And he looked at me and he's like, I don't know what to do, right? And so we're having, in our coaching session, we're talking through these things. And something came up about when he was a child. When he was a child, in the household he was raised in, he was taught not to brag. He was taught that bragging, boasting, talking about yourself was wrong. And so as we dug deeper, we realized that limiting belief that it's wrong to talk about yourself, to self-promote, was keeping him from doing what he needed to do to get to the next level in his business. And that was self-promote. Because we all know to be good at our business, to be successful at our business, we have to become good self-promoters. And what we did was we worked on how he could do that in a way that was healthy and genuine for him. And so as he worked through that and he began to understand, because I asked him a couple of questions, I said, well, do you believe that what you do for your clients can change their life, can make their life better? He said, yes, of course. I said, well, it's your obligation and it's your duty to share with them that you can help them. So how do we do that where it's authentic and it's right for you? And we did that work, and that gave him the breakthrough he needed. That changed his perspective around that limiting belief of it was wrong to brag or boast. But you see how he had no idea that limiting belief was showing up in his life and keeping him from creating the success he needed, the success he wanted. So I want you to think about limiting belief that you've encountered. And maybe there's a limiting belief right now that you can identify. I want you to write it down. I want you to write it down right now, okay? A limiting belief that maybe you just identified or you've known it was there, I don't know. But I want you to write it down. And I want you to start thinking about how it's showing up in your life. I'll give you enough quick example of how these things are very sneaky, okay? Any of you have ever read the book, You're a Badass at Making Money by Jen Sincero? It's a great book. It's a great book, isn't it, Rosina? Right? And so here's the thing. And I remember in that book, she was telling a story about she was at this conference, and then she stood at the end of the conference, and God made the call to action to sign up for his coaching program. As she's standing there in line waiting to sign up for this guy's coaching program, something dawned on her. Okay? She started thinking about her father. And her father's love language was to give her money. That's how he showed her he loved her. And as she started thinking about that, she said, I realized she had an epiphany. She had this belief that if she became successful, if she became the millionaire she wanted to be, it would take away her father's joy of giving her money. And that was the thing, that limiting belief right there was keeping her stuck. And she made a quick pivot. And she said, you know what, I can become a millionaire and still allow my dad to give me money. And that's what she does. But I want you to understand how powerful these things can be and how they can show up in our lives and we not know it. We're not aware of them. So the key is identifying them. So I want you to write them down. Don't be afraid of them. Don't hide from them. Don't run from them. Shine the light on them. That's what we're talking about, so that we can throw them in the fire. One of my favorite quotes is about Brendan Burchard. He said, I'm not interested in your limiting beliefs. I'm interested in what makes you limitless. So I want you to think right now, what is it that makes you limitless? How many of you out there want to be limitless? Want to have that champion's mentality of being limitless? And how do you do that? Well, you take action. You take action. You change your perspective around things. You start to work through the limiting belief and how it's showing up. You read the right books. And you work with a coach, a mentor, a mastermind group, whatever the case may be, but you surround yourself with the right people that can help you, because a lot of these things, we don't know they exist. And it takes other people around us, whether it be a coach, whether it be a mentor or accountability partner, pointing it out. Hey, do you realize this is showing up and keep you from doing that? So don't be afraid to align yourself with somebody that can help you identify those things. Very important. Let's get into the next one. But before we do, you begin to fly when you let go of self-limiting beliefs and allow your mind and aspirations to rise to greater heights. This is by one of my favorite speakers, Brian Tracy. He's one of the people that inspired me to become a speaker. Let's move into self-sabotage. How the deadly assassins show up. I'm gonna run through this one really quick. They show up real quick. They show up in the form of excuses, judgment, procrastination. Anybody ever, are you guys familiar with any of these? Right? These are ways in which we sabotage ourselves. This is how these different things show up. Excuses, judgment, procrastination, guilt, blame, you name it. We all have dealt with guilt. We all have dealt with shame. They're designed to sabotage us, I'm telling you. Most of you know this. So what do we do about them, right? What do we do about them? Here's a whole list of different ones, but I want to get to this next slide, how you break it. Understand how you do it, understand why you do it, and then find a healthy alternative behavior. Put together a plan for dealing with them. But you only can do that when you know that they exist and they're showing up in a certain way. That they're showing up in a certain way. Increase your tolerance for emotional discomfort. Think about that. And the only way you can do that is to be uncomfortable and get comfortable at being uncomfortable and understand what you really want. Okay, so raise your awareness around you. And here's the thing, this is the most important thing. And Elle, you know this, when you told me the story about how you and Leela became accountability partners, I want you to know that sparked something in me, okay? Because I understand the power of having that person or those people around you that keep you on task, right? Mm-hmm. And so I just want you to know that really inspired me when you told me that story. Is so funny, but I love it. And so I implement that in my life as well. So, but I call it surrounding yourself with ass kickers, okay? Mm-hmm. People that are moving and creating success along the way. That's why Chris and I both hang out, you know, because I hang out with him not just because he's a martial artist and he can kick some ass, but because we have that same champions mentality of being champions and creating champions. So I'm going to finish up with this. How do you become fearless? I'm going to share with you my definition of fearless. You'll find it's real similar to what Chris talked about a few minutes ago. For me, fearless means it's not the absence of fear. okay? Because fear is going to be there, but it's taking action in spite of fear. Taking action in spite of fear, because the more you take action, the less power you give the fear. Okay. And cultivate courage. You know, the best way to cultivate courage that I found, I'm gonna give you a little tip here. I call it tap into your 5-year-old self. You remember when you were 5 years old and you just say, oh, I'm gonna do it anyway. You remember that? How many of you felt that you're like that? You could do, just go back to when you were 5 years old, no matter what came up, you were fearless. I'm gonna do it anyway. Well, cultivate that courage when it comes to fear by tapping into your 5-year-old self and just say, I'm going to do it anyway. I'm going to do it anyway. I'm going to take action, because when you procrastinate, that gives fear power. The longer you wait. You ever heard that saying by Nike said, just do it? Anybody familiar with that?
Mhm.
Well, I have a saying in my circle, in my network of people, we say, just do it now. Just do it now. That eliminates that procrastination. It takes away the opportunity of giving fear the chance to take power over you. And then I want you to find your fire daily. Here's what I mean by this. This is the last exercise. I want you to write down these letters, F-I-R-E. And every day when you wake up, here's one of the ways that you can change your self-talk, okay? I think Dr. Alex was talking about that this morning, self-talk, and how important that is. It's very important what we say to ourselves. And so for me, I wake up every morning and I'm like, what's my fire today? You know? And today maybe it's fear. Maybe I say I'm fearless, inspiring, relentless, or extraordinary. Okay? Maybe your F in fear and fire is something else. Maybe it's free. But what does that F stand for that day? What does that I stand for? Okay. What does that R stand for? And that E? This is just an example, but what is it? Okay. Are you exceptional today? I want you to think about that. What's your fire? And I want to encourage you to find your fire daily. Because as you start to find your fire daily, you move past these deadly assassins that's keeping us from being stuck, keeping us from not allowing us to move forward and create that success in our business, in our finances, in our health. Okay. So what will you do with your fear, your limiting beliefs, and your self-sabotage? I want you to think about that. And I hope what I've had to share with you today has been extremely helpful. I'm going to unshare my screen and I'll take any questions you guys may have. And I hope that's been helpful.
It was amazing. It was amazing. Was it not amazing?
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, JB. That was really, really helpful. I appreciated what you had to say because I needed to hear that like right now.
Absolutely.
I struggle with PTSD freeze, which is
Okay.
everything that you're talking about anyway. And I'm trying to pinpoint why that keeps occurring with me. And I'm getting closer and closer to it. And this is very helpful. Thank you.
You're welcome, Sherry. Thank you. Thank you. Anyone with questions or perspective that you want to share along what I've just shared with you?
Yeah, come right on Cameron if you want, or drop it in the chat. We'll make sure he gets it. But you know, we needed to hear this. Every one of these speakers, we needed to hear these messages. They just keep building. They just keep coming. And this was so good. Sharon says, awesome, very clear and extremely helpful. And very inspiring. Thanks, JB. Beautiful.
Absolutely. You're welcome.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. From my side, thank you so much. I'll ask myself every day, what's my fire? Wow, it's a phenomenal share. And it's one of those things that you don't think about. And you've just mentioning it, and we find ourselves so guilty as charged. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you. Yes, find that fire daily. Absolutely.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Any other questions or thoughts for JB before we move? And I'm going to see who's here. Cindy is here. Wonderful. Marina's been here for a while. So Susan wasn't able to be with us, and we can bring in a new speaker. If Marina, are you up for going early? She is. Okay, great. Well, JB, I really want to thank you. This is, we just met a couple weeks ago. I'd heard about you from Leela, and I'm just really grateful that you came on today. And for those of you who are watching the recording, all these gifts are in your posts. And for those of you go through the chat here, you can grab the gifts of all of the different speakers here today. This was just phenomenal. And I look forward to seeing what you and Chris put together and all you're doing, because it's cool that you've teamed up together.
Well, thank you, Elle. I appreciate the opportunity. It's been great meeting you, and I feel like this is just the beginning of our collaboration as well.
Mm-hmm. And you brought up the fact about when I met Leela, and I just think I have to share a little more on that. So when she asked me, because I shared this story with you, JB, when she asked me to be her accountability partner, I said, well, no, I already have two. I had two at the time in the same mastermind, meeting weekly with them. She goes, you don't understand. I want to meet with you every day, Monday through Friday, every morning. So I'm like, I was saying no to adding one meeting a week, and she wants to meet me 5 days a week. And I'm like, who is this chick? Like, what
That's
is she
Leela
up to? And so, she and I were two people that were constantly doing the work that our coach was giving, just doing it. And I looked at her and I said, first of all, how does she have that posture? Just like she had shared, how does she have that posture? I've struggled. I grew tall in 8th grade. In fact, I was sitting with Leela once and she goes, your femur is twice as long as mine. So I'm like, I'm not real tall, but I have really huge femurs. So I felt really tall growing up. I was taller than all the boys in that 8th grade year. And I didn't want to be, so I got very round shouldered and very tight. Plus I played violin for years, which like messes up your two sides. So I wanted what she had. She wanted what I had. We started talking every morning. And here's the cool thing about it for you if you're thinking about putting someone in your life to create this kind of accountability, every weekday, that's a hard commitment to make. And we have made it. And we get to see each other grow over the years. Mm-hmm. So like, I'll never forget something that happened to her, like in our year one together. And it'll be years later, she goes, well, I'm working on this right now. And I go, wow, remember when you could barely write that $8,000 check to secure the retreat center? Like, just little things that were so hard for us. And I had been in business for a while. She was starting her business, and now to see what has happened is phenomenal. So that's another benefit of teaming up, and you and Chris are teamed up, and what that means and how you can grow with another human. It gets to your point too. It's not just asking for help, it's getting resourceful, because two brains together can do so much more, which is why I put amazing coaches into my life. I'm about to bring one on here in a moment here. I've had coaching I started in 2012 with the best-selling author, Robert Allen. He was my first high-end coach that I invested a ton of money to go and work with. And I changed my name on his stage. So amazing things can happen when you put great people in your life and you make commitment to people in your life. So yeah, you just inspired me on so many levels, JB. I'm excited.
Thank you. Thanks again. I've got to hop off and head to a coaching session. I'll tune back in as soon as I'm done. Thank you.
Sounds great. Bye.
Bye.
And I'm going to bring out Marina Stamos. Marina and I met in the same mastermind that Leela and I met in, with the same coach. And she is, I'm going to have her introduce herself to you and share what she does, and have her just give us some great content, great nuggets today. So welcome, Marina.
Thank you for having me. And I'm a business coach. I focus on the self-employed woman.
Hold just one sec. Yeah. Cindy, are you at 1:30? Have I goofed here? Oh, Cindy is at 1:30.
Go for it.
So yeah, okay. Somehow we're on time then, or I just lost something there. So we'll go with Cindy, Marina, and have you be at your 2 o'clock spot.
Yep.
Thanks, Cindy.
Yeah, because I had another meeting later, so this was
Perfect.
wanted to make sure that I get to connect and share.
Absolutely.
So, yeah, thank
We
you.
had someone miss, and so now I'm off a little bit. So, but apparently I'm back on. So we're
Great.
good. So yeah, Cindy, you can go ahead and introduce yourself. Cindy is a new friend who a mutual friend brought us together to celebrate International Women's Day. And when we met each other on there, we just decided to do some teaming up together. So thanks so much for being here.
Yeah, thank you for having me, Elle. I am really excited to be here and to share. So I'm Dr. Cindy Tsai. I'm a board certified internal medicine physician, a mindfulness teacher, a speaker, and a life coach. And I focus on helping high achieving professionals avoid burnout and get out of autopilot so that they can live their best life with ease.
It's beautiful. It's beautiful. So yeah, and share a little bit about your story and your background, because I think it's really fascinating how you came to coaching.
Yeah, so for me, ever since I was young, I wanted to be a physician. And I grew up in Taiwan. My dad was a surgeon, medicine was all around me. And I was interested in health and wellness, and I wanted to help people. So being a doctor made a lot of sense. I worked really hard, going to all the top schools like Hopkins and Dartmouth. But along the way, I think there was always something that felt like maybe wasn't totally aligned to who I really was. But it's that high achiever in me that was just, the more you do it, you're one step closer and you just keep going. Like, I already put in so many years, so much time, so many tests, all these things. And so I just kept going. And I completed training in internal medicine. I started working as a primary care physician about 5 years back, and really was so excited to start working and feeling like that I can finally relax and enjoy my life. And I realized that I wasn't fully fulfilled or satisfied. And I was frustrated when I saw a lot of patients come in with physical pains and ailments that came from other parts of their life that they weren't paying attention to. And I saw the impacts of chronic stress on the body and really wanted to do more than just prescribe medications as a Band-Aid. And so I sought out a lot of different other trainings, really was curious to explore what else was out there. And at the same time, I also got sick myself. And I think it really forced me to pause and reflect and think about what was really important to me. And thankfully found coaching a couple of years back. And through coaching, learned so many tools and skills that really shifted my whole mindset and perspective and inspired me to become a coach and share this with others. And I really think that when you look at healing and wellness, it's about making the mind-body connection. And because I have the medical training and background, I really integrate that into my work because I think it's important to look at the root cause and not just focus on the symptoms.
So incredible. And, this is a similar story to so many of the people who've been speaking today, like Chris sharing about his panic attacks, which led him to then just create, it's like a reinvention of us when we have these things happen to us. And so share with people what you do now and maybe give us some great tips and tools that we all can use.
Yeah, so I serve people in two ways, through coaching and through speaking. And in coaching, I primarily, there's a bit of an echo.
Yeah, I'm going to try to find it.
Okay. Are we? Yeah. Perfect. So I think that's better. Yeah. Yes. Thank you. Okay. So through coaching, I work with people one-on-one, and I really teach them the framework of developing mastery in 3 pillars. So the 3 pillars are: 1, calm; number 2 is confidence; And number 3 is curiosity. And I really think when you look at performance and anxiety, a lot of things it's very much related. And I think the first thing to remember is before you jump to, the solution and trying to fix things and change things up, I think it always starts with awareness. And my work is based in mindfulness, which is the process of really being present and paying attention on purpose without judgment. And I always like to emphasize that last part because so often we think we're present, but we're upset, we're frustrated, right? We're, especially with a lot of the high achievers I work with who deal with anxiety and things like that. And you have all these high expectations and you feel like you should be farther along or all these things. And that actually is a layer of judgment, right? Because you're putting your own lens and filter on the experience, right? You're saying something is good or bad. Now, I think a lot of times we don't think the good is also a type of, our own lens and interpretation. So I always like to just put that out there. And so my work is really based in mindfulness and just helping you reconnect to the present and to yourself. And when you look at all these things, it's from the brain's, I guess, physiology perspective. I always like to talk about just the most important thing from our brain's perspective is to ensure our survival as humans. And that unfortunately leads to various responses in our bodies. And depending on your experiences, traumas, whatever you've been through up until this point, you've conditioned your mind and your body to respond in a certain way. Mm-hmm. And so a big part of going from where you are now to a person who is able to perform pressure-free, to sleep well, to achieve results, is really taking apart and unlearning some of those patterns and beliefs and actions you've held on to. So I think it's so important to just remember that this is what the brain does, and this is what we're wired to do as humans. Mm-hmm. So really first starting with normalizing the experience, knowing that you're not alone, because I think so often we feel like we're the only ones struggling, we're the only ones going through tough times, and it makes it really hard, especially you might have a tendency to withdraw even more instead of getting the help that would be so beneficial, so that, save you so much time and energy, right? So
yeah. Can I expound on that just a moment? Because if my husband were here right now, he would say that you almost feel like you might be poisoning someone else with your negativity if you were to share. I think that's why some people, especially high achievers, will really self-isolate, because they fear how they'll actually, how what they do is going to be an experience for the other person too.
Yeah, absolutely. And also I find that with high achievers, there's also such high expectations that there's this very loud inner critic, right? And that often comes through in whether it's imposter syndrome or whatever, that and also in this day and age with all the comparison culture, it's very, it's almost like you don't want to show what's actually going on, right? And so really contributing more to that isolation and withdrawing even more. So I think a big part of it is really, again, starting with awareness, because you can't change what you don't know. And I like to give the example of if, growing up, or we tell kids, whatever, to not touch a hot stove. And inevitably at some point, you're probably going to do that and make, and accidentally touch a hot stove. And then what happens is you feel the pain and then you withdraw generally pretty quickly, right? And that's because you've been made aware of the pain. It's not like you feel the pain and you keep your hand on the stove for hours, right? So that you feel more pain. So again, it's just once you're aware of the pain, you withdraw and you know what to do. You kind of figure out, well, okay, well, let me go get some ice or whatever. And then you troubleshoot, right? So it really comes down to awareness. And so I think the beauty is that everyone is different. And so the things you need are different. And that's why I think it's great. There's so many different modalities, approaches, therapies out there. And the best thing I can say is really trying different things out and being open to it, right? Because you're not going to know unless you try. And I think it's so, and also the other thing to remember is that as you continue to evolve and your life changes, different circumstances, whatever, the things you need may change also. So I think that's something, you know, sometimes people forget. They feel like, well, I've been doing this. I've been going to yoga 3 times a week for 15 years. And then something comes up and now they feel like maybe yoga is not as beneficial to them anymore. And then sometimes there's a layer of shame that comes and it's like, no, I should go. And this is good for me, and almost like forcing themselves to do it. And I really want to encourage people to stay open and curious and be in that state of non-judgment, right? Because it's only when you are open and seeing things as they are, that's when you actually have all the power to change things.
Yeah, and that's been a theme today, is that release of judgment and staying open, especially as, each speaker that's come on here is so different. And so being open to all these different messages and then find, like you're saying, it's like you're going to find what resonates with you and what feels like, oh, this is the next thing to explore. And it is a constant exploration. I love that you're sharing that. And I really love this word curiosity too, because I don't think it's been mentioned today yet. And this is a really beautiful word that it comes back to JB saying, remember when you were 5 years old and you just do it? It was because of curiosity. We were curious, we were exploring. So that's a fun word.
Yeah, so curiosity actually is also a key principle in mindfulness, because it's the idea, I like to think about it as having a beginner's mind and that sense of wonder and awe. And so the reason I set up my 3 pillars is so calm is really about regulating your system, developing that sense of safety. And there are a lot of great practices, whether it's breathing, tapping, all these other things that are available. And then confidence, I really see as developing that sense of self-belief and looking at your thoughts, visualization, really getting into that place of embodiment and being that version of you who you want to be. And curiosity, I really appreciate, because it's about connecting to your inner wisdom and that fun part of you, right? Because I think as adults, oftentimes lose sight of the fun. And it's kind of, as we've grown up, just become so focused on the doing, like the work and responsibilities and all these things. And unfortunately, that adds a lot of pressure onto everything, right? When you feel like you have to do things, when you feel like, this is what your life should be, and you forget that it's okay and it's very important to have fun, and that it's possible to bring that sense of fun and playfulness into your day. It doesn't matter how old you are, right? Like that's what keeps people vibrant and alive, when you're able to connect to that part of you, when you're doing what you're really meant to do, connecting to your, aligning to your purpose. So that's why I think the curiosity piece is so important. And I think about that through doing things like journaling, being very intentional, and also really developing that sense of creativity. And I know that when I was first doing a lot of my own healing work and coaching, I never saw myself as a creative person because I had this definition of, you know, someone artistic and, you know, just like a designer and all the things. And I had been always so focused on the math and the science, you know, being a doctor, that's very, very scripted and linear and in a box. But now I really see creativity as like, you know, something that we all have access to and is very important to tap into. But what's interesting is I've been reviewing studies and it shows that when you're under stress, when there's cortisol, the stress hormone release, it actually blocks your creativity pathways, right?
Mhm.
And it makes sense, right? Because if you're under stress, your brain, and we imagine if like years ago when you know, we were hunting, gathering, whatever. I mean, if a bear comes along, like your brain's going to want you to run, not just like sit there and stare at the clouds and see what the clouds, which animals the clouds represent. So it makes sense from an evolutionary perspective. But again, that's why it's so important to really develop that sense of safety and calm and grounding first.
And
right?
Yeah, and the other thing that gets shut down is our willpower. There's 2 centers in the brain that are responsible for willpower, and that gets shut down also. So that's why people, I think, gets isolated and stuck and can't even begin to think that they can take the action, do you know?
Yeah, absolutely. And so I think in terms of just the whole process, it really is, I always like to say it's a process. And, you know, sometimes you're going to be more you're gravitating towards one thing versus another, and it's going to evolve over time, right? And I think, again, it's also giving yourself permission to explore and reframing the idea that you know, just become this experimenter and really take that pressure off instead of really thinking about it from like a just success or failure perspective, because I think that oftentimes adds so much pressure to, you know, whatever you're doing. Yeah.
I'm thinking too, when you're talking about high achievers who've really focused in as you did in your career, I used to say things to myself like, I'm an oral artist, I'm a musician, so I don't really see things very well. I'm not visually cued. I used to say that I was a terrible writer, I don't really do that, I do this. And how wrong that was. Turns out I see almost everything, which is visual clutter is a trigger for me. I see everything. And yet I was so, because of the academia, so kind of locked in, and I'm really good at numbers. So I'm really good at this and really good at that. But we're so, when you're open, there's so much that we have potential for. But I think we get tracked very young. We get tracked. And then it's kind of a trap. But what you're saying here, I really am, I'm really resonating because I know I felt it in my own life. Now I've written a screenplay, I have a 600-page novel, like just doing all this stuff. And it's because I feel free to do it now. And you said, give yourself permission. I'm curious, like in the chat, what do the participants here right now, what do you want to give yourself permission to do? This is an opportunity to open something up for yourself. If you want to put it in the chat, like, and Rosina I call creative activities arts as active meditation. I suggest it to people who can't sit down or for passive meditation. Oh, that's beautiful for passive meditation. Yeah. But like, what do you want to dust off the shelf that's maybe a dream you had when you were 5, but then you got trapped into a certain pattern of study or profession? Because my clients, they unlock, and I've got people who were realtors who are now, they have owned one owns her own art studio. Another CEO who his passion is actually photographing flowers, like
Yeah.
figure. Sharon says, be calm.
Oh.
Oh, it's so beautiful. Permission to do it. Permission to be me, Rosina says. It's beautiful.
Other thing I so appreciate you sharing is that this idea of identity. And I think so often we have this, which like the conference really focusing on pressure-free performance, right? Being able to sleep better, achieve results. A lot of times we want that result, right? We have that idea, but there's a part of us that's not on board yet, right? Because we have where we are now is a result of all the things in our past. And a lot of times I think people think that, you just keep doing what you're doing, maybe like increase it a little bit, work harder or whatever, and then you'll get to that other result. But in reality, it's about letting go of the things that aren't working, right? And part of it, it's in your identity, right? It's maybe this idea, like I say, for people who have been wanting to maybe shed some weight from the pandemic, and but then they don't like to exercise, and then they have this idea, this part of their identity is like, well, I'm not a gym person. Right. And so it makes it really hard for them to actually do anything, because they're like, well, no, that's not what I do. Right. And that's going to actually really block your path to becoming that next version of you. So I do think it's, again, really just tying it back to awareness. Like you have to really first acknowledge and see where you are, not to like, just like drill it in, but it's because you have to know where you are in order to actually change it. So, yeah.
Oh, the identity thing is so real. My mother-in-law was in her 90s, and she'd always say to me, I'm just not sporty. But I've seen photographs of her riding horses and doing this and doing this. And so the kids got the Wii Sports. This is 10 years ago, 15 years ago. And we got it, we brought it to her house and we hooked it up. She did everything amazingly. Like she hadn't bowled in some 50 odd years, and she bowled perfectly. Like her whole body did exactly the motions. Like she was very sporty, but she had this identity that she wasn't. So she lived to be 96, but she didn't really care for herself in a strength ways, but it was so fascinating to have her do that Wii game and watch her body. Like archery, she used to do archery as a child. Like it was perfect form. It was the coolest thing to say. So I love that you're bringing that forward. And Tabeel says, let go of the things that are not working. Yes. May we all do that. May today we break through something that is not working for us. And
it's very much tied to permission, right? It's, you have to give yourself permission to let go. And I think a lot of times it's hard because we're so, again, because the brain is constantly repeating the same patterns and beliefs, and that actually strengthens it, right? So you have to really be exposed to other ideas and beliefs in order to see a different path. And so I think a part of this is just thinking about like when you are wanting to let go of things, it's just before you even say, I'm going to let go, ask yourself, what benefit do I get from holding on?
all right.
Because I guarantee there is a benefit. It's probably subconscious, because the subconscious drives almost all of what we do. But it's because of that. That's why your brain is still holding on to that belief and programming. So when you actually take a moment and think about, what is it that I gain from holding on to this? And using that example of like wanting to lose weight, not wanting to go to the gym, the reason might be, well, going to the gym is new. I've never been to the gym. I don't have workout clothes. I don't know how to use the machines. What are people going to think? Right? It feels scary because it's new and foreign. And again, we're just tying it all back to the brain wanting to keep us safe and survive. Anything new, anything outside your comfort zone, it's going to be dangerous to the brain. So anyway, I just wanted to put that last piece.
I love it. I love it. To bring this full circle, I'm very curious. So you left a very lucrative, amazing career as a physician. So you let that go. And I'm curious, like, how was that, like, family-wise for you? How did your parents feel about it? How did you even tell them you were going to do this new thing? I'm just curious to close out here.
Yeah, thank you for asking. I do get that a lot, especially I grew up in Taiwan, very traditional Chinese cultural family. So I'm incredibly grateful because my parents have been very supportive. I think that when I was first exploring this alternative path, I was very nervous. And it's because I didn't yet develop that sense of grounding and belief and confidence in myself.
Oh, sure.
And I think as I've continued to evolve, do the work, grow, learn, my parents, my family, everyone around me, they see how much happier and fulfilled I am.
Yes.
And I think at the end of the day, and I'm always a physician, my license is active, I'm actually exploring more of integrative medicine and kind of looking at ways to combine things and stuff. But I think that as parents, you really, all you want is for your child to be happy. And I think from their perspective, based on their culture, generation, and things like that, their belief was that, becoming a doctor, having a stable job equates happiness. And now in this day and age, we know that there's so many other ways, also avenues, right, to be happy. And the most important thing is really to be able to connect with who you are, lean into that authentically, and really share your gifts. And so I think for me, I'm just incredibly grateful that I've been able to go on this healing journey to get to where I am now, and to be able to share and help people in this way that feels really good to me. And, I'm just excited to see what's next.
It's beautiful. Thank you so much for being with us. This is Dr.
Thank
Cindy
you.
Tsai, and this was phenomenal. And I see there's Rosina put a little thing. I love changing the identity. I want to share that we can also use this identity change to our benefit when we are helping people stop smoking or drinking. One best approach that helps is I am a non-smoker or I am a non-drinker. So yeah, that's interesting. That's a really interesting thing too. So great. Well, thank you so much. We're going to move on to our next speaker now. And I can't wait to connect more with you because we have this New Hampshire connection. She went to Dartmouth and I'm from New Hampshire, and it's just really amazing. So thank you, Cindy. Marina, now we can go to Marina. So Marina is someone that I've known for years, and I'm really blessed that I've just stepped into working with her as a coach. So she is has a fascinating background, and I want her to share it with you. So this is Marina Stamos, everyone.
Hello, everyone. I'm coming to you live from Philadelphia. I'm a business coach. I typically work with a self-employed woman. I help her make money, but of course, everyone is welcome. And I want to just bring you into a moment. Let's just get right to this. So a few years ago, I got a call saying, would you like to speak on our stage? It's a business focused conference. We see you run a business in the area. You run a communications company. This should be a no-brainer, right? Sure. Now, I had actually never done public speaking to grow my business. I said, how hard can this be? I'd been a television news producer prior to that. Okay, no problem. It's going to be a shoo-in. I go in and I'm all excited and I've got my notes and I've got my slides and I start talking and the agreement was that I would speak for 5 minutes and I could make an offer to people to come to meet me to maybe book a strategy call. So I get in and I think I'm ready. And well, let me just tell you, have you ever been in a situation where there's a speaker and it is a total train wreck? And they're going on and on and on and on. And it is so painful that even though you feel a little sorry for them and you feel a little guilty, like you look down at your phone to avoid making eye contact. That was me in that moment. And it was so bad. I was so bad. How bad were you? I was so bad that at the end, when I made an offer for people to connect, not only did no one take me up on it, everyone, as if the fire alarm had gone off that everyone could hear but me, everyone seemed to just like instinctively jump to their feet and go to the exit. And I was, and it was all over. It was just me and the event organizer. And she gave me this look that to this day, I can still remember and cringe and practically cry and laugh, but practically cry when I think of, it was kind of like almost like an animated emoji kind of doing a pre-programmed movement, like, okay, at least you tried. Now please go away, right? And it was really funny because that really hit me hard. As I said, I had been running a communications company. I could do for others what I could, I could do these things for others. I was writing speeches, I was writing all kinds of things for people to help them grow their business. And they were already running. Some of them, a couple of them are running $100 million, $80 million, $200 million, or $1 million or $50,000 businesses. I mean, I work with people at all levels. And I tended to always find my clients by accident. I was in a stage for a while where I was just kind of finding them by accident or by referral, which was okay, but I had no real control over my business. And what I realized was that the weeks and the months were passing where I might have, maybe I'd make an $80,000 client, but then it would be months before I'd find another. And that is when the pressure started to build on me. And there's the pressure, there's where the pressure comes in. And I remember thinking, well, isn't it just enough that I'm good at what I do? Isn't it just enough that I'm an Emmy nominated former television news producer who's put millions of people, or I'm sorry, thousands of people on television in front of millions. I used to have to write messages that I had 7 seconds. I had 7-second messages to write. Like it was, okay, write a message that's going to get the attention of millions of people and you have 7 seconds. Oh, okay, sure, no problem. A 5-minute talk, that should be a no-brainer. But as is very common, I did not know how to do me. I could not do me. And the weeks were passing, they're turning into months, and I would have so many $0 months that it really started to pile up, the pressure and just the shame and the embarrassment and thinking, why am I not, what does everyone else here seem to know that I don't know? And believe it or not, that moment in front of those people looking down at their phone to avoid making eye contact with me was not my lowest point. It actually, I got much lower, literally. I started to take training on how to grow my business. And I suddenly got pulled into the world of opt-ins and funnels and thinking that I had to do all these things myself. And again, the weeks were passing, the months were passing, and I wasn't really making any kind of regular income. And one day I was standing in front of my computer and wrestling with some kind of tech for an email sequence. And when I realized that nothing was really changing and that I had no reason to believe that tomorrow was going to be different from yesterday, it really hit me hard. I literally became physically ill. My head started to swim. My stomach turned violently, and I ran to the bathroom. Here comes a little TMI, but it doesn't get too graphic. I run to the bathroom, throw up the toilet seat, put up the toilet seat, and I heave like, right, but nothing comes up. But I go down. That was it. I lost it. My knees buckled, and then I slammed to the floor of the bathroom, this cheek, floor of the bathroom, my head 6 inches from the toilet. And that's when I realized something has to change here. So I went from, and now that time I went from $0 months, wondering when my life was going to start, lying on the floor of a bathroom, technically, officially a business overwhelmed junkie, to within 18 months, I was having consistent $40,000, $50,000, and $60,000 months. And what changed? I had to take everything that I had ever learned and get help and boil down what I had done for all these other people to a system, to some kind of repeatable, simple method. What came out of that time was called the 1-minute talk method. The 1-minute talk that is a systematic way of finding how to talk to that one person, solve that one problem within a short time span so that you can add as much as you want to your income. Fast forward to today, I now train people in this method. I train new and experienced people, coaches, pro service providers, lawyers, doctors, accountants, bookkeepers, educators, really anyone who is using speaking to grow their business. And what I'm going to do today, I'm kind of breaking the tradition a little bit today. Also I have helped my clients to gain in income just within the time that they're working with me. They've increased their revenue combined more than $30 million. And that's after I started counting. Like that's just after I started counting. And it really came down to just having a different way. If you've struggled with your message, if you struggle with talking about what you do and you talk and you feel like you're pouring out your heart, but nothing comes of it. I've been there. This is a solution, right? So what I like to do today is I'm going to usually I have a very fixed way of doing this, and I help my clients become a TEDx speaker, a Vistage speaker, whatever it is that they want. I help them to add thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars to their business, and millions in some cases. And I have usually a pretty fixed way of doing this. But today I'm going to break with tradition. I'm actually going to make this a little more workshop-y, if that's all right. And I'm going to give, right? Okay, awesome. So first of all, who here right now, I just want to also get a sense, truly, because I don't know where everybody is in their journey. Does everybody here use speaking? Like, first of all, do you use speaking? Just could you give me a yes or no in the chat? Do you use speaking to grow your business? I'm sure, I guess you could say, well, you're here, by definition, you're using speaking, but really like intentional speaking engagements on other people's stages. Elle says yes. Rosina says yes. Sharon, yes. Cool. Awesome. JB, yes, absolutely, JB. Tabile, I'm not sure. Forgive me, I wasn't here to hear how, or Tabile, please forgive me if I'm mispronouncing your name, and I welcome I got it. Okay, good. Thank you. Okay, awesome. Fantastic. Have you ever come to the end of one of your talks and you've really poured your heart out and you thought, this is it, this is going to be, oh boy, everyone's going to come running back to me and they're going to want to sign up. Have you ever felt that way, but actually came to the end with nothing to show for it? If that sounds familiar, and I've been there, so I'm raising my hand. Remember, they were all looking at their phone and all hearing the same fire alarm that only I could not hear as they were running to the exit. Okay, so that's me. I can say that, right? Okay, how many people landed on the floor of the bathroom from the pain of business overwhelm? Just me, probably. Right? Okay. Good. I hope you never do. I do it. So I've already done it, so you don't have to. Okay, great. What I'm going to do today, right now, is I'm going to demonstrate a 1-minute talk, a basic 1-minute talk, and just so you can see a 1-minute talk in action and how it can bring hundreds of thousands of dollars with just one person as the fee generator into a business. But also these principles can be used for any size business, wherever you are. Again, I work with people all different levels. And we're going to talk about 10 things that go into the perfect 1-minute talk. I have 35 strategies, but I'm going to give you the top 10. And then I'm going to share with you a way to learn more about making this work for you. Now, okay, cool. Awesome. Now, Sharon says a panic anxiety attack. That's what I had that day. Okay. So let's just get into a demonstration of a 1-minute talk. And I'm going to ask you to just kind of take a deep breath with me. And imagine that you are in an audience at a wellness event. Okay. A woman named Jane is on the stage. Behind her or on the screen are pictures of her before and her after. She's a weight loss coach. So there's a picture of her before and her after weight loss journey. And she has 1 minute to speak. And this is what she says. Hi, I'm Jane. And 5 years ago, I was 100 pounds overweight. I tried everything. My health was at risk. I lost all hope. But now, after my 7-step reset, I'm at my ideal weight. I fit into my skinny jeans and I feel at peace with food in a way I didn't think was possible. How did I do it? Well, the first step was to use a unique breathing method that I created. It helped me calm down in the face of cravings and neutralize their power over me. I have a special retreat where you learn this powerful method and the rest of the 7-step reset. It has helped thousands of people to lose weight, feel great, and finally make peace with food. To serve you at the highest level, I accept 7 people and there are 3 spots left. If you know this has to be your time, please meet me at the back table to book your complimentary Peaceful Eating for Weight Loss strategy session. I'm going to the back table now. You can do this. Okay, I'm just going to give you a moment to digest that. And I'm wondering now, just kind of ask yourself, think, yeah, okay. I hear that. Yeah, that sounds like pretty typical languaging. I hear that all the time out there, actually. Nothing new there. And if you're thinking that, you're right. You're absolutely right. That kind of messaging is everywhere. And if you know how to write it for yourself, you don't need to listen to the rest of my talk. But if you struggle to make something that simple and that direct, and I'm going to show you as effective as it is, then stay with me because I was there. Again, that's how I ended up clearing the room and then landing on the floor of my bathroom. Yeah, there's that moment. Okay, so what happens next? People meet her at that back table to book that call. 27 people book a call. She closes 8 of them. And she makes $19,000 immediately after the event. And then in further trainings with these people, she upsells several of them and adds another 16,000, which is a total of about 35,000. And after her expenses, she makes around $30,000 from 1 minute of speaking, one afternoon at an event. What would a result like that mean for you? Or half of that? To bring in $30,000 or considerably more, again, depending on where you are in your journey, just from a 1 minute talk. So you're thinking, oh yeah, great. Oh, yeah, sign me up. I'm really ready to do that. Or are you thinking, yeah, come on. From a 1 minute talk, all that? No way. I don't believe it. Maybe you're thinking, I would never spend that kind of money on someone I just heard. I wouldn't spend thousands on someone I heard talk for a minute. So I can't imagine anyone else would. Maybe you're thinking, well, maybe that works for her industry, but that's not the case for mine. Maybe you kind of want to believe it, but the business process has broken your heart and let you down so many times that you don't even dare to let yourself believe it. So I ask you, really, where are you? Really check yourself. And I'm going to confess that I felt all of those. I was definitely that person like, yeah, right. Yeah, no, I don't think so. The 1 minute talk or the speaking to income model and the 1 minute talk has not only completely transformed my business and people like Jane, the weight loss coach, and I've worked with many people just like her. It has helped my clients go add tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, even millions of dollars to their business as they're growing a 5, 6, 7, and 8-figure business. And more importantly, it has given them a tool and a clarity that does not depend on any algorithm change. It involves no technology. It involves no scary costs. What it does is teach them to be able to walk into any room and walk out with clients, just with the power of their own words. Because after technology and after algorithms and after social media, there is nothing left but the word. It always has been that way, and it always will be that way. And you just have to learn how to use words that people understand. That's it. It's very simple. Now I'm kind of conflating this. And so before I go on any further, any longer, if you have any thoughts or questions or anything about the talk that I gave you just now, just drop it in and I'll circle back. But what I want to do right now is I'm going to give you I want to make this truly a learning moment. Even though you'll hear me in my speaking or in my teachings, I tell people teaching kills sales. Be careful of teaching too much. But Elle said, I really want you to give value to my clients. So I'm like, okay, that's it. I mean, to the participants. So I'm giving you value. So here we go. So I'm going to give you a preview. We're going to race through. Got 219. Okay. There are 35 strategies that go into building a powerful 1-minute talk. I'm going to give you the top 10. I'm going to give you the top 10 right now. So I highly recommend that you get your pen and paper out because I'm going to lay it on you. And you're also going to see that they're very simple. They're really very simple. Now, the first one, and if you only, there's going to be 2 times I'm going to tell you that there's only one thing to remember. So I'm already telling you now that I'm going to tell you twice that there's only one thing to remember. So if you only remember this one thing, let it be this one is the first one I'm going to tell you, is that today, the power move, when you consider talking to people about what you do, I want you to think of 3 words, and here they are. Quiet the mind. Quiet the mind. When you speak, you must quiet the mind. When you quiet the mind of the person you are speaking to, you make them receptive to your offer. You might have heard the statistic that, at least in the US, the average person is exposed to around 4,000 to 10,000 ads per day. An ad can even simply be a logo, okay? Our minds are naturally busy places. People writing from the beginning of a recorded human history have been talking about how the mind is a hard thing to settle. And that was even before social media and pop-ups and texts and alerts and right? There's a lot of noise in the world. And a very common mistake, and I used to make it, that speakers make is they think they might not even be conscious of it, but they think they have to shout above the noise to be heard, to break through. It's the opposite. You don't fight fire with fire and you might be scientifically minded. Well, there are situations where, okay, no. Let's just keep it simple, right? You fight fire with water. Let's just keep it simple, right? You fight fire with water. You fight a noisy mind, not with more noise, but you fight it with quieting the mind. I'm going to give you an example. Best way for me to explain this is to give you an example. A few years ago, I was at a charity event, and the cause was hunger, fighting hunger. And it was being run by big name celebrity chefs, like people who have their own show on the Food Network, like that kind of level, right? And Robert Irvine was there, and there was the Top Chef winner, and the cake boss, who that night I learned his real name is Buddy Valastro. But has everyone heard of the cake boss, right? This level of person, right? Of celebrity chef. Now, this event had about 1,000 people in it. It was a big venue. There was live music. There was people on the stage, and 1,000 people. And while there's always a lot of eating at events, you can imagine at a chef-driven event, lots of eating, right? So here was the event. Noise, eating, drinking, noise. Tuck, 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 eat, drink, noise, noise, noise. It was so noisy that you literally had to kind of lean forward to watch the mouth moving of the person across from you so that you could understand what they were saying. So this is what happened. Again, the purpose of the event was to get everyone, it was a charitable event. So what did that mean? They wanted us to pull out our credit cards and give. So into this noisy fray, a number of speakers, one after another, comes out, and they are trying to shout above the noise. So the first one comes out and says, "Hey, everyone, Isn't this event great? Aren't these chefs great? Give them a hand. Hey, give yourselves a hand too. You're great too, right? And this is such a great organization, and I really care about their mission, and they're doing such great work, and I hope you'll really support them. And as they were talking, literally no one paid attention. Everyone just kept eating, drinking, talking, lots of noise. One after another after another. Nothing was getting done. If anyone was donating, I didn't see it. Okay. Then the cake boss walks out, Buddy Velastro. He is quiet, calm, just kind of having a moment with the microphone. He says, in the most heartfelt tone, he said, when I was growing up, my father would tell us the story of how when he was a little boy during World War II in Italy, there would be times when there was nothing to eat. He remembers the pain of being hungry. He remembers the sound of his mother crying because she couldn't feed her children. Get emotional just thinking about it. Whew. And there'd be times where all he could eat was what he found in his neighbor's trash cans. Silence. A room of 1,000 people, as if we were all on a volume button and someone just went silent. We all became so emotionally overwhelmed by what he was saying. We all went silent. And then in that moment of silence, he said, this is why this is so important to me. And I hope that you will join me in supporting this cause. Find the donation form in the middle of the table and give what you can. And for the first time that night, and actually the only time that night that I observed, I reached for that form and a bunch of people around me reached for that form. We pulled out a credit card and we gave as much as we could. Why? Because he quieted our minds. He quieted our minds with a simple emotional story, simple everyday words, and he did not try to talk over the noise. Does everybody see why that worked? If you've ever heard, what's your story? Oh, you need to have your brand story. You got to have your story. You got to have your story. And you're thinking, do I need a story? Why do I need a story? I hope that settles in your mind what it is, why you need a story for your brand. We all have to find that moment. And how the biggest reason that I've helped my clients have the big wins that they've had is because I've guided them to find that story. Just like it helped a client of mine, Keisha Imani Cameron. She by day she's based in Los Angeles, and by day she was, when I met her, and this is during COVID, the studio executive at ABC. On the side, she had an elite private consultancy for other people. It was around career coaching, especially for people in these high pressure situations and high stakes career paths. It can be quite treacherous. Now, before she met me, if she made $15,000 in a year, she'd be, that was great. After working with me, within 18 hours of our first call, after I helped her to understand what it was that was really important to her client and helping her to quickly, in a matter of seconds, establish the story that was going to get them interested. She went from $15,000 days to $15,000 years to $15,000 days. In her side job, she added $180,000. Again, her side job. Oh, and she's also a divorced mother of 2 young children. And and not only did she start making so much more money that it kind of raised her vibe, that she started attracting more high dollar clients. Her career path started to accelerate. And just last week, she was hired by Oprah Winfrey. And she just texted me, not Oprah, my client, to say, oh my gosh, I've just started. I met Tracy Ellis Ross today. And why? Now, I'm not saying that that I got her hired by Oprah, but the work did have a small role in it. And she credits me with that. Why? Because she understood how to talk about what she does in a way that gets people's attention and quiets the mind and makes people understand why they need to hire you for top dollar. Okay, I have 2 minutes. And I said I was going to go through 10. I blew it. Sorry. I'm kind of going off. Now, I'm going to tell you really quickly. I'm going to actually do a little cherry picking here. If I had to tell you the top things, I'm going to actually go from 10 to fewer than 10, so I don't go over. So the one thing is decide to quiet the mind, as I said. And the next thing is decide to talk about what you do in the form of a story. To resist the temptation to start with your, and also just to lead with the transformation that you made. Like, for example, I say, I'm a business coach, but I go right into, I help self-employed women make money. And I'm going to challenge everyone in the room to, within a few words of starting to say after their name, just say what is the transformation that you make and who do you make it for? Like, that's it. Like, just start there. It's really important that's a really critical thing that can really changes fortunes around. When you just, because here's the thing, as we all know, we know at some point we figured this out. No one cares about us. They only care about themselves. And there's an incredible freedom and that's a great piece of knowledge to know when you're growing a business. Okay. So then after you decide to tell a story, you make sure you talk to one person with one problem at all times. Okay. Here's another, oh gosh, I'm going to run out of time. When you speak, always make sure to include 3 things, and I'm going to leave you with that. Include 3 things every time you talk. First, make sure that when you speak, you mention a specific 4 a.m. vision that someone has for their lives. Like, what is it they wake up with that excitement about? Oh, I can't wait. Oh my goodness, I finally have this in my life. This is what they're thinking before they actually fully wake up. Oh, I feel so much joy. What is that? Oh, I've lost the weight. Oh, I've made the money. I found true love. Whatever that is for your space. But then a second later, when they're fully awake, oh, I'm all alone. I'm totally broke. I'm already thinking about food. Think about that. What's their 4 a.m. vision, their 4 a.m. panic? Write those down, put them into your talk. And then, and here's the most important thing I'm going to leave you with, and I'm sorry, I'm going to go over a little bit.
That's fine.
After you talk about the 1 minute, so you talk about the problem that someone comes to you with, then mention the problem behind the problem. And that's the other thing that I'm going to, if you only remember this, I just said that about quiet the mind, but if you only remember one other thing, it's going to be this. Mention the problem behind the problem, the real problem. And what do I mean by that? Jane, the weight loss coach, knows that the people come to her for weight loss. That's the problem. That's the problem in the real world, right? What's the problem behind the problem as they understand it, as they report? Cravings. I'm helpless against cravings. That's the problem behind the problem. It's the real problem. And that is why she very intentionally puts it into her talk. When you do this, your entire fortune changes. Everything about what you do. Again, not your diagnosis. A very common problem that people a common mistake that people will make is they will jump in with their diagnosis. Oh, well, you have limiting beliefs. Oh, you have emotional triggers. Oh, you have this. You have imposter syndrome. That might be all true, but it does not resonate with what they report is the problem. And that's the mistake. And that is how you leave so much money on the table. That is how you end up working harder for every dollar. And you don't want that. Okay. Now, quiet the mind, 4 a.m. vision, 4 a.m. panic, problem behind the problem. Those are 5 steps out of my 35 that I teach people how to do. Now, if you'd like to learn more, just so happens that I am doing a free 5-day challenge, how to win clients with a 1-minute talk. This is for new and experienced people. This is for coaches, consultants, pro service providers, really anyone who's using speaking to bring business in and wants to become much more efficient at it. I have a free 5-day challenge. It's running Monday. It starts Monday, March 28th, and it runs at 1 p.m. Eastern. And I'm going to drop in the chat the link to join. Whoops, that's not it. Hold on.
That's fabulous.
Thank
you so much. Sharon wanted to get all 10, but you're offering this challenge. And so people can come on in.
And guess what? When you sign up for the challenge, you'll see it has a workbook for the challenge. You'll see day 2 and all 10 are there.
Oh, great.
Okay?
Super.
All 10 are there.
Fantastic.
So 1minutetalkchallenge.com/email, a 5-day challenge. And look, if you just can't come to the event, no problem. Email me and we'll set up a quick discovery call, and I'll give you some more insights about how to use these incredible, simple tips to really up-level your income-producing activities with your speaking. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Marina. That was incredibly helpful. We have to get out of our own way, and you just gave us some very great tips to do that. And it's really for anything, for any kind of communication we're trying to land, even within your families. So it's really amazing to think about that. Like, I'm thinking about children, the problem behind the problem. That's huge. That's so huge, because what do we want to do? We want to diagnose. We want to, and I love it. It's so good. Let's see. I see two of our next speakers, and Sheila is up next, right? I want to get it right. Sheila Price Brooks is our next speaker. Thank you so much, Marina.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. So Sheila Price Brooks, I found her through LinkedIn, and I was just so interested in this topic of sleep paralysis, because I wanted to bring on a sleep expert into this conference. And what an interesting deep dive, over here to talk about something that I personally have experienced. I experienced sleep paralysis a lot as a child, and not much as an adult, but just before I had talked to her, I actually had one of those kinds of dreams. And so I'm so excited to have you here, Sheila.
Thank you, Elle. Can you hear me all right? Is everything all right at your end?
Perfect. Yes, because are you in Jamaica or England? Where are you today?
I'm in Jamaica at the moment. I'm in Jamaica.
Wonderful. Well, go ahead and introduce yourself, and then you can dive right in and start sharing with us, Sheila.
Okay, I must say I've been on for most of the day so far, listening to these fantastic speakers. And then I thought, well, where do I fit in with all of that? Because the talks have been very much about performance, about business, about motivation. It's been very, very inspiring and encouraging, the talks. And then I thought, okay, so my one is going to swing completely in the opposite direction.
Exactly. Pattern interrupt right now.
Okay, so I'm gonna use some slides in a minute, Elle. So I'm gonna need to be co-host.
Perfect.
Okay, so I'm Sheila Price Brooks. I'm a researcher. I'm a PhD researcher at the moment, and my speciality is sleep paralysis, as Elle said, but I'm really passionate about illuminating the connection between sleep paralysis, spirituality, and the science that connects them. And that's with a view to, ultimately people having not just better sleep, but being happier within themselves and improved health and well-being. So that's what I do, and that's what I'm all about. So let me dive into this and get going. For those of you, some of you may not know what sleep paralysis is, and I'm going to let me explain with my situation, because I experienced it chronically. The best part of, I'd say, maybe 30 years, I experienced sleep paralysis. 3, 4, maybe 5 times a week I would have these episodes, and they would always begin the same way. I would go to bed like normal, like most people do, and then at some point during whilst I was sleeping, I would wake up. This is really a bit surreal, because I'm sleeping but I know I'm awake. Now, whilst I'm awake, there were even times when I'd be on my back, and there'd be times when I would be looking down at myself on the bed, just lying there. So to some extent, I suppose today you could call that a type of out-of-body experience, or astral projection are the words that are being used, the terms. But whilst I'm lying there would be shadows moving around me. I could see the light coming in from somewhere, because I could see the movement around the bed. I also knew that I was the focal point of their attention. And I say their attention, I knew that something was there, some things was there with me in the room. Now, whilst I'm in that state and I'm lying there motionless, a huge weight would often just land on my chest out of the blue. I would be shocked, I'd be terrified, I'd be panic stricken. And remember, I'm still sleeping. But because of the shock that has happened to me in that state, I'm trying to scream. I'm trying to kind of get out of it, to wake myself up out of this thing, only to find that I can't move. My body is completely paralyzed. I can't move my arms, my legs. I can't move my jaw to scream. I'm there in this terrified state thinking that I'm going to die. Quite literally, that's it. It's over for me. They've got me. And that was the term I would often use, is they've got me. They're coming for me. They're this. They're going to do that. You know? Now, over the years, I learned how to make like a grunting noise in my throat, where I could kind of, that would be the wake up call. I tried to do it now. This kind of noise, because I realized I was able to make this sound, and that was the wake up call. Anyone around me, it would be like, wake her up, wake her up. She's got to come out of this, you know, and it often worked. Now, I didn't share this with anyone. I kept it to myself. I felt that there was a stigma attached to what was going on with me. Over the time, I did several self-help things. I prayed incessantly, because I felt that there was something evil, kind of something was lurking around me. I prayed incessantly. Bibles were everywhere. I burnt candles. There was the incense and the smells. I mean, I don't know much about, you know, what you do, but, you know, what's from the TV, it's like you burn these things. So I was doing all of that. I even rented hotel rooms, tried to sleep in different rooms, in different beds, and move the furniture around, but still it happened. They kept coming, as I would say. It would not let up. And I became so tired. I was exhausted, primarily not just because I was being woken up in the night, you know. It was normally the 3s, the 4s. But then, having said that, it sometimes it was really random. I'd doze off and then, like, whoa, they were there, kind of thing. But I was exhausted primarily because I was afraid to go to sleep. I didn't want to sleep. And then in the end, I decided to go to the doctor. And I went to the doctor. I remember clearly going to the doctor with it. And I told the doctor what I was experiencing. And my doctor looked at me, didn't say a word, and then just started to write out a prescription and gave me the prescription and said, Mrs. Brooks, I think you need to get some sleep. You need some sleep here. You need to get a good night's rest. You're exhausted. And I took the prescription, didn't say anything more. And I thought, how could that happen? I'm saying that I'm experiencing these things when I'm sleeping. I'm experiencing ghouls and all kinds of things when I'm sleeping. I'm afraid to say, and you're giving me a prescription for sleeping tablets to help me to sleep. I mean, you know, I just couldn't take the tablets. I mean, imagine being completely under and having an experience like that. So I then knew that I had to help myself and continue to help myself. It was early days of the internet. I went to the library to see what I could find, because at the time there was a lot of libraries around. Couldn't find anything. And on the internet, I did some keyword searches. I think it was the old Internet Explorer those days. And I put in sleep, sleep disorder, sleep demons, all these keywords. And then one day I came across this image. And let me share my screen and try and show it to you. I'm not the best at sharing screens. Desktop. Do I just click on desktop one?
Let's see. At the bottom, it should say share screen.
Yeah, I've clicked on share screen, and then I suppose I'm clicking on the app.
If you, yep, and if you can share your whole screen and then go to what you need, or you might see a panel that's exactly what you need to show.
It keeps telling me to open system preferences. Oh, I tell you what, I'm not gonna, this is gonna take too long, I think. Let me just. Oh, okay. So I'm not going to be able to do this in terms of showing you the image because it's to do with the Zoom preferences, and I'd have to leave the meeting.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So don't worry. So what it was, there was a painting, and a very old oil painting by somebody called Henry Fuseli. It was painted in the 1700s, and he had painted a picture of a lady lying on her back on the bed. There was a horse, a black mare in the background, and there was this huge incubus type beast thing on the lady's chest. Now, when I saw that painting, I couldn't believe, I kind of jumped back from the chair. I was like, wow, how does that happen? Because when I saw the image, I immediately linked that image to what was going on with me. I couldn't believe it. How did this man know in the 1700s what I'd be going through? And I think it was in that instance that the whole thing changed, because I then thought to myself that this isn't about me. It's not personal to me. I mean, I was walking around with this thinking it was something has gotten to me. And seeing the painting put it in this much broader perspective, apart from the fact that it was over 200 years old, the painting. So that means that this phenomena has been going on way for many hundreds of years. You know, it was on the net. Other people were seeing it and commenting on it, and I just felt that this took that pressure off of it being me, and I felt this huge surge of empowerment and anger, because anger at myself to some extent, because I had allowed myself to kind of do this woe is me thing, you know, when really this is much bigger than Sheila here. I took back my power. I took back my power in that instant, and I was no longer victim. And I said, I've got to find out what's going on here with this thing, with what's going on, you know, with my experiences. So I'm now as I said, I'm a PhD researcher, sleep paralysis. I've got an excellent support system around me who support me completely at looking at this. And some of the things that I found out is that, you know, 1 in 20 people will have this experience at least once in their lifetime. Now, I must say, having spoken to people, I think it's far more than that. You know, I speak to people now regularly, I share what's going on, and people will openly, like you did, Elle, will say, you know, I've had this experience too. So we know that it's happening. We know also that it's a global phenomenon. It's not just in maybe first world countries or in the UK or in America. It's in Canada, Nairobi, India, China, everywhere. And each country seems to have their own cultural term for it. for us here, we call it sleep paralysis. In Canada, it's the old hag. People get hagged in Canada by the old hag who comes and sits on them. You know, in Japan, it's the kanabashi. In Italy, it's the pandafesh. I hope I pronounced that right. Each culture seems to have the same shared experience. And my position, I posit it firmly within a spiritual framework, and that's the research that I'm doing as an extraordinary spiritual phenomena. Now, we also know, and I've also kind of found out, that the word nightmare that we use so casually, the word mare comes from the old Saxon, it's an old Saxon word, which means to crush. So it means night to crush, which relates back to the mare in the picture that I spoke about, that Fuseli painted, and that crushing sensation. So even the words, our language that we use when we talk about the nightmare, has its origins in sleep paralysis. Now, yeah, it's very interesting when you start to explore this, you know, and part of what I'm doing, it's whilst yes, I'm focused on sleep paralysis, I'm very much about saying, let's not bury our head in the sand. I want the conversations raised. Let's normalize these discussions. Let's bring them out into the open. Things like, for example, I was on Fiverr. I think most of you here will know the platform Fiverr, where you can get a freelancer. I was there, I was looking on it the other day, and I couldn't believe that I saw people were buying spells and potions. I want the husband, I want the money. There was abundant spells, all kinds of spells were being bought on this platform. And it just made me realize how it's very easy for these things that we don't fully understand. They kind of go underground and no one really speaks about them openly. And then that denies us the opportunity to learn from them in a kind of scientific way and understand them, and then share the learning more broadly. So I call for there to be more research in these areas, for there to be more funding in these areas to go along with the research. I also think that the different disciplines and different areas where we work, so the researchers, the doctors, the medical community, the sleep community, the yogis, the healers, that I think that we should all come together and pool our knowledge, because it's in the overlap that we can then see the similarities with what we're all doing and what we're all experiencing, and so that we can learn more. And I also say, I think one of the final things that I'd like to say is that if you are experiencing sleep paralysis, or you know somebody that does, you know, be open about it, express it, speak to somebody about it. Don't allow the perceived, and I say the perceived, stigma to you then can keep it to yourself, and then it can affect your mental health and your overall well-being. So there's something about being open to supporting and to learning and sharing and understanding these types of phenomena, and sleep paralysis is one of them. And sleep paralysis does fit within the area of the near-death experiences, the mystical experiences, the hearing voices and no one is there. Sleep paralysis fits within that category as well. So it's about having more of an open mind and being willing to listen, to share, and to provide support. Now, before I go, I just want to say that I'm doing some research, and I'd love to speak to anyone who's experienced sleep paralysis. And I'm not sure how to how persons would communicate with me, Elle. I don't know. I can put my email address in the chat if that would help. And then you can just reach out to me if you're experiencing sleep paralysis, and let's take it from there. Just say, hey Sheila, I'd like to connect with you and be part of your research, and we'll have a conversation from there on. I've also started a newsletter, and it's on the platform Substack. It's brand new. I'm quite excited about that, actually, because what I'd like to do is I'd like to have guests on and do podcasts, and I'd like to do all kinds of things and kind of get people talking about these types of spiritual phenomena that we're experiencing, because we are experiencing them. You know, let's not deny it anymore. Thank you very much, Elle.
Thank you so much.
Honored to be able to share. Thank you.
Really amazing. And you know, it's interesting what you said, where you thought you were going through it alone. When I was a child and I had this, I thought it's just what everybody had. I thought that's what a nightmare was. So I didn't think it was anything special. And then when we had our conversation, like, it just opened up some things for me. And I see that Sherry has written something here too. So there's this, people know about this.
To connect up with you. Absolutely love, because this has gone on all my life, and I can explain how and why, and the tools that people need in order to have control over it. I even ask to astro travel and go to classes on the other side, so I can learn things. When people have such a huge desire to learn, we still have that spiritual connection. And in this world, my concern is everything is set up about dividing people, period. And this is a form of getting answers and guidance and help. But it can be really freaky, scary if you don't understand what's going on when that paralysis occurs.
Yeah.
So I'd love to hook up with you and see if there's any way I can be of assistance.
I'll definitely put my contact details in the chat once I finish, and I look forward to connecting more with you, Sherry. I saw another message there. There's a couple of messages in the chat. Oh gosh. I think somebody said, Sharon said, have I recovered, Sharon? I would say I'm about 70% there, but what's happened, Sharon, is that the experience has changed. It's no longer about those entities. My sleep state is completely different. I now have different engagements whilst I sleep. I do a lot of different things. So yeah, I do astral travel, and I'm more conscious now of what's happening. And I see a lot of things then when I'm sleeping. I can meet with different people whilst I'm sleeping. So it's almost as though the sleep paralysis, I've transitioned it. And there is some research that says that the sleep paralysis is a gateway. It's a gateway to an alternate dimension of sorts, where you can make these types of spiritual engagements. So in terms of the fear-based kind of reaction that I was having when I was experiencing the sleep paralysis, that has gone, because I am no longer afraid to sleep, no longer afraid of any experience. So therefore, when I sleep, that I bring that in, that confidence and that non-fear into my sleep state, and so the experience has transitioned. So my sleep state, I'm now having several different types of experiences, and some of them are psychic experiences. And so I wake up with knowing different things and having seen and experienced different things. So I see it as sleep paralysis is a state that one transcends. You rise above it and you go through it. Yeah.
Fascinating. It's so fascinating. Well, I'm so glad that you came on to share, because this was a really great pattern interrupt, and just something that that I think, and people may know of people. I know my middle son has sleep paralysis, so I may connect him with you, because it's very strong for him. He's 27. He's also extremely creative. He's a videographer and composer and very creative. A walk with him when he was a child was magic, like how he sees the world and what he sees, and it's still magic today. It's like the most fun person to hang with, because he will always invent a game or create something. So I think it could be really fun for him to connect to you. So if you're watching the replay too, I'll make sure that, and everyone is going to get this, all the links of all the speakers and some more information on that research project that you gave me. I'll make sure that's in there too, so that people are very informed from everyone that's here today. So
Okay, so do I need to put anything in the chat now, or you'll do it?
you could go ahead and put your email address in there if you want people to directly connect to you. That would be fine. Yeah.
Okay, all right then.
And then we'll take it from there when I compilate the entire recording and everything and pull that all together. So
Thank you again, Elle.
thank you so much. Great to know you. And now our next speaker is here, and we'll have another pattern interrupt. We'll do something completely different, which I love. Our next speaker is Sherry Jo Watkins. Sherry, I think you're going to share something that I don't even know about you based on just our short little talk the other day. And I'm really excited for you to share here. So come on out, and you get to introduce yourself the way you wish, and you get to share with us. And I may interrupt if I get really excited about something and ask you something, but really this is your time to share with us, Sherry Jo.
By all means, can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Awesome. So I live in Ohio. I'm just a little bit outside of Pittsburgh, and I'm really meant to be here earlier today, but it's kind of like Wizard of Oz, like Kansas, Toto, windstorm here today. So I'm thankful and grateful that I actually got to get on because I had no internet earlier.
Oh, good.
So thank you, Elle, so much for inviting me. I was thrilled when you reached out to me, and I'm so excited to meet all of you and get to know you better. I'm Sherry Jo Watkins. I am, I like to believe that I am the queen of motivation, a magic maker, but only because I spent most of my life believing that there was something horribly wrong with me. And, so I'm 53 years old. I spent a lot of time in healthcare and in food and beverage and doing different things. But my challenge began when I was a child. I'm different from most people. I have lots of energy, and that energy has always caused me to be judged, if you will, right? So I'm this girl that, I learned to read when I was 2.5. Just, I don't know why, I just did, my brother learned to read. And so therefore I learned to read at the exact same time. And,
Whoops,
can we, challenge.
Hold on just a sec. Let's make sure we get everybody.
The kids one will be let loose. They don't.
No, they actually probably do want you to have a bit of
We got somebody. It's Karen. Karen?
What, you finish your what one?
Karen? Can you hear me, Karen? I'm trying to find them. Okay, got it. I'm going to mute them.
Cool. Hey, listen, it didn't bother me that much. I could talk over pretty much anyone or anything. I have never been accused of not being heard anywhere. In fact, I remember my very first speaking engagement. The mics went out, nobody knew, because that's just me, right? So anyway, so yeah, I was a kid that learned early. I caught on quickly, and I always wanted to share with other people. And so, consequently, as early as I can remember, clear back in kindergarten, the good kids at recess got to go outside and play, and the bad kids had to sit and be read to. And I was the kid that had to sit and read to them, right, in kindergarten. Not because I was bad, but because I was different. I'm the kid, I came home with straight A's and 20s, and like all through school, like I did really, really well. But I spent most of my life grounded because literally one time I got 27 checks for behavior, right? Things like, distracts other children, talks too much, can't sit still, works ahead of the class, all those things. And so I got very, very used to very quickly understanding that it was not okay to be amazingly different, right? It was not okay to be exactly who I was. And that became a learned behavior that I took into beyond elementary school, into high school, into college, into my careers. And it wasn't that it wasn't that I couldn't keep a job. It wasn't that I couldn't be satisfied with what I had, but my brain moved at a different rate than a lot of people. And so what happened was, I accepted the labels that other people put upon me. And for a very long time, I thought there was something wrong with me. And it wasn't until I was 42 years old, literally 42 years old, that I realized that those things were not character defects at all. They were gifts that were given to me. They were, meant to make me amazing on purpose so that I could impact other people's lives. But until I was willing to recognize that it was a mindset thing and that I had the power and the right to accept, acknowledge, embrace, and share all the things that I always wanted to share, right? I was a kid, like, I still am. Like, I learned something and then I want to teach someone else, because I don't believe that we are given any gifts or knowledge for any reason other than to share with other people, right? I believe that we are blessed to be a blessing, right? I am a Christian. I'm very proud of it. And so, I base everything that I do against the word of God for myself, right? And so for me, I had to dive in deeply and find out what was wrong with me. Well, that's where I found out there was nothing wrong with me, right? There was nothing wrong with me at all. And so, so what I do is I help people now overcome a different kind of tragedy. As a motivational speaker, as an inspirational speaker, as a teacher and coach, I was this normal person, right? I've never been an athlete. I'm not related to anybody famous. I've never been abducted. I have all of my fingers and toes, and I'm this little blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl from Nowhereville. So, trying to be able to get out there and make an impact on people, they were like, well, what was the big thing that happened to you? What was the big thing that happened to you? I have plenty of things that happened to me, just like everybody else. And I had to go through all of them in order to be able to help other people. But the reality of it is that what I represent is the tragedy of people all over the world becoming average accidentally on purpose. Okay, let me say that again. People are becoming average accidentally on purpose. Nobody even realizes that it's happening, because all our lives, from the moment that we're born, right? We get a birth certificate, we get a little bracelet, we get a tag on the picture of the bus that tells us where to go. We get labeled. I remember being in I remember my third grade teacher, right? My father-in-law was also my elementary school principal, and he died in 2012. He also paddled me 3 times, because back then they used paddles with holes in them. And and I remember my third grade teacher saying to me at his funeral, "Sherry Jo, you were always so smart. It's a shame you couldn't behave like your brother." Right? And and there was a point in time in my life where that would have sent me reeling. That would have pushed me back a very, very far times. And and even now I recognize that I still have to take positive effort and tell my brain, right, what to do, because I'm very comfortable in situations where I'm helping, where I have the microphone in my hand. But if you send me to an event, right, and I just have to be social, I'm very uncomfortable. You know, I still have to, you know, tell myself that, okay, they're not even thinking about you. You're not saying anything stupid. It doesn't matter. You're not going to walk out of the room and they're not going to, you know, and people are going to make fun of you. Because all my life, I felt like, what are they going to say? Am I talking too much? Am I talking too loud? Did I say the wrong thing? Or do I look stupid? Do I feel funny? And, you know, and so I became comfortable being a servant, right? And making sure that I was helping at the event, or I had a role at the event, or even if I was there socializing, you still might find me getting up and clearing dishes, because, you know, you get comfortable and you go to your safe place, right? And that safe place became a tragedy when I had to realize, wait a minute, I was made for more than this. And if I don't use the gifts that I'm given to help other people realize that they were made for more than their own state of average, then, you know, not only am I damaging myself, but I'm going to not fulfill my role in life, right? My role in life is to help people recognize that you were given amazing on purpose. And we're not supposed to fit it into some little box, right? There was this whole thing about thinking outside the box. If you're in business, you know, if you've ever worked anywhere, they've probably told you in leadership at some point in time that, you know, think outside the box, think outside the box. Let's think outside the box for a minute. No, you know, I believe that is completely backwards. Okay. What I tell people is this: don't get in the box, right? If you get in the box, somebody can duct tape it shut, and that shit is strong. You'll never get out. Okay. You'll never get out. You know, don't get in the box, right? So when we learn how to be able to embrace the amazing things inside of us and let them come free, okay, then that's where the power is. So what I found, even though, you know, I help individuals and I help businesses, you know, overcome mindset challenges and those limiting beliefs that hold you back. And I'm probably not your average bear. I don't do the same things with every single person that I work with, because I don't believe that every single person has the same challenges. So when we look at mindset from a state of where you are, wherever you are in life, okay, I always go back to the inner children, okay, and notice that was in a plural venue, okay, because when we look at what happened way back when, right, like there's a little girl inside Sherry Joe in a pink dress and her first pair of go-go boots when I was 3 years old, sitting on a step in a house with a phone hung beneath my mom's phone, talking, right? On the phone, because I love to talk, right? There was, you know, there's a sixth grader inside me that got erasers thrown at her. I was supposed to catch them, but I missed because I wasn't paying attention, right? But, you know, and there was that young adult inside me. It was afraid to be who I was. And so I did things to try to fit in with other people and other groups. I used to think that it was necessary to be a chameleon just so that I could fit in. I could be like you. I could be like this group. I could be over here. I could be in the choir. I can be with the drinkers. I could be with those that go over here and run wild. Sure, I can be a cheerleader. You know, I can do all those things, but it was simply me trying to find a place that I felt like I belonged, right? So when you look at where your mindset needs to be, there's some things that we actually have to address, and sometimes they're painful, right? Because we have to be able to go back and see, what exactly is it that I own? Do I own any of that? Was that mine, or was that a label that somebody else gave me that I learned to live by? Like, I remember being told that, you know, I mean, they used to call me motor mouth. Okay, well, I did. I talked, I still do, right? I remember waking up, my mom would tiptoe in and put away laundry, and I would sit up and start talking, right? Who knew that I would get paid to speak years later, right? Who knew? And but I tried to deny who I was. Okay. So what I had to do is I had to learn how to rewire my brain. And in the technical terms, it's called neuroplasticity. Okay. And that's kind of rewiring your brain to allow it to have different thought processes, right? It's not a one and done. It's never a one and done. There are times still like I probably have 180, if not more, saved things on Instagram that I want to make these little videos of, right? But I wake up in the morning and I think, oh my God, my eyes swollen today because I got this hormone thing going on. I can't do it today. Oh, I got this. And sometimes I actually have to say, no, brain, you don't get to lie to me today. No, you don't get to lie to me today. And so I continually have to work at it, right? But there are things that keep us limited in our beliefs of ourselves, right? And those limiting beliefs will continue to haunt them until you learn that there's power in identifying them. Too often, what people do is they simply say, I'm not going to own that, right? And that's fine, don't own it. But you got to create something more powerful to counteract it, right? There's a reason that we have medications for infections, right? There's a reason that there are antigens when there are poisons, okay? There has to be something to counteract it. And that's what addressing your limiting beliefs does, right? When we can take that limiting belief and find out what it is, limiting belief is something like, I'll never be good enough, right? No one will ever like me. I can't succeed at this because, right? The limiting belief part is not that first statement, right? It's not that first part. It's what comes after the because, right? That's the thing that you believe, right? Good things always happen to other people because they had it easier than I did. I can't make this work. I can't make this business a go because I don't have investors, right? And so the limiting belief is the because part. So when you're learning to overcome limiting beliefs, what we do is we take that belief and we disprove it, right? We look for evidence that shows you that's not true, okay? Maybe it was true when you were 5, right? Maybe it was true when you were a teenager, but you've grown beyond that. And if you're still owning those things, like we wear labels like badges of honor, right? Yeah, I'm the one that was always in trouble. Yeah, I'm the one that couldn't do this. Yeah, I'm the one, And if you're using it to tell your story to help somebody else, that's one thing, right? But if you're using that to create a perception where you don't have to step into yourself, right? You're supposed to, but you're afraid to. And so you use these things to keep you from having to do it. Well, nothing I say matters. I'm not going to go do that. I'm not going to go try to get that engagement. I'm not going to sign up for that speaking opportunity. I'm not going to take that class because, right? It's the because, right? So when we look for the proof behind how those things are holding us back and we create empowering statements that are the exact opposite, those are the things that give you the proof that it's not true, right? I'll never find someone that loves me because how many times has someone left me? Okay. Well, okay. So did everybody leave you? Like, is it really true that nobody loved you ever? Right? Did you ever have a dog? I'm sure they loved you. Right? Did you ever have, did you have parents? They loved you. Grandparents, they loved you. We look for evidence that teaches you that is not a true statement, right? And then we find a way to give those statements away. And for me, it's a God jar, okay? For other people, it can be different things. And when I work with people, we find out what's powerful for them, right? As a human, like we're always like, well, as Christians, at least I am as a Christian, I say, okay, all right, God, I need you to take this from me because I can't, I'm giving it to you, right? And never, okay. all right, cool, I got it from here, thanks. Right? And then we take it back and we don't even realize that we're taking it back. And so what I had to do was I had to physically, like I got this giant pickle jar, I still have it, right? And I have this giant pickle jar that the lid is sealed with duct tape, because we all know that duct tape is more powerful than my hands are, right? So it's sealed with duct tape and a hole's cut in the top. And when I need to let go of something, because I'm getting rid of that limiting belief and I'm replacing it with something more powerful, I give it to God, okay? But I'm a very visual, tangible kind of person. So I take this little notebook, it's like blurry right now. I take this little notebook and I write it on there and I fold it up and I stick it in the God jar. Okay. And sometimes I have to stick the same thing in the God jar over and over and over again, right? Until I have completely let go of it. And I know that it doesn't belong to me because it was a belief that wasn't mine to begin with, right? I was not made to be average. Nobody was made to be average. Nobody was. We all have something special and powerful and amazing inside of us. And as soon as we're willing to realize and be bold about it and say, you know what? This is what I was made for. And I was made on purpose for a purpose, and this is it, right? Or even if you don't know what it is, but you have a desire and you want to chase it. Listen, what's the worst thing that can happen? Somebody says no to you. Big deal, you know, big deal. Somebody said no. How many other people are there on the planet that could say yes? I believe it's more than about 7 billion now. Okay. So you know, if you're stuck in a place, right? If you're stuck in a place that you feel like I just can't seem to get out of this rut, you gotta take that first step and recognize that I can only be the most powerful version of myself when I'm ready to believe it first. Okay. If I can't believe it first, nobody else can. And I'll tell you a quick story before I, you know, turn it over to any questions that anybody might have. And that is this. You know, I had the hardest time recognizing when I decided to chase my dream and be everything that I was meant to be, because I was very well known and very well respected in my field of profession in the corporate world for a very long time, right? And I live in a small area where, you know, I hadn't embraced the gigantousness of the world, right? And when I stepped out of my corporate career, I expected that everybody that loved me would support me, that everybody that believed in everything that I did would support me, and they didn't. And it was crushing, right? And so the hardest thing that I had to first overcome was that my dream was my dream, and it was up to me to keep that fire going, right? That dream was placed inside me, not them, me, right? I was given the skills and the ability to do it, not them, me. Right? So I remember about a month and a half after I had walked away from my career as a healthcare administrator, my husband, like I've always been doing this on the side, but that's been like 8 years ago now. And, you know, and I still think maybe my husband doesn't still quite understand why I did it. Some days he's like, well, you know, that when the pandemic hit, you could just go back to healthcare. No, I really can't. You know, but I walked away from a really, really great career. And about a month later, I realized I had never done an article in me in any of the local papers. And so I called up the editor and I was like, hey, Ross, you haven't wrote an article about me yet. And he was like, oh, Sherry Doe, we've been busy. I'm so sorry. And I said, you know what? I already wrote it. I'll send it to you. So I did. Right. And it was a great article. And when it came, they printed it just like I wrote it because I got mad skills. Right. So they printed it. I'm on the couch on a Saturday morning. It comes out. I read the article to my husband and he said, wow, that was a really, really great article. How did you get them to write all that stuff? And I said, I wrote it myself. And he said, now please don't judge him because he doesn't mean well. We're just complete opposites. Right? I mean, he means well. We're just complete opposites. He said, don't you think you're acting a little bit bigger than you are? And I said, oh, my dear, here's the key. You never get big by acting small. And on those days that those beliefs overtake me, I say to myself over and over again, I feed myself great things. Sometimes I have to listen to 8 hours of thankfulness on YouTube, or I'll listen to binaural beats, or I'll listen to, to gratitude or whatever it is. But every day when I get up, the first thing I say to myself after giving thanks for waking up another day is, you don't get big by acting small. Today you have a choice to be big so that somebody else can rise. And that's why I do what I do. And I would love to help anybody else that wants that kind of help. I'm not your average bear, and I'm not for everyone, because I will call you out on your crap, but I'm pretty fun and likable. And yeah, so I'm Sherry Jo Watkins. I am the coaching pro, and I'm so thankful to be here. Thank you, Al.
Oh, it was so great to have you. I was taking certain notes, and I want to come back to JB. When JB started, he put up that picture of the actual flame burning. And when you said, your dream is your dream, you build, I wrote, you build the fire.
Yeah.
We have to build the fire. It is our dream. It's not other people's dreams. So many of our family members and close friends are never going to understand why we're trying to do what we do.
Right.
You know?
And here's the thing, almost anything can burn, right? I remember I put out this meme one time. It was SpongeBob. It was like a 4-panel thing. And it was him getting a rejection letter, right? I'm so sorry, but right. And so, he looked at it, he was sad for a minute, and then he crumpled it up and he threw it in the fire, and that was his fuel. Anything that comes your way that's trying to hold you back from what you're supposed to be, use it for fuel to make that fire burn brighter.
I love that. That's beautiful. Does anybody have some questions for Sherry Jo? You can feel free to just unmute yourself, come on camera if you want, put it down. And Sharon wrote something. It's why Terry Savelle Foy says, don't share big dreams with small minds.
Right. Right.
But I mentioned my mother-in-law a little earlier today, playing the Wii game and being so great. I remember when I had just done something really big in my business. And this is my mother-in-law saying it, one of my best friends in my adult life. And she goes, well, will you remember me when you're like doing all this? I'm like, oh, how could I forget the woman who gave birth to my husband? I mean, how could I forget one of my best friends? Like there has to be a schism if we are achieving. And,
yes.
I think that's a fear of some people, that we might be left out of the tribe, those kinds of things. And that's what you brought forward here with this, is that there are going to be a lot of people who just don't understand.
Yes, you're absolutely right. And here's the thing, like, your circle's going to change. When you're chasing your dream, your circle is going to change. But it's kind of like, that saying of, if you have to fill up your own cup, right? If you're always pouring into everybody else, and you don't refill yourself, you will be empty, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so, it feels great for about a half a minute to be like the most, the best genius in the world, right? We all have genius inside of us, but we can only go so far if we don't make room for more to come in.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah. I remember once Leela and I were doing a retreat together, and I was going to be coaching her clients. And so she was sharing about them. And she goes, honestly, it's like we're all misfit toys. And I thought about that for a moment. I'm like, yes, I'm the girl on the island of misfit toys. It never really felt like I fit in. And you know what I mean? And it wasn't until I got into certain areas where suddenly I felt like I fit in. And they were people from all different cultures, but we had similar mindsets in what we were trying to create. And so it's fascinating to figure out, like you said, there's just so many groups of people you can start, and the internet has opened that up for us tremendously. I've got friends now, and they're coming on here from all over the world. We can have Barbara on in a moment, and she's from the Netherlands, and I never would have met her if it weren't for these magic boxes and this magic box. And it's pretty incredible how the misfit toys can create and connect all over the world now.
I seriously want to bust into song now, right?
We're on the island, right?
And I'm in Africa, South Africa.
South Africa. Look at that. That's so amazing. Oh my gosh. I'm so glad to meet you. So exciting. Oh, Sharon, I love this, Sherry, to appreciate yourself and don't try to make myself small. Don't let others define who I am or limit what I can do or be. And boy, do they try, but out of their own insecurities. Yeah, it's really true. Thank you, Sharon, for that. It's very real. It's very palpable. And so we have one more speaker. She's going to be coming in for a moment, but since we had a little one person who couldn't be with us today, and I'm going to see if I can get a recording of her to for this recording go out to everyone. But it's going to change my view for a moment and just go gallery view for a second, just to see who's on here. iPhone, what's your name? I see you here.
My name is Trilona, and I come from Albania.
Where are you from?
Albania.
Albania. Oh my God.
Yeah.
That's amazing. And Sherry Bainbridge, where are you from?
Colorado Springs, Colorado.
Okay, nice. So we have people here from all around the world. And I thought in this time, I would take a moment to share something that, and I can't believe I'm going to record this, but I'm going to do it because I think it's kind of a brave thing to do. Because it really hooks into what Sherry just shared with us and about identity, which has been another theme that's kind of been rolling through today. So when I was one of those little girls that I actually had to teach these boys how to add and subtract, out in the hallway while the other kids were being worked on with the teacher, those kinds of things. Like super straight A student, just I had boys who would not date me because I was too smart. I couldn't date the boys in my high school. I had to date boys from private schools because none of them would date me, right? I mean, even when I was one of the homecoming queen candidates and no boy would escort me, like I had to ask this boy from a private school to be my escort for our homecoming parade. That's weird, right? Once I got to college, it all changed and shifted. One of the things that is one of my superpowers, but it's also something that's gotten into me into trouble sometimes, is kindness. So I've been I'm very compassionate, very kind, and as Sherry brought forward, like a servant leader. I'm the one that if I go to a concert, I'll get behind the table and help because I have to help. I can't just not help. It's just something built into me. And so the kindness thing has gotten me into trouble sometime. And once I showed kindness to this homeless man, who I could tell had once been very brilliant, but obviously he actually, I believe, really needed some institutionalization for the help he needed. So he was on the street and I showed him kindness and he threatened my life. Like it was a very dangerous situation. And so I bring that forward because we have events in our lives that can shut down some of our gifts. And I remember really taking a stance with myself and saying, I'm not going to stop being kind because this one thing happened. And then a few years later, the town where I lived, I would walk to work every day and walk home because my husband was the stay-at-home dad with our two little boys, our older two, and I kept the car for them. So I would walk 1.5 miles and back to nurse my babies and back like 6 miles a day, right? And so I would pass through neighborhoods that some people would say, can't believe you're walking through those neighborhoods, but I felt totally safe and I knew people all around there. There was one fellow who I swear every time I passed him, it was a town that had a veterans hospital. So we had a lot of halfway houses for veterans that could be on their own, but they were still a little shaky. And this one fellow, I would walk by him and I would think every time, there by the grace of God goes my own father. Like something had happened to him and he was now incapacitated like this. So yeah, I'm walking past him and I would always say hello and he'd just kind of nod and grunt. And then one day I was pregnant with our third baby and I'm like huge walking and this big raincoat on that with this big belly. And I'm walking, we're passing on this bridge and I said, good morning. And he stops and he turns and he goes, I want you to know that I was once a very handsome young man. I'll just never forget it. So it just made me happy that I had kept the kindness going. So we can have events that will caught into that kindness. And the other thing I wanted to bring forward, and this is about identity, is that I never really liked my name. So my full name is Pamela Elizabeth Starrett. That's my given name. Ingalls is my husband's name. And so I was starting my business in 2010, this coaching business, completely new from my other career. And I just felt like my name was very formal and I don't like Pam at all. Pamela is very formal. It was great for the symphony world where I was before as an executive and a performer, but it wasn't fitting what I was doing in life now. So I put this mentor in my life, Robert Allen. He's a best-selling author. And I was out in San Diego at his home with 13 of his mentees. And in his home, he had an office that was attached to a little mini theater with a stage and an entire wall that was a touchscreen computer. So he could bring your website up and go, let's take a look here and see what you're doing. And like, it was like nothing I'd ever been in. Okay, it's a frugal girl from New Hampshire in this like mansion in San Diego. And so he gave us a task. We had to introduce ourselves in a way that people would always remember our names. We had 60 seconds to take notes, and then he was calling us up one at a time. And we were then to remember everyone's name. Like we were later quizzed. No one knew we were going to later be quizzed on that. Like who paid attention to the people actually introducing. So there was a two-pronged approach here to this exercise. So it was my turn. I got up there and I said, well, Pamela is my first name and it's a name I don't really like. So let's just put it over here. And then I said, Elizabeth is my second name. I love that name. Then I said, okay, Starrett, the Starrett Tool Company, my grandpa's cousins built the Empire State Building. And he was one of the workers on those girders. And then Ingalls is like Little House on the Prairie Ingalls. My husband is related to the same ancestor. So everybody kind of laughs like Little House on the Prairie. I step off the stage and Robert Allen goes, you can't build a business on a name you don't like. And I immediately said back to him, I'm building a business on pressure-free living. And he goes, if that's what you think, you're in the wrong room. Very strong coach. So I'm like, okay. Goes, get back up there. We need to work on your name. And so I've watched the video of this and it makes me cry every time, but you can hear people murmuring, like the 13 other people are just kind of murmuring between themselves, trying to come up with ideas for me. And then this one fellow whose name happens to be John, and that's my dad's name. He kind of looked like Harrison Ford. We called him the president in our group. And he goes, why don't you go by the middle or last part of your name, Elle or Ella? And the moment he said it, it was just like all this weight just lifted off of me. It just, like we talked about sleep paralysis. With this, I mean, that was incredible to me because it was like weight lifted off of me. So that night I got back to my hotel room. I'm like journaling about it. And I thought, okay, what does this name Pamela signify? So this name Pamela, the person I'm named after a couple Pamelas. I was originally supposed to be named Elizabeth. And at the last minute, my parents threw Pamela in there. Well, what's the first syllable of Elizabeth? It's L. So this Pamela that I was added, well, let me mute this person here. This Pamela that I was named after was one of them was my mother's maid of honor. So my mother grew up in the mountains of New Hampshire on a farm. And this was a summer person. So a very wealthy family from Connecticut had this little summer home. And that was one of my mom's best friends. So she was my mother's maid of honor. And so they thought it would be nice to name me after her. When I was 11 and her son was 11, I remember going to that house with my mother, and normally we'd just be like playing in the house, and she sent us all outside. The mom did, Pamela. And then inside, she's talking to my mother, we suddenly hear them crying together, like really crying. And I didn't hear my mom cry a whole lot. So like this was important, whatever it was. I found out later that 2 months later, that woman died of cirrhosis of the liver. She drank herself to death. She was in an unhappy marriage and basically just drank herself to death at age 31, leaving her 11-year-old son. So that's who I'm named after, right? When I talked to my aunts, because my parents were dead when I did all this, I talked to two of my aunts who knew this woman, and they're like, oh, we understand. We understand why you would want to make that change. Because am I really going to leave California and go back to Michigan and tell everybody to call me a different name? Like, that's crazy. In fact, people in my town thought I was crazy. My mentor said he was in a meeting with several CEOs, and they talked about me for 10 minutes, wondering about why I changed my name. And I'm like, well, at least they're talking about me. Because I was 50 at that time, 2012, I was 50. I was like, I'm claiming this. I'm going to be called what I want to be called for the rest of my life. So I talked about it with, there's more back on that other story. So let's go back to California for a moment. So that was a big aha for me. And then the next exercise we had to do the next day in the morning, it was about what is the one thing blocking you from enormous success? What is keeping you from having a really amazing business? And so this is going to sound weird, but I'm just going to share it with you all. I just trust you all here today. It was the fear of rape, because I was working with a lot of athletes, and I just had this image that I would be in a coaching session and someone would attack me. Well, that's because it actually happened to me when I was in college. So it's like, okay, that was this fear. And I'd already worked on it with a coaching friend of mine, and she was very insightful for me. But I decided to be brave and share it with this whole group of people that I really didn't know very well. First time I ever shared that, ever in my life. Here I am 50, and I'm sharing that for the first time. My parents never knew, my friends never knew, no one ever knew what happened to me. So I share that, and then I'm starting to get off the stage again, and a look comes over my face, and Robert Allen, who's very perceptive, says, what's that look? I said, well, I think this is actually linked to my name. And he goes, well, go ahead and share. And I'll get myself back up there, right? And I realize now that I'm now the guinea pig, because everybody's got pain. Everybody's got crap, backstory, events. And the pain, I was the conduit, if you will, for everybody's pain moving through me as in this group. So I got back on the stage and I said, well, something happened to me when I was small. And it happened to me by the person whose only daughter, was also named Pamela. And I know that if what that person did to me, then what he did to her was far worse. Because what he actually did to me was in front of people. So I'm going to share it with you. I don't want to cry. I don't want you guys to cry, but maybe you will. So I was 4 years old, and we were going to this person's home, which was a long drive from our home. And it was me, my middle sister, my youngest sister wasn't born yet, so just us. I'm 4, she's 2. So we drive there, and we have this beautiful day. It's amazing, it's so exciting. And that night, the adults had a little party with other people over. So it's time for us 2 little girls to go to bed. We're the only children there in the room. So we're in our little jammies, and my sister stands in front of my uncle, not my real uncle, but this person. and sings a little song before she goes to bed, because we're this little performing family. We've been performing since we were tiny. So she leaves the room, like to go, moves to the side, and now it's my turn. So I'm standing there and I'm singing my song. In the middle of the song, this person grabs my pajama bottoms and my underwear and pulls them down in front of everyone. Now, that's bizarre, to say the least. This is in front of my parents, my sister, and all these people. So that's why I say, I mean, if he did that to me, I can't even imagine. So all I remember, you guys, is I went running from the room. And the next morning at breakfast, my mother and my aunt are trying to get me to allow him to apologize to me, but I refused. So I just kind of stood my ground, and I wasn't interested. I very quickly forgave him. I think that's the important part of the story. Like, I just thought, he's just a really crazy guy. Like, this is really silly. Like, this is like not right. This is not right. And I couldn't like hold the tightness in my heart, if that makes sense. So anyway, there's another Pamela. So when I started to change my name, so much started to change within me. Like, it was like I was really claiming who I truly was. And here's what Robert Allen said. After that thing, he actually had me stand next to him and go through the experience with the little girl over there. Say the same things I had just told the group. But when I got to the critical moment, he goes, I want you to walk over to her and whisper in her ear, what's about to happen to you is going to make you so strong that you can save the world. So I go through the whole thing, right? Now everyone's crying. Now it's like pouring through me. And then he turns to me and he says, do you understand the power of the word El? It's God in Aramaic. It's powerful. Someone wrote here, Marina, training room echoes the epic wisdom. Sometimes you have to kill the person we were born to become the person we were meant to be. So powerful. So I claimed the name and I just changed it on my name tag. I thought, oh, well, for 2 days in California, I'll just be Al. Let's just see what happens, right? And then my friend comes up to me and he goes, you need to change your name. Like, this is so powerful. I've known you for 3 months now. I've never seen you look like this. So then I go home to my husband. Now get this. He had one aunt growing up, his father's sister, who was a horrific alcoholic, who treated him so horribly, the stories would make you positively cry. Her name was Eleanor, and they called her Aunt El. So am I going to change my name to this name that kind of has a little connotation for my husband now, right? So we go through, I tell him everything that happens. I tell him all this, and he goes, you have to do it. He goes, I'm completely supportive. And so my whole family, my 3 boys, they call me Al. My husband calls me Al. My husband never called me Pamela. He never thought it was my name. He said it never fit you. It wasn't who you were. And he goes, yeah, I think you're like a Rachel. Like, he'd come up with names. He'd make up names for me. It was hilarious because it just never really worked. You know, who I was supposed to be, it didn't fit. Over the past, so now it's been 10 years that I claim the name for myself. The Pamela's definitely softened. I hear myself say the name occasionally in my head, but I don't turn and look if someone says Pamela. Like, I don't. And from the moment people started calling me Elle, like, it was an easy look. It was an easy, like, very easy. Now, 3 years ago, we moved to this new home, this condo, and we cleaned out our big old house. And I was going through all my old journals and everything. Back in the 90s, I had actually written that I wanted to change my name to Elle. In the 90s, there's this just little line in one of my journals. Like, oh my goodness, it's so crazy. So Leela, who was on earlier today, she changed her name. I was in a room with 14 other people, Robert Allen and the 13 people. She was in a room with 14 people when she changed her name from Lillian to Leela. How crazy is that? It's like really wild. Of course, it's not crazy because there are no coincidences and we connect because we're supposed to. But thank you for this soulful share. Thank you. I just felt like it might open up something for someone that I think a theme that's been running through today is letting go of some of the old and stepping into some of the new. And I did it in a pretty drastic way, again, to come back to the Midwest, where people just didn't do that. Thank goodness actually for social media, because by changing my name, I just saw someone I haven't seen in over 10 years at a concert, and she goes, "Oh, Elle." Now she would normally call me Pamela, but because of social media and she sees that, it's just natural for her to call me Elle. And people I haven't seen, like back in New Hampshire, I haven't seen them in 40 years. They all just call me Elle too. So it's just a rather interesting story. Let's see, someone's entering here. We're still waiting for Barbara to enter and join us. Does anybody have any questions or any thoughts? It was an inevitable change. It just couldn't happen until you were
Thank
ready.
you for sharing that. When I divorced my second husband, I know his family just cringed, but I kept his last name because it was more powerful and it felt more real, and it was higher in the quicker in the alphabet.
Oh, right.
And it's worked out really well. My maiden name is Willard. Do you remember the rap movie that came out, Willard? Always at the end of the line, always at the last choice, going, oh my God. And it just didn't sound right to be a Dr. Willard. It just didn't sound right. So I just kept the name. I know it bothered his family, but I didn't care because I like the name. It works well. Why not?
Yeah.
It's a world of all sorts of changes and tweaking for ourselves. So I appreciate you sharing that. That was great.
Yeah, I kept my maiden name for a long time until my son went to kindergarten, and in Battle Creek, Michigan, people were like, "Oh, are you divorced?" And actually, when I had my oldest in the hospital, my two others at home, when I birthed them, they thought that I was a single mother because I did not share the father's name, So it's like, no, he's my husband. And then I wondered, do they treat me differently? Like, this is a really interesting thing, because I really felt that I was not treated very well in that experience, which is why I chose to have two home births after that. I was like, this is not for me. I'm not doing this. So
names are so powerful.
They
and
are.
People get mental connections to names, and it's used in conditioning and manipulation with the stars and on television and movies and all that stuff. So it makes absolute sense if there's a negative reaction. And then on top of it, like you said, your parents changed the name at the last second, which often messes things up, because I'll do numerology reports.
Yes.
And then when that happens, I'll look at their name and go, man, this doesn't fit. Something's wrong, and my first question is, well, did your parents stay with the name they really wanted, or did they have a last minute change? And sure enough, most of the time it was a last minute change.
Yeah. Names are interesting. Since I did the name change, I've met a lot of people who will either say, I really don't like my name. Like, I've never liked my name. Or they'll say, I super love my name. There's a lot of energy around it. And I think you've got the numerology in there. I've done my numerology on all my different names and how to spell them, and it's fascinating to do.
I'll share a very quick funny story about the names. My I go by my full name, Sherry Jo Watkins, and it's actually my legal name now. Sherry Jo is legally my first name. Although, when I was a child, like I said, I'm adopted, but it was Sherry Jo was my middle name. And but it was never as though you're the adopted child or anything like that. But my dad and my brother had the same initials and the same middle name. But my mother's name was, she hated it, and it was Sylvia Johanna. And so she shortened the middle name to Joe, but kept the initial. So the spelling of my name is Shari. And so my dad, he passed away when I was 14, but he used to, I was daddy's girl. And he always tried to tell me, he was like, Sherry, we tried to call you Lamb Chop, but the nurse wouldn't let us, because Sherry Lewis is where they got the spelling of my name.
Right.
So it's just a funny story.
Oh, I love that. I remember that show. I remember Lamb Chop. Wow. Does anybody else have anything they want to share? We're still waiting for Barbara. Hopefully she can make it in. I should check my messages here. Marina just texted me. I'm glad you like this roster of speakers. It was a fun, really amazing group of people here today. I've taken so many interesting notes of things that I was really running it through my mill of, oh wow, that'd be so helpful for someone. And I love getting different perspectives. I'm not seeing a message here from Barbara, but we've got a few more minutes. Anybody else have a share or anything they want to question or share? Yeah.
I noticed something similar to us. We want to help other people. It's strange, this group.
Yeah.
We have the same feelings.
Yeah, it's not strange because that's who I'm going to attract, right? It's like, yeah. What do you
Strange for me
do?
to hear that. I work for human resources.
Okay. Wonderful, wonderful.
And I was finding similarities in your speech and share it too, because I entered later.
Well, you'll get all the recordings.
Nice
too.
to meet you both of them.
Yeah, you'll get all the recordings too. I'll make sure.
Yeah, I want to hear them.
Yeah, it's really great. So Barbara has just joined us, which is fantastic. Let's see, have her come in here.
Okay.
There she is. Wonderful.
Hi.
Hi, Barbara.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm doing great. I'm doing great.
Wonderful.
Just a moment.
Yeah, take your time. We're running a little early because one speaker couldn't be with us today. So
okay.
Filling a little bit of time with some shares and stories. And Sharon.
No.
Sharon just thanked me too. Sharon, you're so welcome. And it's been just really great to have you here. I was on Sharon's program. Was it a year ago now? I think it was a year ago. And that was just a really great event too. So
almost 2 years ago.
2 years. Oh my God. Well,
thank you and bye everyone.
The years get kind of weird in COVID. So.
Yes, definitely.
Yes.
That's what it is. All right. All the best. Enjoy the rest of the event. Bye, everyone.
Bye, Sharon.
Bye.
So Barbara, so glad to have you here. I'm going to do a speaker view here for your interview. And
okay.
I would love for you to introduce yourself and share a bit about what you do. And then I know you have some wonderful content for us today to do. Barbara and I met on LinkedIn. We're in a LinkedIn group together. And yes, so take it away.
Okay, well, I'm Barbara Vercruz. I'm from Belgium. I live in Belgium, so the middle of Europe. And I've been running since 7 years now my coaching business, which has different pillars. I have a pillar which is business coaching. One of my biggest clients there is BMW. Then I have a personal coaching pillar where I work mostly with entrepreneurs, corporate leaders. I also founded an online school where I present courses. And then I have a web shop with physical products. I'm also a public speaker, and I'm in the process of writing a book, The Path of Powerful Kindness. And I'm very passionate about kindness. I'm the mom of 3 young adults, happily married for more than 20 years, and passionate reader also. I love books. So that's it in a nutshell.
Wonderful, wonderful. And I love how, you just shared so many different things that you do, and it really follows the theme that we've heard from several speakers today, is that when we get out of our own way, we can do so much. We can really do so much. So yes, you basically have the floor now to teach us, to share some of your best things, ways that we can move forward in life. And I put your gift too. I put the link to Barbara's gift in the chat for everyone too.
Okay. Well, I would love to talk today about leading with powerful kindness. And how can we relate that to living pressure-free? And I think if we think about living pressure-free, having a pressure-free performance, where does pressure come from? We have the outside pressure, the pressure from society, peers, work. Then we have the internal pressure, the pressure from that nagging voice in our head who, you know, like is like a little dictator the entire day. You should do this while you didn't do that. So, but when we live from a place which is from inside and is not those voices which dictates us, we have that connection with that inner wisdom, with that deep place within us. We live from a place of powerful kindness. And kindness for many people, and that's what I want to talk to about today mostly, is that kindness is often seen in society as weakness. And I have been told my entire life, well, Barbara, you're too kind, you will never succeed. From childhood on, people said, you're too kind, you know, like you will be ripped off, people will betray you. And all those things happened. I have to say, all those things happened. But I learned the powerful version of being kind. And the powerful version of being kind is very different of being nice. There's kindness, there's niceness. Kindness is love-based. Niceness is fear-based. When we are nice and polite, it's more out of, you could say, social agreement. We are nice because the other person is nice. We are nice because we are afraid that the other person might become not nice or rude. So it's fear-based. When we are kind to someone, it is something that springs from within us. It is our magic that we use. It can be a simple smile. We smile. And in that smile, that spark that we have, that the other person smiles back. It's that magic. It's simple. It's love-based. And if we live from the place, from deep within us, and it takes practice. And I will be explaining like several steps and several methods we have to reach that state, to embody the kindness, to be intentional about being kind, compassionate for ourselves and for the people around us. It always starts with ourselves. We have to be kind and compassionate with ourselves first, in detaching from that nagging voice, in detaching from the negative voice, from that critical voice who always said what we should do, how we should do it, how we did things which weren't right. Really detaching, going inside, whether for you it's to meditate, pray, go in silence, just go deep inside and connect with that part which you know is naturally, you are worthy. We are all born worthy. Whatever somebody says, whatever society would say, or whatever you should tell yourself, we are worthy. And when we start from that place, you could say that what somebody else has said has a lot less effect on you. Because kindness is a very evolved way of being. Being kind is easy when the other person is smiling and kind. But being kind when the other person is rude to you and you are kind, you could say, oh, Barbara, you're a doormat then. No, you're not. That other person who is rude, you detach from the negativity from that other person. That the other person is eaten away by anger, frustration, and negative emotions. You stay outside that. It has nothing to do with you, even if that person yells at you. In staying close to yourself, in your own positive energy, you stay calm and centered. in staying calm and centered, you can respond with kindness and even see through the behavior of the other person and be compassionate for that other person who is, frustrated, who has an immature, you could say, an immature behavior. It doesn't mean you can stay calm, centered, and kind and speak up for yourself in a kind way. You just say, stop, hold it there. Or you let the person vent and you say, okay, let's deal with this in a constructive way. And in that moment, you are the powerful one, not the one who is yelling, because you stayed close to your heart. You stayed in your positive energy and calm and composed. It's not easy. It's a training. Most of all, because we have not been taught this since, you could say, since being a toddler or a child. We have not been taught that we have the choice of response. Most people, like this action reaction. Most people do that. They have an impulse and they react. But if now we learn, if somebody says something which triggers us, we just stay calm and outside that. And that way of going through your day is a way when you stay in your own, you could say, positive energy. And I will give you some steps how you can start your day. The pressure, it's as if it bounces. It doesn't get into you. And there's several ways, and how I mostly start my day, first of all, before I get out of bed, like I open my eyes. First of all, starting your day in gratitude that you are in a cozy bed, that you have your duvet on you have a roof over your head, you're safe, and just being grateful and starting, like in that feeling of gratitude. That gratitude also brings a humility. Gratitude, humility can never be accompanied with negativity. If you start your day in gratitude, instead of most of us, and I have trained myself to no longer start a day, we take our phone, we start checking things, or we have that to-do list in our heads. We wake up and we're like, okay, the kids have to get out of bed. They have a school trip. Husband has to go. And we're like rambling. Instead of starting your day in like the to-do list, get up, set your alarm like 15 or 30 minutes earlier and open your eyes and start in the gratitude. What you can do next is, or whether you practice some religion, you can pray or start a meditation or even a guided meditation. You can do that if you like. You can even do that in bed in the beginning. If you never meditated before, it feels uncomfortable. It's not something that you did before. You just listen to some guided meditation. And it's mostly to start the day that it's not your nagging mind, your chattering mind, which will run you through the day. You just take distance first and you connect here instead of having that dictator starting your day. You start your day connected with your heart. Once you have ended, like silence, prayer, or meditation, then before getting up, be very intentional. Set some powerful intentions for the day. I always start my day with saying, whatever comes my way today, whatever comes up my path today, I will deal with it with grace and ease. Does it work always? No. My life is too hectic and too busy and too full to be able to deal with everything with grace and ease. But I set the intention at the beginning of the day. And in setting that intention, I do I do succeed a lot more to handle things with grace and ease. And it's practice. It's practice. Staying out of the negativity of someone is practice. Staying out of, let's say, learning to not taking things personally was such a huge one. Once you can learn that what somebody says is a reflection of their inner state of mind, has nothing to do with you. You just stay calm and centered. And then you can filter the message without all the emotional upheaval. Maybe somebody at work said something that was a task that you didn't fulfill in the way that person wanted. Maybe you misunderstood. If you don't take it personally immediately, you just stay calm. You say, sorry, that was a misunderstanding. Or sorry, maybe, and you can just sort it out without the drama. I think that's very important. That's I think like an evolving to maturity. That you can have conversation with somebody who maybe says something that sounds negative for you, but you filter the message without all the emotions around. And I have to say that just lost my train of thought. I wanted to say something about not taking things personally and staying out of the negativity, and then it's a sign of maturity. And yes, that's what I wanted to say. Become very self-aware during the day when you get triggered. Anyway, that regardless of setting the intentions, regardless of having started today in gratitude and you started the day with a smile, and then you come in the kitchen, your husband says something and whoops, there you go. You're upset. Something happens. You're stressed out. Look at it. Look at it. What just happened? Because it has nothing to do with your husband. It has something to do with you. What exactly was it that was triggered? Let me give you an example. I think it will make a lot clear. A very very common example. You could say you walk down the street and you meet a friend whom you haven't seen in 10 or 15 years. That friend said, oh my God, Barbara, you have aged and gained weight? And I'm like, okay, let's say I feel, well, that's how I feel. I feel very confident about how I look. I feel good in my skin. And what do I do when somebody says, okay, how are you doing? You dismiss it because it doesn't touch you. You know, the remark you have given, that's possible. That's not important for me. But let's say I feel insecure. How I look, I feel very insecure. I have difficulty with accepting that, okay, there's a wrinkle here, there's a wrinkle there, and I feel very insecure about that. That person says that, and I get so upset. I block, I can hardly speak. And, you know, like I babble some words and I say goodbye. And the entire day, that comment runs my day. What does that mean? Okay, that was not very kind. It says a lot about that person too. If she feels the need to say like you have aged or have you gained weight, it says a lot about her. But just what does it say about you? Why did that comment trigger you? Let's say that you have been in 3 long-term relationships and you are single again. Somebody meets you and says, hi, how are you doing? Are you still with John? And, oh, you're single again? That's the remark of the person. If you feel confident in being single, you don't mind, you won't force things. It's how it happened. You dismiss and you say, yes, that's life. We move on. I'm making the best of every day. But if that's like a drama in your life and you feel very insecure about being able of having a long-term relationship, then that comment of that person will run your day, maybe your week. So that's how what somebody else says a lot about you. So one comment of a person might trigger you, not me. Comment of another person might trigger me and not you. So it's never about what the other person said. It's about unhealed wounds in myself. So you could welcome triggers. You could say, whoa, that's what I have learned to do. And I mostly do. Sometimes I'm like just triggered and I only can be after being upset, I can look into myself, but mostly what I try to say is when I'm triggered, whoa, that's interesting, Barbara. Why does that trigger you so much? And then you go, it's a lesson. You turn it into a lesson experience. And it's making you a lot more powerful. No, you're not at the mercy. You're not at the mercy of someone else's words. You just, like if it triggers you, if it upsets you, you just look inside yourself, say, that's something that needs some loving attention. That's a part of me that needs some loving attention. But it takes away the pressure and the stress of, like when somebody, almost the fear of what somebody else says, and also that desperate need that many of us have for that approval of the people outside. Many people are even dependent on the approval of somebody else. So when you learn to detach from the words of somebody else, to learn from your triggers, you're not in desperate need for the approval of others. You have that power within you instead of being dependent, instead of being, like desperate, instead of laying the power outside you, the power to have a beautiful day. If you each time you are triggered or you have a comment or something doesn't in your mind experience is negative, then you're powerless. You're just a victim of your daily circumstances. And it's in wanting to control the circumstances that most people get overly stressed, because we cannot control that. We can only control our response. Like its circumstances are like the sea. Sometimes it's stormy, sometimes it's calm. We set our sails. That's what we can do, setting our sails to the sea, to the day. And when we have only calm seas, we become complacent. We are not skilled anymore in setting the sails for a stormy sea. And sometimes the sea is so stormy that we might almost get drowned. But if we get in our boat again, then we know that we are strong enough to face those heavy storms. So going through life in a more pressure-free, in a more fulfilled and powerful way is realizing, first of all, the power you have, the power to respond, how you respond. You're in the boat, setting the sails. If you want to control your circumstances, you want to control the sea, then you become stressed because you definitely want the calm sea. And you stress yourself for the moment that the sea might be stormy. So there you are in your boat, overstressed because you think, oh my God, I hope it won't be stormy today. I hope that colleague won't give a nasty comment. I hope my boss won't be saying that. I hope my husband won't be nagging. You see, that's wanting to control your circumstances. That's giving your power away. So if your colleague is nasty again, maybe today's the day to be fearless and courageous and say, well, Anita, that's your opinion. And we may disagree, and that's okay. And just not going into some fight or discussions or wanting to be right, just stay calm and composed. We might disagree. Or if you have to work together, just say, can we turn this around into something constructive? Can we make this a constructive discussion? Turn it around. Sometimes it needs courage, especially if you're like me, a very sensitive person, and you feel the energy of the other person, to stay outside and very composed, close to your heart, and say, let's turn it into something constructive. But that's how you take ownership of your response. You take ownership of your life, and you do not let outside circumstances stress you or pressure you. And it's a training. And it's something, some days it all goes smoothly. And other days it just starts in a way that you're, oh my God. So we're human, and we have to accept that we're human. That's our best choice, just to be kind to ourselves, gentle to ourselves, mild to ourselves, and said, we gave it a try today. It didn't work so well. Tomorrow is another day. If we can do that, first having that kindness, compassion for ourselves, going into the power that we have, and then being compassionate for those who are still struggling, who have not been taught how to deal with their emotions, who are maybe surrounded with people who are very immature, who are very drama-like, and they're just they're conditioned. They are just a product of their environment. But we can lead the way. We can be the inspiration, and it's not always easy. It's not always easy to speak up for yourself in a kind way. But if we can model for others around us, if we can model that powerful kindness, it's a ripple effect. We become that inspiration for others. Well,
that was lovely. That was so lovely. I really love that you brought up the word maturity, because I think it's something that's really missing in our societies today, is a level of maturity. And it really started back in the 70s. And we're seeing the result of that. And also when you use the word gentle just now, that we're gentle with ourselves. That's a word I love to share with my clients too, because as high achievers, it's very easy to not be gentle or generous with ourselves.
Absolutely.
So that's really beautiful. Thank you so much, Barbara. Does anyone have any questions or thoughts that they'd like to add in here? Oh, and I also wrote in here, that's interesting. I say that to myself too, like, oh, isn't that interesting that I just thought that? And I see Lori nodding, because Lori and I have had some situations. We've known each other 35 years or so in the arts world, and we've had situations where that's interesting is a very important phrase.
Barbara, I wanted to tell you thank you. You have such a nice, calm, soothing voice, and and it was nice. We all need those refreshers on thinking about things differently. I think about kindness, and I have a sub brand that's called Kindness Rules, right? But it's all about like being powerful with the kindness that you're out there. But one of the things that really hit that for me was you were talking about a lot of people being a victim of their own circumstances, and I think that sometimes that we we allow ourselves to get into that victim mentality, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
Mm-hmm.
I always have to, whereas you're saying, that's interesting, how can I do with that? I always have to say, okay, Sherry Joe, you can be a victim for a moment, but the next time you're a volunteer, right? You have the ability to make decisions. You have the ability to
Mm-hmm.
remove yourself from a situation. You only get to be a victim
Absolutely.
once. After that, you're a volunteer, you know? So
Absolutely.
thank you so much. I
Absolutely.
appreciate you sharing today.
With pleasure. With
I
pleasure.
have a small comment. I really enjoyed your sharing with us, but I had one thing I didn't agree with, and that's when someone's being rude to you,
Mm-hmm.
making a comment like you look old. Well, I'm 63. I look in the mirror. I see every wrinkle that I have.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I don't want to feel that I'm belittling myself by apologizing. So instead, I like well, isn't that interesting? Thank you so much for sharing that. Well,
Mm-hmm.
okay, thank you. And then leave it at that. I just have a little problem with that. Well, I'm so sorry. I know there's times I do apologize to someone, and is just to diffuse the whole situation. But I prefer to stand up for myself with other statements that I walk away with my integrity and my honor.
Yes, absolutely. It's not that you are, if that person says that, first of all, it stems from her, the need, I don't know, to maybe she's so unaware of the effect of her words. She goes through life unaware, just saying things like that. It's somebody you didn't see for 10 years. She just, and you just, I wouldn't spend too much time with that person, but just,
it has to do with her
yes,
thinking, not
but,
my thinking.
Absolutely, I would just dismiss it and say, how are you? And it doesn't matter for me. If that's her opinion, okay, but that her opinion of me does not matter to me. So it doesn't,
right.
When it starts mattering to me, it says something about me.
Exactly. Yes, you're thinking.
Mm-hmm.
Very cool.
Yeah, interesting. Anybody else have anything before we close out today?
Okay.
Okay. Well, thank you so much, Barbara. We're closing out this time together, and I just really appreciate you connecting here. And this will be going out in a recording to everyone. And we had about 100 people sign in, so we'll have about 100 people learning more and getting links and everything. And for everyone here who's been coming in and out, you'll get the recording too, so you'll have everything that we did today.
Right.
And it was just an amazing group of people. I feel very, very blessed. I mean, I've been here since a little before 10, and I've got notes.
Oh my God.
I've got just so much here, and I'm not tired. We could go another 3 hours or so. I don't know about anybody else, but I just feel so enlightened and so grateful for all of this. And I do have one last share, and it has to do with what Barbara was saying about when we wake up in the morning. I don't know why, but all the years of raising our 3 sons in our old house, I would wake up very beautifully and gently. And I have this thing about breakfast. I honestly love to make breakfast for my family. And the more people who have slept over the night before, because we were the home where all the boys stayed, right? So the more people, the happier I am. I would swing my legs out of bed and had these beautiful maple trees outside my window, always different colors of leaves and different stages of the year. And I would swing out and I would look at my trees, and it was almost like Stepford-like. I'd have this smile on my face, and I'd be like, I get to make breakfast now. And I know it sounds kind of corny, but honestly, it was like this feeling of, I'm so happy to be alive, and I'm so happy to have these beings in my home, and like this just rush of love. And I think when we can develop just those little ways of waking up in kindness, in gentleness, in love, in those kinds of ways, because most of us hear the and we just go into the phone. And changing that up a little, it's helped so many of my clients, and I know you've helped so many people too. So Lori says, what an awesome conference. Thank you. Thanks. Lots of thanks coming in here. And yes, it is corny and weird, but all the best people are. Yes, we are misfits, right? Oh my gosh, this has been so great. And thank you, Rosina, Dr. Rosina, everyone here today. Thank you for your gifts, for your talents, for showing up, because you showed up for yourselves. Marina, thank you so much. I'm looking forward to my work with you in so many ways, and you just inspired me so much today. So thank you, everyone. We're going to close out.
Thank you.
Bye, Barbara.
Bye-bye.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Thank you.